this to happen with this storm.
I think we're good. Good job, man.
All right, I don't think he can hear us. That's all right. Yeah, he's got a lot going on, that is for sure.
We'll be right back.
Want to spread the word about your favorite local hangout? Or warn your neighbors about risky storm damage? Maybe you're looking for tonight's photo-worthy feast, or need to track down important supplies. Do it all and more.
Elements, so you can see threats from miles away. Girl on all your screens. The News4JAX Skycam Network. Go to news4jax.com/insider and become a VIP today.
We've never had a story like this.
They're on the fast track to the truth.
You're terrified about
And also St. Augustine at the top of your screen. I mean, it looks like a river there. I mean, that's normally, I know there's a putt-putt down there on the right. This is the Bridge of Lions, which is closed at this hour. It's been closed for at least an hour because of all of that water. It's just not safe along Avenida Menendez in particular to be able to get to the bridge. And then on the bottom left, World Golf Village. In fact, Richard was just talking about this. They're in a lull right now when it comes to rain. Because as you can see, we're sort of to the right of that, those winds, those bands of rain have, well, they've diminished at this point, but it'll start up again there later today. Now, new video of flooding. This is in Clay County of Whitey's Fish Camp, an area that is prone, sadly, to flooding. We are expecting more information from Clay County coming up in about 10 minutes, where they'll, the Emergency Operations Center is going to speak and update us on flooding in the area.
Also, Mildred Davis from Boswick sent in some video. And again, thank you for this because you all helped tell the story. This is between Green Cove Springs and Palatka. So this is video. Obviously, she's there on the water, but she's showing us some of that water as it creeps onto her property. And she's having some encroachment of water there as well. So just into our newsroom, we are also getting a look at conditions across our area from our insider. So this is another pic. This looks like it's from Ed Von bores or something, and he's showing some of that erosion. This is in Summer Haven. So this is an area that they always are very concerned that those houses are just going to fall off in the ocean. So you can see where the erosion is starting to affect this area here. Just on the edge, you can see that walkway out to the beach on the edge of that erosion there.
And talk about a 1-2 punch between the nor'easter and Hurricane Ian and now Tropical Storm Nicole. News4JAX Insider, another one, uploaded this photo to Snapjacks of Green Cove Springs. This we saw, actually, in fact, earlier this morning, just before the sun was up, where you can see water is just encroaching the roadway. This is another reason why law enforcement around Northeast Florida have just asked you, please just stay inside. It's just not safe to be out on the roads right now. And we encourage you to please post more photos so that we can show our viewers who live in your neighborhood what's going on and share them. We want you to share them with us, though, safely. Please don't take any risks. And you can do that by going to Snapjacks and uploading them. You also could drop us a pin on the Weather Authority app as well.
All right, as we head to break right now, let's take a tower cam in Tampa here, where if you remember seeing the radar, they're getting a lot of rain right now. They are getting hit. You can see the wind. I'm not sure what bridge this is, but it does look like it is closed, which means they're experiencing those sustained winds of over 40 miles per hour as they bring out whatever they need to keep people off of that bridge. So this is south of South Tower there in Tampa. Again, no bridges closed in our area except in St. Augustine, the Bridge of Lions, but certainly watching those winds across the state and the conditions. This is in St. Augustine, where the wider shot, we saw all the water. This is someone who brought out the kayak and is in the street right now, and other people walking through it. Not necessarily the best advice, but we always see this when we get water that comes into neighborhoods. So again, we'll keep you covered as 9:30 high tide settling in about 4 minutes. This is probably the most of it, and then slowly it'll start to recede. We'll be right back after the break.
Whiskey, Wine, and Wildlife, presented by Publix, November 4th through 6th. Tickets include unlimited tasting bites and drink samples with a souvenir glass. Enjoy
shots that we usually show you, that the water's where it needs to be and supposed to be. We're seeing it encroaching into these parking lots, into the streets. It is just wet out there, and the flooding is continuing. We have team coverage this hour and many hours after. Several News4JAX crews, as you see there, we are spread out all across the area, bringing you the latest conditions. Also, meteorologist Richard Nunn, Mark Collins are tracking these storms in tandem, seeing the path, also when it can move out of our area, Richard, but we still have some time where we're going to see more and more water.
And, you know, the fact that we're seeing St. Augustine in the position that it's in, and right now is the high tide for the city dock. We are technically still under a dropping tide at Doctors Lake, and I've never, I mean, we knew that it was going to flood, but it's just not going down. It continues to increase across the boat ramp. All three levels of the walkout are underwater, and then all of the docks that are behind it continue underwater. And if you guys have the Whitey Fish Camp picture, if you'll bring that up. Something that, if you haven't been out there, when you're sitting on the outside on their little back porch area, so to speak, the boat ramps are right there. And what we're seeing is just nothing but the pilings out there in part of the creek as you turn off of Doctors Lake. I mean, this is where people pull up, obviously, to get gas. This is where the bigger boats pull up. This is where all the smaller boats kind of. Yeah, let's go to the Clay County presser since we're talking about areas in Clay County.
Right now, in power outages with the continued wind and strong storm effects, we do see that may pop back up. But we're working closely with our electric or our utility partners, and we are optimistic we'll stay ahead of that as well. Again, we'll see these conditions continue to deteriorate until about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. Tonight, we'll see the winds go down to about 15 miles per hour, sustained with gusts possible to 20, 25 miles per hour. Again, that surge, unfortunately, that will probably take throughout the weekend for that water that's been trapped in the St. John's and inside Doctors Inlet to pass back out. As always, pay attention, if you would, please, to alert.claycountygov.com, our Safer Watch app, and continue to monitor your local networks for any more emergency advisories. Thank you, and stay safe, Clay.
Operations, really warning residents that particularly when it comes to flooding, which is usually the biggest concern in Clay County, that could extend for more than one day, you know, over the weekend, as you heard him mention. There are shelters, 2 of them open in Clay County, and of course residents in Zone A had already been asked to evacuate because of the flooding concerns.
Right, and basically saying between 3 and 4 p.m. the conditions will continue to deteriorate. A lot of that water sticking through the weekend, Rich, and that's what you're talking about. It's going to take some time for all of that water to move out of our streets, out of our neighborhoods.
Yeah, imagine you take your bathtub, you know, and you fill it up to almost the level of spilling over, and then take your hand and just start to push it just in one direction, you know, whether the faucet or the other side of the tub, and then pretty soon you get a current that's going that way, and it's going to start to splash over, and it's going to start to splash over. Now, if you turn the faucet on, even a trickle, and without splashing, as the winds begin to subside and everything else overnight tonight, we're still going to have some gusty winds, but nothing like what we're seeing here today. On Friday, even with them turning offshore, now you're just sending the water over the banks on the other side of the river because that volume is still there. The water, whether it's a trickle or coming up from the south, is still feeding into these areas. In the areas where we've seen some rain, by the way, we are seeing some big breaks here in the rain for parts of St. Johns County, but you know, we're not talking about rain flooding. This was never about rain flooding. This was about the wind combination, the erosion, and what we've harped on all week long, and that has been the surge and the effect. And we were just going through some of the measurements that what we're seeing here in real time, and this is what 3 to 5 feet looks like. There's some of the rivers right now that are cresting up to that 5 feet overage point before they'll, I hesitate to even say recede. They're going to hit that value and kind of hover there. And Mark and I were just looking, and what's shocking is that yesterday's high tide was pretty impressive on the area bodies of water, and currently we have not yet hit our official high tides in some areas, and these values are already higher than what we saw just 24 hours ago. And with that, Mark, you know, I'll send it over to you. Both of us are watching whether it's the mouth of the river here and, you know, all of our creeks and tributaries, Palatka southward, and just, you know, watching these numbers as they slowly trickle up. And when you see the marks there, the minor flooding, the moderate flooding, and the major flooding, and most of these still hovering around the moderate, it just kind of leaves you with your mouth agape thinking, well, if that's moderate, major would be back to what we saw with Irma a couple of years ago. I mean, this is closer to what we've been saying. This is so much closer to what we're seeing here with Ian, but it doesn't
It's
lessen
gone beyond that.
or it doesn't it doesn't lessen the effects of what we're seeing, whether it's in St. Johns County or here into Clay County.
Well, that's right, Richard. Yesterday I wrote on News4JAX how this storm would be worse than Ian, and we're seeing that play out. The water levels are already higher than that, and we can look at all the gauges around there to confirm that. But obviously, if you've been outside, you can see how bad it is. Blue sky starting to come back to St. Augustine. What's interesting about this picture is to notice the water levels. This is the Bridge of Lions. There's usually some fenders, wooden fenders that guide boats through the draw span. They're underwater right now. And this is a floating dock. Since Richard and I have been watching this weather stem camera since sunrise, the caps on those pilings are getting smaller and smaller. There was about a 4-foot gap. Now it looks like 3 feet on this new dock that was built as a breakwater, a very strong dock that kind of blocks the northeasterly wind. That was put in around 2013. But you can see how, well, you only have about 3 more feet before that floating dock goes over the pilings. Don't think that's going to happen, but you know what? With these winds gusting to 72, these are some recent reports coming in this morning. Marineland, 72-mile-per-hour winds. The South Ponte Vedra Beach Fire Station, 72-mile-per-hour gusts there. So we've seen winds even well inland, like in the airport, has been getting some 40-mile-per-hour gusts there. That's driven up the wave heights to 19 feet. The buoys are at their zenith for the storm. We probably aren't going to get too much higher than that. We did see some 20-footers at that same buoy when Ian came through, but we weren't seeing some seas up to 33 feet, which is where that buoy that is now 22 feet was earlier. So there's a lot of wave energy riding in through the mouth of the St. Johns River. And take a look at the flooding here. This is at Mayport on the south side of the river. So what you're looking at here is another floating dock. This can rise up and down the pilings, but what you see here is the water going over the seawall cap. So there's a cement seawall cap and all that is flooding. So we're seeing on the St. Johns River water levels that are about 2 feet to 3 feet above normal. And in fact, the high tide is coming in through 11 o'clock. So the expected surge has been realized, 3 to 5 feet along the beaches, 2 to 4 feet, more like 3 to 4 feet over many areas from the Fuller Warren Bridge all the way down to Palatka is possible there in the St. Johns River. The next surge on the river is going to be between 11 and 3. So if you're watching us anywhere on the St. Johns River, the water levels is actually going to get higher and higher. So the ebb flow has turned, and now we're getting the flood tide back in there. So we're going to continue to see the river climb higher. But at least for some folks, the rain has tapered off. However, for many others, especially in southern Georgia, you haven't seen the worst of the rain, but the winds will be decreasing. That yellow band there is tropical storm force winds. We're going to stay with tropical storm force gusts here through the afternoon into the evening, but by tomorrow, we'll get below that threshold, and those winds are going to turn more southerly. But today, with these storm force gusts out of the east, that's going to keep the residual water very high in the river, and it's going to be weeks before it slowly subsides because of the high tide trapping that we have seen. And what I mean by that is every time you get a high tide push, you get extra force of water into the river, and then as the water starts to go low again, there's not the same type of force pushing it back out, so you have a net accumulation for each high tide cycle, and it gets higher and higher, and that happened well before Nicole, the envelope of Nicole came in here today. We were seeing flooding yesterday, and that was simply from the nor'easter and those high tide cycles. So Melanie, it looks like folks in our south are drying out, but the beaches are still dealing with the peak of the storm surge along the beaches. The peak of the surge in the river comes this afternoon.
No. All right, we are also following some breaking news right now on the Dames Point Bridge. There is an accident involving a semi-truck, and we're trying to figure out if it's northbound lanes or if all the lanes of the bridge right now are closed. But as we know, this is a very major accident. We're looking to get some pictures, and all the lanes are saying are closed, at least northbound there on the Dames Point Bridge.
There have been accidents all morning, particularly on those roadways that the speeds are higher. I-95 in particular, now 295. It's just another reason to please slow down if you even have to be out on the roads to begin with. Now, we want to send things back out to News4JAX reporter Aaron Farrar. And Aaron, you've just had this incredible video, sadly, of, again, the ocean breaching the, the beach there and spilling out onto A1A near Marineland.
Our photojournalist Jesse Hansen was able to get a great shot of what that looked like, but it's just unfortunate just because we knew this area was dealing with trying to restore the dunes just from a couple of months ago with Hurricane Ian. But again, here we are again. You see all the water from the ocean now on A1A. This is in Marineland at the St. Johns County, Flagler County line. A lot of people have been coming out to at least see what this looks like because of how significant this is. To say, look at all of the water all along the roadway right now. See the foam from the ocean, and then there's plenty of debris on the roadway as well. Just within the last 15 or 20 minutes, we also saw crews go and actually put out barriers where we are just to let drivers know, hey, you cannot go past this area because of the situation here where you cannot drive north on A1A, at least where we are. We don't know how far north this extends because this is as far as we were able to get. We were going to check in with the Flagler County Emergency Management Team and also those in St. Johns County to see what parts of A1A are closed down. But we know officials said that this is what they were preparing for around this time this morning because of that high tide and because of the wind. The sun is trying to come out now, but the wind has not died down at this point. Again, even farther areas of where we are started to breach. That was different from about 30 minutes ago since we've been here at this particular site. Again, when you are encountering this area, of course, now that there are barriers, you cannot go past those barriers. But when this subsides and when this clears out of the way, those officials will reopen this part of A1A. But again, they said because of other tides that may come in later on throughout the day, this might be the situation again later on. So if you're driving on A1A1, officials are asking you if you can avoid driving in this area. That's the best thing to do. However, if you are going to drive, be aware that there may be some law enforcement officers that tell you that you need to slow down dramatically because of the different debris and sand that might be on the roadway, or outright, you're going to have to turn around wherever you are and find a different way to your destination. Reporting live, I'm Aaron Farrar, Channel 4. The local station.
Aaron, thank you so much. Sheriff said the north end and the south end are closed because of that water encroaching on the road. Also, we knew Ian caused a lot of flooding, and the word was that this was going to do the same thing to our area yet again. San Marco, notorious for flooding. News4JAX reporter Jim Pickett. And Jim, San Marco Boulevard, part of that is closed this morning.
That's right, and I want to show you what's happening here. As Mark was just talking about the St. Johns River getting ready to go up, we're seeing that happen here in San Marco. Take a look at this. If you look, Sheriff's Department has San Marco Boulevard blocked off here. Also, down at the end, I think that's probably Naira or Children's Way, down that area here. But the street's already flooded. We've seen cars coming through, and we've seen some of those people doing jokes, the big trucks splashing everything here. That's the one thing they do want to stop because businesses here obviously are going to get flooded. You can see the sandbags up here. Somebody driving through right here. This is what they just don't want to see happen. And that's why they have it blocked off. They're going to find out what's going on. I'm going to walk around back behind this truck here that actually is here to take out the clear drainage. But you can see back here when we get around here what's happening on LaSalle, because you have homes back here, you have crews that are out here from Public Works and others trying to take care of things here. Let's see, we're going to come up here, and I know we can't go real far just to be, safe with the water here, but you can see LaSalle Street all the way down to the St. Johns River. It's already flooded, and we are not at high tide yet. And I realize San Marco always floods. That's just a given, but they're expecting it to be even worse this time. They have extra pumps that are here. In fact, there's one down the street here that's going to be trying to pump this water out and to make it so they can hopefully that it won't go into the homes here. But I think as you could see, even the barricades they just put these up have already blown down. So San Marco Boulevard, if you're thinking of even driving in the area, it is closed at LaSalle Street. Even though you get some people like this person right here coming through, they're not going to make it very far. Well, watch, they're going to be turning around here. And that's the thing that JSO wants you to know. Just don't do that, because you don't know what it's going to lead to, and this is only going to get worse this morning. Now, we're out in a covered area, then we kind of walked up to this area, but if you take a look, this is a mess. Now, I want to let you know, too, because when we came from the station, the south on Southampton, the South Shore neighborhood there, already underwater as well. That, too, always floods, and we're going to be heading to other parts of Jacksonville. That's what I'm going to do. Check out those areas along the St. Johns River. But right now, this is the situation here in San Marco. Roads are closed. Jim Pickett, Channel 4, the local station.
And, we just want to point out, high tide is not even until about 11:15. So keep that in mind. If it's bad now, imagine what it's going to be at high tide. So, of course, we have a crew there. Jim will be there, and we will continue to follow the concerns about flooding in the San Marco area and beyond, Riverside as well. Now, let's take a live look. This is a major accident that we just heard about, in fact, Mel.
Yeah, it's on the Dames Point Bridge. A semi has rolled over, and we're getting more information. Apparently, the northbound lanes are closed. And if you're going southbound, you are slowly moving through. We're going to try to get the shot a little differently so we can show you more. But again, this is not an area that you want to pass through. An accident going northbound, southbound is probably stopped in some areas as they just creep through. Reasons to stay off the road today. This is Dames Point Bridge. We'll be back after the break.
Help make your community a better place. Join the Positively Jax movement. Sign the pledge today.
When it comes to keeping you informed, the sky is the limit.
A live look from our tower camp.
News 4 Jax, empowering you with a county-by-county network of 15 aerial cameras, showing you this.
Traffic in both directions.
So you can avoid seeing this. Built for the elements. So you can see threats from miles away. A window to the world on all your screens. The News 4 Jax Skycam Network. In 2022, join us in Random Jacks of Kindness, a year-long commitment to paying it forward with acts big and small. Practice Random Jacks of Kindness. Sign the pledge on PositivelyJax.com.
We've never had a story like this.
They're on the fast track to the truth.
You're terrified about these results.
Conventional thinking says this level of 360 support ends after the sale, but not with T-Mobile for Business. When you're looking for a solution tailored toward your needs, T-Mobile's experts will work to help realize your vision.
There was that tornado watch, and a tornado watch is in effect. We had a warning earlier as well. So we are watching these conditions, making sure that you get out of harm's way. But we are seeing some of that wind definitely kick up through much of our area.
Yeah, Rich said that it's actually has really kind of dried out in St. Johns County, but that's just for a couple of hours as the tropical storm continues to work its way past the coast and up, or across the state. Now, this is video from Wilbur by the Sea in Volusia County. Oh, look at that. Your heart just breaks for the people who have property along the ocean there, because there's virtually nothing that it feels like you can do. It's this fury of Mother Nature as this home here has been just severely damaged, if not destroyed, by 1, 2, and 3 punch between the nor'easter, over the last 3 days, and now with what was Hurricane Nicole, and then before that Hurricane Ian. It's just the beach erosion has been tremendous up and down the east coast of Florida. We'll be right back.
We've never had a story like this.
They're on the fast track to the truth.
You're terrified about these results.
I've always felt in my heart that she wasn't his.
No more questions.
The dates just didn't add up. There's no way this baby could be anybody's but yours.
No more denials.
Join us in Random
Men's Closet with the largest selection of suits, shoes, outfits, and accessories. Name brands like Stacey Adams, Steve Harvey, Kangol, and more. 2 suits for $100. Shoes $19.99 and up. Men's Closet on Lem Turner Road and Blanding Boulevard.
Here we go.
More images into our newsroom of flooding in particular. We've got one of a truck that's submerged in water. This is at the Mayport Jetties. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. Now, JFRD was called out, and they did search this truck, and they did not find anyone inside. But look, the lights are still on. You know, maybe the person got stuck and couldn't pull out, and as a result, had to abandon the car. Thankfully, no one was hurt. But it just gives you just a sense of that tide. It comes in, and it comes in fast.
And our reporters experience that too. You got to get out the way safely. Now, the Bridge of Lions is still closed as the tide peaks along downtown St. Augustine, and the water just keeps rising in that area.
News 4 Jax reporter Amanda DeVoe is joining us live in downtown St. Augustine, and we've slowly watched this water continue to rise. High tide was at 9:30, Amanda.
It was, and you can see here that this area here at US 1 and King Street is pretty much a lake here, about I would say about 2 feet deep here. So we're not too far from Flagler College, of course. I want to show you the building here. So as you can see, this water is kind of transitioning into the roadways, and so that is why you see all of this roadway flooded here. And this is the story for most of the city of St. Augustine. Several roads are closed, as you mentioned. The Bridge of Lions is closed as well. We initially saw those high wind speeds. Right now we're clocking those wind speeds around 15 miles per hour, but that tends to change depending on when the gusts decide to pick up. But again, this area blocked by police, and several roadways are blocked as well. So of course, emergency officials say to stay in shelter in place until the storm passes. For right now, you can see that there's no rain anymore, and that people lately, what we've seen, they've come out to try to see how things have fared now that you don't have that rain and that severe wind that we were seeing earlier. In fact, we did see a truck that made its way through here.
News 4 Jax reporter Joe McLean coming to you on News 4 Jax Plus, because we are here at the Jacksonville Fair on opening day. Gates are going to open in a matter of hours, but we've got a sneak peek. We're here to see what all the hype is about, see if this fair lives up to it. So let's go.
That you don't have that rain and that severe wind that we were seeing earlier. In fact, we did see a truck that made its way through here.
Slows down. Is inspected. So every ride
much, but I will explain what happened there. A semi on its side there. It is blocking the northbound lanes. Now, southbound, they are letting people through, but again, it is slow going south as well. All northbound lanes are closed. We have been covering accidents since super early this morning, one after another. So again, if you cannot drive, please stay at home. We have our crews, though, all over Northeast Florida, live with reports of flooding. We're in St. Augustine, near Marineland, San Marco, there's flooding, and also the impacts in our area from this storm. Mark Collins, Richard Nunn, you guys are watching the storm. You just keep being blown away by all the water that is rushing in, and there's still more to come.
And that's the important part. There's still more to come. Some of these areas have not seen high tide as of yet, and we were just going through some of the peak values. And right now, and we've been comparing this to Ian, and right now we're about a foot off of what we saw. So we've got about another foot to go here before we get to some of the Ian levels. This has been amazing. This is the scaffolding where the judges are going to be standing, looking out over the Surf Pro contest this weekend. And when Mark and I were watching this via the cameras be built on the beach, we said, they're going to build that with the tropical storm coming. We're both just absolutely gobsmacked in the fact that it is still standing. And even though the waters come through, it looks like, if anything, it may be sinking down into the sand. There were some cross supports here that we can't see any longer, and the X bracing looks like it has dropped in. And I tell you, you know, for what is basically, 2-inch galvanized pipe and some strip wood there, this thing is holding together and doing so pretty well there at Jack's Beach. I'm going to take you over to the radar. As Amanda was saying, where she was over near Collage and the San Sebastian Bridge, we are in between some of the rain. The heaviest stuff now is sitting over Duval County. As a matter of fact, I was just getting ready to head outside. I wanted to go and see how we're doing, how we're faring on the road outside. Here is just one more area that could see the flooding. And with the heavy wind-driven sideways rain, it's like, you know what, I'm going to wait a little bit. So we've got about an hour to go here into Duval County before we'll start to see that receding. Seeing much lighter amounts also into Clay, parts of Putnam County, also seeing much lighter amounts compared to where we started this morning, with the heaviest of the stuff, Duval, and continuing northward. The 10 o'clock advisory is in, and here we are at about 4 minutes after. The wind is now down to 50 miles an hour. The wind gusts continue to come down here locally, but I'll tell you that every once in a while you might hear a little beep, beep, beep in the background, and we have a computer set up where we're getting all of this updated information, and that helps us with the alerts. But what is surprising is we are still seeing peak wind gusts that are solid into tropical storm strength. I mean, we're talking, anywhere between the 50-mile point and continuing. Mark was showing you some that were just shy of the hurricane strength that have continued to come through. So with all that said, and what we have and what we've been showing here and trying to illustrate, at one point I was using a tape measure, I was using a box from an umbrella, but when we're looking at the 3 feet, and the visuals now are telling what that really looks like. Even before we got to high tide, the widespread flooding was taking place there from the fort and moving all the way up through in the Bridge of Lions, and that's going to continue. We've got some crews that are heading into different parts of St. Johns County. We also have some that are heading over toward we were actually trying to get Aaron here, and he may have to kind of backtrack and take the long way around, but we were trying to get him up to around Crescent Beach in the Matanzas area so we could work our way up through St. Johns County. And we've got some other reporters, Cole, and we do have a Willaca shot. Well, go, anytime you want to pop that up, you can go ahead and bring that in, because that's going to be the next point here. So in and around the Sportsman's Harbor area, and thank you. Folks have been sending these pictures in for a number of weeks now. With the first round of what has been some flooding, folks were saying, hey, how long is this going to continue? And every time it hurts my heart when I say we're not done yet. And now we've got this to go through. So this is going to be a week before it finally starts to settle down. So I'm not sure exactly what street that we're on here, but it goes to say that, this is just a sheet of water here. You can see the skirting on some of these houses. This one looks like it's a stick built, and you kind of drive up in the driveway. But in some of the other picture, it is the Sportsman's Harbor. Yeah, so there you go. Here's one that also has some skirting. So it looks like underneath these, some of these manufactured homes, and I think the river, if I'm correct, is just right around the corner here. If if I know where I'm looking, I'm pretty sure that it's on the right side. But so what we're seeing, with these houses, okay, well, maybe it's going underneath. Well, here's the problem. This is also where the foundation sits underneath, and that could cause some erosion that could start to allow, whether it's block or the twisty kind, whether like the jacks that are underneath. But on top of that, when their houses are off grid, they also have not only electric going through, the AC may be down here on ground level, and then the ductwork and all that. So what might not be looking as bad of damage, you've also got all the hidden stuff. So your AC could be having some issue, your ductwork gets wet, your electric and all of that. Now you're basically rebuilding part of your house. So my heart goes out to everybody here as we continue to watch, including that of even our local neighborhood. So this is Willaca, and that's where we were looking over toward the Sportsman's Harbor. This is going to continue to build. We have not yet got to the high tide. Remember the high tide here, and I'll take you through those numbers coming up. That was in the 4 o'clock, 4:30 around Palatka, and just before 5 o'clock as we get closer to Willatka. Here's Doctor's Inlet, and we've been showing you some of the images there around Whitey's, and even into Doctor's Lake and Inlet here, we're going to see all of that continuing to stack up under what is really just the solid onshore wind. But there's Doctor's Inlet as we take you out to the marina where we watch this, and the same idea that the high tide for this area was at 1:14 a.m. The next one comes through at about 1:47 p.m. So we're hours away from that. And you can see all of the boat ramp, the walkway out to the bar here. All of this now is fully covered. So basically you have Doctor's Lake, the boat ramp, and then over on this side, you'd get to the 4-lane highway. So yeah, it's pretty busy. Hey, go back to that town. Can you bring up the downtown shot again? I just said if we can kind of swing over toward the school board building. We'll get that straightened out here in just a second. We do want to watch, and this is what I was saying. I was trying to go outside because I want to see, yeah, look at this. So normally you see the bulkhead that's in and around this area, and it's a bit more pronounced, and it looks like this too is either very close to spilling over or possibly it's already getting to where we have some areas under. That's a little bit more visible as we zoom in here. It's tough to see with the buffeting, but it does look like it's getting very close, and I wouldn't be surprised if these areas aren't seeing the white caps from the St. Johns River. They're splashing over that part of the dock. So as soon as it is available, I am going to get out of the station here just for a moment and zip over to areas next to us to see if this is spilling into those neighborhoods, much like what we're seeing in real time around LaSalle here and into San Marco. So with that said, we'll head it back over to Melanie and Bruce. We're going to get re-racked and take you through. We're not done yet, folks. We are not done yet. And the flooding has the potential here not only to last the week, but prolonged events of flooding will continue. So we'll have that and give you some of those values when I see you back here in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, all right, Rich, thank you so much. I mean, I think it is so important not to get complacent at this point because we have seen the wind and the rain, batter our coast, erosion already settling in. This is why reasons they cleared the beach earlier this week.
So we're going to go to Culpeper, who is in Jack's Beach right now, where you've got wind-whipped rain. So Christy and I live in a condo, and we live on one of the middle to upper floors. And Cole, we can see, she tells me, the sand being blown into those upper floors. It's bad out at the beach.
Yeah, there's no doubt. About half an hour ago, we got some sustained gusts that came blowing through here so hard, in fact, that we had to steady the camera. Kevin Talley, who's behind the camera now, started leaning back. We had to do a two-man job to try to make sure everything was in line. The good news is, as of yet, we've seen a couple of reports on social media of some water coming up over some dunes. It's mostly been sea foam carrying over, not any sort of substantial water. I do want to show you the way the waves look right now. And for those of you who have been following our coverage this morning, you've seen some of these big waves churning, talking about 10, 12, maybe 14 feet in some cases. We're still seeing some of these large waves. You see one there, but they're not coming quite as often. The wind has died down a bit, although when the gusts come up, it is formidable for sure. And as we're here in a parking garage right next to Salt, if you're familiar with that complex, we can really feel it. And the rain seems to have, for the most part, dissipated now. About 20-30 minutes ago, we had a band of rain, and it was just shooting right over the top of the edge of this parking garage, and basically you could see the mist shooting all the way to the other end of this parking garage. with all the concerns that we have discussed about storm surge, so far it does not appear that there's going to be any sort of major factors like we've seen in some past storms here. We haven't gotten any reports of major issues as far as that storm surge here at Jacksonville Beach. So for now, here in Duval County, Jacksonville Beach, Neptune Beach, Atlantic Beach, it appears that maybe the worst is behind us. We'll see how things play out as this storm continues. For now, we're live in Jacks Beach, Culpeper, Channel 4, the local station.
Cole, thank you so much. You know, they may be lucky there. In St. Johns County, not so lucky. We've seen a lot of water, especially parts of A1A that have had to be shut down again.
Yeah, the road has continually flooded. Flooding on A1A that started yesterday. And this is the area where we find News4JAX reporter Aaron Farrar. Aaron.
And this is something that different officials, both in St. Johns County and Flagler County, said they were preparing for, and it was a matter of just when it was going to happen. This has been the case here on A1A, right at the St. Johns County, Flagler County line in Marineland for about an hour and a half now. You see plenty of the water rushing out onto the roadway here. There's plenty of debris, sand, you name it, that can blow around. That's what's on this road right now, and that's why officials, you see that some deputies here from both St. Johns County and from Flagler County had to shut this down. There are barriers now up, so drivers are forced to turn around. The one interesting thing is because of where we are, we cannot see exactly how far north up A1A this continues. We also know we spoke with some people who came out here just to see it for themselves. They know that just a couple of months ago, some of those houses over on this side were some of the same ones affected by Hurricane Ian, and it may most likely be the same situation now. Another thing that people were saying is that, of course, just less than 2 months ago, because of Hurricane Ian, that wiped out or significantly damaged a lot of the dunes, and people were just saying that it's just unfortunate because they just started the process of restoring those dunes, and they felt that there was some progress, then only to encounter this, and so now a lot of that is wiped out again. So now they're going to have to start over. You see some of the additional water that continues to rush out here. At different times, the wind does pick up, just like now. We had a couple of lulls with this. The rain has pretty much stopped here for now, but right now, of course, some of the foam is just blowing from the harsh waves that are continuing to crashing onto the dunes and onto the roadway as well. So at this point, it's really just dealing with the wind, and because of that big force of all the water rushing out onto the roadway as well. It's even getting into some of the neighborhoods to the right of me as well. We give you another look at just how significant the water is. Some people keep their boats stored. There are other neighborhoods and RV parks here as well. So these are just some of the different circumstances people are dealing with, but different. Flagler County and St. Johns County officials said this is something that they were just preparing for, and unfortunately there is significant damage stretching all the way down A1A in different areas because of this situation. Just wanted to let people know, right now, there are certain parts of A1A that are just outright closed. However, there are others that are still open for the time being, and they will be open until they are forced to close down. So officials are asking you, if you can avoid driving in this area, that's the best thing to do. However, if you are going to drive, just be mindful that there are going to be areas where you're going to be forced to turn around, or you're going to have to slow down significantly because of the sand and other debris that's in the roadway because of all of the water rushing out onto the road. Reporting live, I'm Aaron Farrar, Channel 4, the local station.
All right, you've got flooding right now in St. Johns County and St. Augustine. Next high tide is 9 o'clock tonight, and people are doing whatever they can to get around.
All right, Amanda DeVoe is there. And Amanda, we saw this kayak earlier, people going through the streets. You saw kind of the worst of that water at 9:30. More high tide a little later, but Mark's saying it may not be as bad tonight as it was earlier.
Right, so we're moving further along US 1. We're right near Saragossa Street. That's where the intersection where we're located is. And so, you know, of course, several streets are flooded. These folks here decided that they were going to take their kayak out. And I asked them, I said, you know, how long are you going to go in them? They said, you know, as long as we can. So they are just they're taking advantage of these floodwaters. But just keep in mind that these floodwaters can be dangerous and, of course, full of bacteria. Know that this is just not what officials recommend that you do. But of course, we've seen this throughout the city of St. Augustine. And in fact, downtown St. Augustine, completely underwater. You cannot get there. So it was hard for us to continue reporting there because of that high tide that came in. And even before the high tide came in, you were noticing that those waters were becoming several inches deep, several feet deep as well. So we did have to move away from there. So as we're exploring different parts of the city, we're noticing the same thing where officers are at different intersections blocking off roads because it's just not safe to get into the floodwaters, even with a vehicle. So we did see a few cars try to, shoot their shot, if you will, by driving through the floodwaters. But again, we always use the advice, turn around, don't drown, because again, these are the type of floodwaters that you do not want to drive through. Now, I just want to show you this main road, US 1, so you can see that cars are able to drive in both directions here in this area. So again, not much of an issue here along US 1, but you will notice that there are several streets that are flooded. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, downtown St. Augustine near the Bridge of Lions, not the place to be. You cannot get through. Several people who are located in that area, they got to wait for the water to recede because they're trapped at this point. So again, there are several areas here. Do not recommend getting out at this point in time. Again, officials just trying to reinforce that advice that you need to stay inside. And then of course, they'll continue to update us on the news throughout the day so that you know when it is safe to get out and maybe kind of just see how things are shaping up for you. We're live in St. Augustine. Amanda DeVoe, Channel 4, the local station.
Listen to this number. It's estimated that about 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in his lifetime. Yet many men avoid getting screened until their cancer reaches an advanced stage.
And it is. I'm here at LaSalle Street, and you can see JSO has actually closed San Marco Boulevard. So if you're planning to drive in this area, they're just going to make you turn around. We've been seeing people coming through, and that's the real concern here. In fact, I want to kind of show you this flooding here. The over up in the buildings here, the gym back this area, these businesses, they're used to this. It happens all the time. They have the sandbags up, and the water, we're not even at high tide yet, is beginning to creep and make its way up to that point. You can see people like standing here, just kind of looking, trying to see where things happen at this food store here, just getting an idea. I'm going to have my photographer walk up here. We're going to show you down LaSalle Street because this is the concern. And I'm going to walk around a truck here, but I just want to tell you, with the river coming in and the drains here are, being concerned, they have put in extra pumps. Now, what you're looking at is LaSalle Street, and you're seeing the public works people. These are the crews that come out to try to...
All right, Jim, we hate to interrupt you, but we are hearing from the governor. He's in Tallahassee briefing us on Nicole.
It was located roughly 50 miles west of Orlando, and it was moving west-northwest at 16 miles per hour. Nicole still a tropical storm with maximum sustained winds of 50 miles per hour. The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane just south of Vero Beach and is continuing to move through the state. The most recent track shows it exiting the Florida Peninsula into the Gulf of Mexico, and then re-entering Florida in the Big Bend region. Now, the wind from the storm is still very large. The impact stretched far beyond the center track, with much of the state already experiencing tropical storm force winds. Winds have been the main concern with Nicole, but we've also seen heavy rains that have resulted in 3 to 5 foot of storm surge in some areas. We've also seen potential flash flooding. Impacts have been basically what's been expected. You do have downed trees, you have power lines, you have some road washouts. Combined winds and storm surge. We've seen beach erosion, especially in areas that had already seen erosion from Hurricane Ian. And these are places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, and St. Johns counties. After the storm, there will be likely be flooding in some areas, so make sure to avoid floodwaters as they may be down power lines and other hazards. This morning, more than 50 counties were under tropical storm warnings, and that number will continue to go down as the storm moves across the state. We're ready, and we have resources to respond to whatever post-storm needs may arise. And I declared a state of emergency on Monday for 34 counties so that they had ample time to prepare for the storm. This morning, as an abundance of caution, we've expanded that to all counties just simply because we're not sure the extent of the impacts in Northwest Florida in particular. Kevin and his team have been in constant communication with utility providers. We now have 333,000 accounts without power. That's 2.98% of the state, 23.3% out in Brevard, 16.6% in Indian River, and then Volusia, Seminole, Putnam, and Orange, all smaller percentages than that. But there are 17,000 linemen staged to immediately begin power restoration efforts as soon as it's safe to do so. And certainly as you get into places like the Martin, St. Lucie area, people have been working in those areas and will continue to go in as it's safe in other parts of the state. We had activated 600 National Guardsmen, have 7 urban search and rescue teams on standby, ready to respond as soon as the weather clears. We also have FWC's high water vehicles ready to assist in response efforts should that be needed. We have 250 Florida Department of Transportation crews that are ready to deploy and begin damage assessment, bridge inspections, and cut and toss operations to clear roadways as is necessary. 61 school districts are closed today, and of course schools are closed tomorrow for Veterans Day. If you have an updated list for that, you can go to FLDOE.org. I want to thank Kevin and everybody for working hard. This is obviously not as significant a storm as Hurricane Ian was, but coming on the heels of that, you're seeing communities, particularly in the Volusia County area, where you had a lot of that erosion on the coastline. This has put some of those structures in jeopardy, and they've been working very hard to make sure everybody's safe. So I want to thank everyone for their efforts there, and we'll hear from Kevin with further updates.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate your involvement and appreciate your leadership in helping us to respond to this event. The men and women behind me get all the credit on that floor. They've been working for 48 days straight, and they continue to respond to what Floridians need most, and that is our help. Tropical storm conditions are ongoing across the Florida Peninsula and will expand into the Big Bend and Eastern Panhandle this afternoon. There remains a risk for severe weather, including isolated tornadoes embedded within Nicole's outer rain bands. The latest one that we had was just about 2 hours ago in St. Johns County. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, stay in the most interior room of your home and protect your head and body from debris with either a blanket, sleeping bag mattress, or any type of helmet. Dangerous beach conditions will continue along the East Coast as a result of elevated tides and lingering wave heights of 8 to 16 feet along the Atlantic coast. Elevated tides, ocean swells, and strong winds will push water into the St. Johns River, leading to flooding along the river. The St. Johns River right now at Astor is back into major flood stage. This morning we do have Fish and Wildlife Commission boats on standby in the area, as well as urban search and rescue swift water teams to assist if there should be a need for a rescue. This storm is very large. Even if the eye has passed over your area, it may still be unsafe to go outside due to the heavy winds, flash flooding, and isolated tornadoes. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded waters. I continue to urge Floridians to stay indoors in a safe structure and away from the coastline at this time. If you lose power, please use generators safely. We continue to have disaster deaths related to generators. Remember, keep those generators outside and 20 feet away from the house. Never operate those generators indoors. You must give a generator 20 minutes of cool down time before refueling. Avoid electrocution by keeping the generators dry. After the storm is gone, there will likely be large items of debris through impacted areas, especially along the coastline. Do not try to remove the large debris without assistance. There are volunteer groups that will be able to help you. Don't overexert yourself and put yourself into a risky situation. Additionally, do not touch or drive over down power lines or stay in areas of standing water. This can cause deadly electrocution. If you see exposed fiber optic lines or any wires for that matter, do not cut them. You can text, make a cell phone call, or use social media to report these lines that are exposed. The Florida Division of Emergency Management continues to coordinate with utility companies, as the governor has stated, to ensure crews are prepared to respond and restore power. Those crews are out now. They are moving up from the Palm Beach area into areas like Martin County and St. Lucie County to restore power. FDM liaisons have been deployed to support the following counties at their request: Orange County, Lake County, Seminole, Martin, Volusia, Brevard, Indian River, and St. Lucie. If you have questions about the status of the storm, please continue to contact our State Assistance Information Line or the SAIL line at 1-800-342-3557. For any more emergency information regarding Tropical Storm Nicole, all of that information is available on floridadisaster.org/Nicole. It's also available on the Division's Facebook and on our Twitter page at FLSERT or at FLCERT. Thank you, Governor.
Okay. All right. Thanks. If we need any more updates, we'll be back.
All right, basically the governor outlining the resources that are available, including National Guard troops and other emergency responses for those counties in need, state of emergency in effect, to make funds available to help counties go ahead and resolve any issues that do arise. All right, Rich, a lot of people understanding that this is not a one and done, Mel.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely it's not. And yeah, I'm getting some great questions, and thank you folks. And I always say, listen, if you've got questions, and chances are
Watch dropped off for most counties except.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear the beeping, and I was just going to go, and I'm going to take you through all this. We're actually seeing some improvements now. The tropical storm watches, tornado watches rather, here to our south are being allowed to expire. The tropical storm watch will continue. As I was saying, if you have questions, chances are other people do as well. So Robert had a question. Tell us something more about the storm, its latest track, and instead of just showing pictures of flooding. Robert, the flooding is part of the tropics. And this, I mean, if you looked at all of our leading up to this, our main concern is exactly what's happening right now, and that is the flooding. But to get you caught up and just to, you know, and it's a great question, I'm not discounting that. 50-mile-an-hour winds, 10 o'clock advisory, we're, what, at 10:30 here. But this thing is closer to Tampa. What are we, about 30 miles northeast of Tampa, which puts it here. And I'll show you as I set up the map here just a second ago so that we could take you over to our radar. Clickety-click. Let's try it again. Clickety-click. We're about 60 miles, and that's as the crow flies here for the river. Looked like the clicker just lost some connectivity there with the system. So as we go over to our radar for Robert there and his question, here's where it sits with that northeast to the northeast of Tampa. And as soon as my map comes back, you can see where I started it here in Jacksonville. Thank you for the question. I appreciate that. The next is Clay County wind, and I'm going to get to that because the reporting site and what we use there is Keystone Heights. Reason we haven't been talking much about the wind, it looks like between Palm Coast and our Keystone reporting site that we have lost some connectivity. So here's where you can help. If you have weather stations and you're anywhere in Clay County, it doesn't have to be Keystone Heights, anywhere in Clay, and you have some personal weather station and the anemometer, the wind meter is still working, take a picture of it, post it on Snapjacks. As we see those, we'll share them, because your help with us, or your help, telling the story here, as some of our equipment, because of the storm, may not be online. We are seeing the wind come down a little bit here at St. Augustine. However, it's increasing, and this goes back to what Robert was saying, it's increasing in our wind load. So as this even starts to move over toward the Gulf of Mexico and lift north, we're going to see some intense winds coming through. And that does include Clay County, it includes Baker County. And that was another one of the questions, hey, what's going on in Baker County in and around the McCluskey and Olustee area? So let me, I'm going to step back here a couple of clicks and take you back to the radar. I tried to get out of it just because it was fading away, but I did put together some of the totals, and this is going to be a little bit spotty just because of some of the video interference. You have to imagine that all of the cameras are on, everything's trying to work, and we're trying to get to all of the details. So we'll start over toward the Clay County area, and I do want to show you that you are pretty much from I-10 and northward through the rest of Baker County, still seeing a pretty good amount of rain as it continues to go through. And here I put the little mark on this red line, and this is where it's lifting up to the Boggy area, Pontiac and Baxter. Fargo's also in there, and that takes us over into southeast Georgia, and it's moving at about 62 miles an hour. And that's great news, because it's not sitting and lingering. What is going to sit and linger is the flooding, but this has never been about rainfall flooding. This has been about what will be those bloated rivers just absolutely spilling the banks. So across the I-10 line, starting around the Olustee, McCluskey, and even points northward and near McClenny, about 1.5 inches. Stark has picked up almost 2 inches of rain. Anywhere where you see the yellow, it starts at 2 inches, and you can see where we're starting to max these values out, and pretty soon these will start to change over to more of an orange color, and that's where we breach past the 3-inch mark. There's Kingsland over to Folkestone, Fernandina, and northward. We continued with the outer bands. Your rainfall, and the story here is going to be told more with David and John tonight, as this will then turn into the Gulf of Mexico and head to the west of Live Oak. This is where we'll start to see some of the heavier impact through those areas of southeast Georgia. So I think that pretty much covers what we were talking about. Let me just do this here real quick, and we're going to go over to Mark to let you know that we're not out of it on Friday, and that was another question. The Veterans Day Parade has been canceled. We're still looking at what will be very strong 25, 30-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts, and we'll start with what will be some showers coming through, basically the southern bands of the storm as it moves into southeast Georgia, and that should take us up to and along, based on the models here, about lunchtime to 2 o'clock. Beyond that, that moves away, continues to dissipate, and then we'll start to see some of the drier air coming in, especially under that north and westerly flow here Saturday and then Sunday, because that northwesterly flow is actually dragging in some cooler temperatures. We'll see a couple of days with our highs coming up shy of the 70s. But Mark, the story is, and as we were just talking, the flooding, and in some cases, the potential here is that it's going to be record-setting.
That's right. Historic flooding here is in the works. It's all building in. I'm going to touch on that. When we take a look at the winds, which are blowing at 70 miles per hour, strong enough to really force this water into Mayport, where we're seeing water that is just as high as Hurricane Irma. All right, so let's talk about Ian. Ian, it's already gone higher than Ian. You can see the water going up here on Morningstar Marina. There's the seawall cap. It's coming over. So you see the visuals. Now let's put the data behind this and look at the graphs. The blue line is where the water should be. That's just your average high tide water. Well, the water in red is about 3.5 feet above where the normal high tide would be. So we're seeing 3.5 foot surge at the mouth of the St. Johns River. Now we're in the purple level, which is major flooding. When you look back to Irma, it was 3.6. So we're talking about centimeters difference, and wave energy is still coming in. So we will at least tie at Mayport the same surge that Irma brought to us. Remember Irma, remember the flooding downtown. So obviously, if that flooding is upstream and the flood tide is coming in, remember high tide at the South Bank isn't until 11:16. We still have another hour and a half of water to rise in the downtown area, and all that water at the mouth of the river is pushing inland. Let's take you now to the Buckman Bridge tide gauge. Red line, current water levels. It's just about at 3 feet. And the blue line is the forecast to climb even higher, up to about 4.5 feet. That would surpass Irma. I don't think it's going to quite reach that level. When we look back at the Buckman Bridge, it was at 5.25 feet when Irma came through. So what we could see is historical flooding in the areas around St. John's River. Well, why would it not be as bad as Irma? This is a drier storm. Yes, it's raining. Yes, it's wet. But we had the high tides during Irma, and we also had the deluge with that storm coming in during with much wetter conditions. That water didn't have anywhere to run off. So what we're going to see is more of a pure play storm surge driving into the river, causing that water to rise, separated from the rain that we had with Irma that caused the double whammy. We're not seeing the double whammy, but what we could see is historical tide gauge readings here for Jacksonville with this really just kind of like a big, powerful nor'easter versus the tropical storm. All right, I'll send it back over to you.
Want to spread the word about your favorite local hangout? Or warn your neighbors about risky storm damage? Maybe you're looking for tonight's photo-worthy feast or need to track down important supplies. Do it all and more with Snapjacks. I can do it right now. Go to your News4Jax Insider account or join for free on news4jax.com. Click the Snapjacks button, upload your photo, and tell your fellow insiders where you snapped it. Become a News4
Doors to emergency
for free and start sharing photos on Snapjacks today.
Exact Track 4D, tracking and dissecting storms down to your street. Breaking news knows no bounds. Marine 4 gets you closer to stories that matter most. From severe storms on local shores to emergencies along the St. Johns, Marine 4 is there. Channel 4, the local station.
What's local news to you? It brings us together with stories of hope, revelation, and positive stories too. It's knowing the history of our communities and the struggles we've overcome. Stories that grabbed our hearts, that kept us safe. It's getting answers to what I care about most. Committed to giving you a voice. Only News4Jax makes choices that put us first. They are who they've always been. News4Jax on Channel 4. The local station.
Forward with acts big and small.
Tracking Tropical Storm Nicole this morning. These look a lot different today than they would on a normal day. Water, deluge, water in St. Augustine. Also downtown, we can see that the river's high. Doctor's Inlet, that's usually an empty parking lot with cars and boats, but we see water there as well. So far, the Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine, though, is the only bridge closed, even though we know because of an accident, the day.
And those of you who are News4Jax insiders, and we certainly do appreciate you being our eyes and ears out there, got some new images from Flagler County Emergency Management. This is on A1A. So avoid Flagler Beach, localized flooding in neighborhoods. You can see that there's been significant damage. In some cases, it looks like the road is buckling. And this is new video from Lynn Parkinson of wind and rain. This is off Beach and Kernan in Jacksonville. Much of the rain has now moved off and out of the area for the time being.
Yeah, we saw a lot of water this morning, but again, now we are getting breaks, but the flooding is still an issue. Some new video that we want to share from another viewer. Boats anchored in the Ortega River, apparently on fire. Okay, yeah, if you look through center there, you'll see a fire, not in the forefront, but in the background of this. This is between Ortega River Bridge and Roosevelt Boulevard Bridge. Not many details on why that fire is there, but hopefully they've gotten that under control as this video was fed in earlier today. Also, some new video from a viewer, a tree down, and the power is out in this area. This is Katoma Street in Timuquana on the west side. We know that there are about 330,000 people statewide without power. Our area, they are working as hard as they can when they can get out there and make sure that the lights come on for anyone who was without power. News4Jax reporter Ashley Harding is in St. Augustine this morning on State Road 16 covering the story. Again, more water where you are, Ashley, as well.
There certainly is, Melanie. You know, I've worked here almost 10 years. I've personally never seen State Road 16 looking the way it does. This is a ton of flooding right here in Masters Avenue. I'll step out of the way and just show you how far down that goes. Again, I'm sorry, this is Masters Drive in State Road 16. And you see, there's still a lot of traffic here. There's tons of traffic. People are going through it, driving through the flood waters. And you can see some people are just going through and some people are turning around. I do want to go ahead and mention that we have seen some instances of neighbors helping neighbors right here. We've seen people turning in, and it's actually amazing. Once they turn, it's amazing to see how quickly their car starts to disappear, basically. This is very deep over here. We did see a woman in a Kia. She did get stuck, and some people came by, used a rope, and pulled her out, and she's there now over there in the gas station. But we're going to turn around here. I want to have Sierra, my photojournalist, follow me, and we'll just show you how far back this flooding goes. All right, so you see right over here, we've got the discount beverage store. You see those cars where that scale is? Now look at the dumpster. It's almost halfway underwater. Now look at those two garbage bins. It's really, really deep. It goes all the way back to those neighborhoods. And as we're showing you live, people are driving through it. Doesn't appear that there are any closures around here, but I imagine that may change at some point. We do see St. Johns County Sheriff's Office here at least taking a look, but a lot of flooding. Once again, it goes all the way down here, all around. Luckily, the gas station is up on pretty high ground, but if you notice, and this is something we show people all the time, when you drive through this, it creates a wake. And it starts to come up just like this. A lot of flooding, and it really, I have to say, like I said, I've never seen State Road 16 look this way. Lots and lots of flooding. So it just goes to show, even though it's not raining right now, we are seeing the effects of this. Once again, let's see, she's going to go for it. She's going slowly here. Hi there. Good morning. Be safe, guys. But, yes, definitely a lot to take in here. And as I'll go ahead and mention, we're trying to figure out a way around ourselves. You know, our destination was closer to where Amanda DeVoe was. And obviously we can't get past this. But anyway, we're going to stay here and keep our eyes on everybody. Some people are having fun with this, but obviously still a scary situation and a serious one as well. But I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Ashley, thank you so much. You know, and it's also rude because that water then pushes into people's homes sometimes. So when you drive through there, just keep that in mind, especially if you're at any pace pushing that water out. So Ann Maxwell is joining us now in St. Johns County as well.
Ann's actually in Crescent Beach, and it looks like the water is pooling there, maybe 5-6 inches. Ann?
That's right. It's at least a couple feet of water, I would say, here in the deeper parts. Lots of these side streets are looking like this, just absolutely filled with water here near A1A, between A1A and the Matanzas River at Crescent Beach. Also north of here at St. Augustine Beach, lots of water in the roadways. You've seen a couple people walking through here. As y'all mentioned, county officials warning people not to drive through flooded water. You could push water like this into people's houses. You can see this guy walking back there. Looks like the water is about up to his knees or so. It's not raining here anymore, but it's very windy. And about an hour ago, St. Johns County officials were saying they were feeling the worst effects of Nicole, saying conditions will continue to deteriorate as the storm moves through. And I just heard from St. Johns County Emergency Management a few minutes ago that a portion of Coastal Highway around the 3400 block has been washed out. St. Johns County officials also reporting earlier today part of A1A closed from 16th Street to Pope Road on St. Augustine Beach. That's a little bit north of here. But again, seeing lots of water in the roadway. We're going to continue to keep an eye on it to see if it gets worse. County officials warning people to shelter in place, not drive if they don't have to. Not a lot of cars here out on the road, but we'll be down here. We'll be continuing to keep an eye on it. For now, reporting live in Crescent Beach, Ann Maxwell, Channel 4, the local station.
And you know, Mel, a lot of people are thinking, okay, when the storm's out of here, a lot of this flooding is not going to be a problem. But because there's so much water down south and because the St. Johns River flows north, this is a problem that's going to be with us for days, if not weeks to come.
Yeah, you know, Rich saying, you know, this water is going to take some time to get out, you know, a month maybe. So we'll clear some of that flooding, but it's going to stay wet for a while. We'll be right back after the break as we continue to track Tropical Storm Nicole.
Go to news4jax.com/insider and become a VIP today.
News4JAX celebrates everyone who makes a positively JAX difference, like those at this school, where students get hands-on education to help them reach their full potential.
I think our secret sauce is that we really see the abilities in our students. We don't look at what they can't do, but we're constantly looking at what they can do and offering them opportunities. 8 acres of heaven right here.
Movement. Sign up and sign in to News4JAX Insider today.
Amazing! How was yours? Amazing!
Make your day with a double dose of 2.5 Men and Mom.
It's not funny, maybe not funny, ha-ha, but certainly funny.
2 hours of laughs every weeknight.
Good Lord, man, you're a genius.
I'm so happy for us!
Shh, don't tell anybody. I have to tell everybody.
Back-to-back episodes of 2.5 Men and Mom. Weeknights starting at 5 on CW17.
In 2022, join us in Random Jacks of Kindness, a year-long commitment to paying it forward with acts big and small. Practice Random Jacks of Kindness. Sign the pledge on PositivelyJacks.com. Exact
It brings us together.
Cutting-edge technology to keep you safe.
What's local news to you? It brings us together with stories of hope, revelation, and pop.
All right, we saw the flooding in St. Johns County. We're dealing with some considerable flooding here in Duval County as well.
News4JAX reporter Jim Pickett live at the Jacksonville Riverwalk. Jim, you were in San Marco. You're walking through water. Now you're seeing it coming over that seawall.
That's right. We're here at the Friendship Fountain area. I'm going to walk you to look at this. Remember this, this is where the Riverwalk kind of goes underneath the Main Street Bridge. Well, they're doing some construction around here. But look at, the water's already up over here. So we heard Richard talking about he was concerned that this was happening. So I immediately came down here and wanted to take a look at this. And you can see how high this is coming. This has been the concern. In fact, we're going to walk a little bit this way and show you on the other side here. You can see how close it is coming to the seawall right up there. In fact, on the other side of that, there was water. I'm going to walk over here to these floating docks that are here along the river. Of course, they're doing their job, what they're supposed to do. But if you look back in here, again, you'll get a good indication of what's happening with the water along here on the St. Johns River. So they're coming up, but this is how high actually we're getting with the river right now. And again, we're not at high tide at this point. And what's going on, I was, like you mentioned, I was in San Marco, in the area, San Marco Boulevard, blocked off because of the flooding, and it's only going to get a little bit higher. Even though it's not raining right now, there is concern. And by the way, we're going to be hearing from the mayor coming up at 12 o'clock. They're having a news conference as well. For now, we're live on the South Bank. Jim Pickett, Channel 4, the local station.
Street Bridge. Rich and Mark were actually looking at it with great interest. Rich?
Yeah, so thank you, Jim, for going there, because that's what I was trying to get over to see. I wanted to run out and get a gander at what you have, and that's exactly some of the concerns that we had. Now, here's the kicker to this. It's at, 10:50 right now. Officially, the high tide comes in at 11:15. As we're seeing, the tides are trapped. They're not going anywhere. This is a bathtub that is at max full. Think about just a boiling pot of water being at max full, and if you drop in, a chicken or a potato, whatever you're cooking, it's going to go over the bank. So this is max full right now, spilling over. If you've ever been on that boardwalk here, the brick walk now, you run downhill under the bridge and then back up again as you get to the other side of the bridge there. So we got a tornado warning that just went off here for Duval. So let's... Yep.
Over the airport, moving away from Pecan Park, there is a new tornado warning that has just been issued by the National Weather Service.
All right,
this is going to be... Yep, let's go. Okay, cool. Let's go.
So turn the airport camera off to the east or northeast towards Pecan Park, and we have a pretty good couplet showing up on the radar.
Yeah, we've got a decent little swirl going on here. Notice that can we bring the camera back over here to the weather wall? And so we're watching areas around Nassauville, so you see Pecan Park and Ocean Way. So this is actually moving toward the airport. So yeah, if you can get that camera and turn it back to the east, we might be able to see something here in the clouds. We're looking at, some of the colors here. The tough part here with this particular view is the fact that we have radar fade, and that's what that circle is that you're seeing there around Begley Heights over to Lem Turner. So with the radar being very, very powerful in that area, it kind of blasts through everything that is locally nearby. So when we're looking for some of the telltale signs of what will be impact winds, winds that are coming inbound on one section and outbound on the other, it is going to be a little bit tougher to decipher. We saw a little bit of a blip right here, and this is kind of the area that we're watching, Main Street, and there's Pecan Park, Joel's Landing being one of these spots here, as this is going to continue to make inroads, moving from, like everything else has with the cell, moving from the east and heading off to the west. And what Mark is doing and what we're doing with the system here, we're trying to find, so you notice that both of these have a minus sign. So this is wind that is currently moving away from us. Meanwhile, what we'll see in red will come up as a positive. That's pretty interesting right here. That will come up as a positive number, and those numbers, that's 83. So yeah, here's where we're seeing what will be the couplet for the potential for the swirl. So just in the outbound wind there at 83 miles an hour, anything coming the other direction, I mean, we could be looking at, well, obviously in excess of 83. That's just one of the winds that are going out. And the way you calculate it is the outbound versus the inbound, those go together. And that is usually what we'll see here as far as the wind. But even at 83, we're still looking at what would be about, well, an EF0, but I'm going to step out of the way so Mark can control that mouse. The EF0 is still akin to what would be the strength of a with Category 1 hurricane, except it's instead of spreading across like what Tropical Storm Nicole is doing, spreading across the entirety of a state, instead it will be very much focalized into just those neighborhoods. So here we are at State Road 200. You see where Callahan is, and then once again the radar fade just at the bottom, at the southern end of our warning box. And by the way, the tornado warning that is kicked off here is going to continue until 11:15. That's going to give us about a 20-minute window from where we sit right now, a little bit better than that. A lot of heavy rain coming in, and it's kind of the same issue that we saw just a little while ago into St. Johns County. And even as we were preparing, getting ready for the switch over to 11 o'clock, the tornado watches to our south have been allowed to expire. Properly so. They kept them here as we still have what will be those winds racing in. And as they come on shore, they come from an area that it's almost like free space out over the water because you don't have the friction and devices like that. So as the wind starts to move over top of land, it gets the friction, and the friction helps to start that rotation. And then any kind of additional rotation, well, that will trigger some of the warnings. So the last one that we were tracking, we were able to track that until it was allowed to expire early, and it expired maybe about 10 minutes earlier, so as we tracked it through most of the morning. Here's Pecan Park, a number of areas in and around Pecan, mobile home sites that are here. You've also got the flea market that is out in the area. Here's US 17 as you continue Main Street. As you move to the south, this is going to continue. You got Ratliff, Callahan, and Crawford, that 5 to a 7 minute or a 10-minute window. And then beyond that, heading over towards St. George and, yeah, part of Charlton County here as it continues to move, or taking aim, I should say, on Charlton County as it continues to move from this area of Duval County. With that said, the timeline and areas in those spots where you see these watch boxes will give you the same idea that we did before for the folks that were in St. Johns County, as those were kicking off earlier. If you have, and you're watching us on a mobile device and your internet is still working, grab the mobile device and head into that. And folks that were in St. Johns County, as those were kicking off earlier, if you have, and you're watching into St. Johns County, and even as we were preparing, getting ready for the switch over to 11 o'clock, the tornado watches to our south have been allowed to expire. Properly so. They kept them here as we still have what will be those winds racing in. And as they come on shore, they come from an area that it's almost like free space out over the water because you don't have the friction and devices like that. So as the wind starts to move over top of land, it gets the friction, and the friction helps to start that rotation. And then any kind of additional rotation, well, that will trigger some of the warnings. So the last one that we were tracking, we were able to track that until it was allowed to expire early, and it expired maybe about 10 minutes earlier, so as we tracked it through most of the morning. Here's Pecan Park, a a number of areas in and around Pecan, mobile home sites that are here. You've also got the flea market that is out in the area. Here's US 17 as you continue Main Street. As you move to the south, this is going to continue. You got Ratliff, Callahan, and Crawford, that 5 to a 7 minute or a 10-minute window. And then beyond that, heading over towards St. George and, yeah, part of Charlton County here as it continues to move, or taking aim, I should say, on Charlton County as it continues to move from this area of Duval County. With that said, the timeline and areas in those spots where you see these watch boxes will give you the same idea that we did before for the folks that were in St. Johns County as those were kicking off earlier. If you have and you're watching us on a mobile device and your internet is still working, grab the mobile device and head into that interior room. If you are watching it on a regular TV, grab the remote, turn the volume up as high as you can, and get to the interior room until we say, all right, it looks like there's going to be the all clear. And we actually did the all clear last time because we were losing what was basically the core of the couplet, if you will, of the cell as it was trying to rotate. And even now, as we're watching this and we're starting to see where it would have moved, there's big breaks in the rain bands here as it moves through and then back into the intensity. It's still being that we're watching. Hey, let me step out of the way and see if you can go over to the VAX radar, and if that's going to give a cleaner image, we can get rid of some of the rain fade. So here's what you want to do. The interior room, that's where you want to go. Bathtubs, in the extreme case, you'd get into a bathtub and hopefully have a mattress or something with you. That way you can put it over top to protect yourselves. Closets or anywhere that don't have windows, you just want to stay away from what could be flying debris and glass. And that's why you try to get into the interior rooms. I always caution that you want to make sure that and we're watching the airport cam now. Thank you very much. So we're looking off in the distance and go ahead and, let's see, from where we're sitting here, go ahead and pan to the right. And let's see if we can find any colors here that might be maybe a shade or two of darker gray, and that may give us an idea of where something in the cone would be. You see where the radar is. That's why we're getting the radar fade in the area there at the airport. And what we're doing here is we're switching over the camera to one that actually comes out of Georgia, which will give us a slightly better view of what we're seeing here in our area, minus the rain fade. I would say that's got to be the cell that we're watching. There's the colors that are showing up. Step out of the way, and we should be able to. Now, we're not seeing the opposing. This is all moving away. They got the minus sign. What we normally would see would be something that would either go from the green to the red, and they would be side by side. There is something, pause the camera right there. It does get quite a bit darker, but I think what we're seeing is that cell, and it makes sense because those, where it says DBZ, that's the decibel reading, and that one that's coming in at 32 is actually pretty dense. So when we click on it and it tells us that we saw, it was brief, maybe just enough to trip the scales here to see the tornado warning kick in. And then even there in that density of the clouds here from our tower cam at the airport, we're not seeing much that is underneath it, or certainly nothing that would be taking shape as something that would be rotating. It looks like that is, oh, hold on. Oh, it's a water drop. Okay. Let's see. Go ahead and back that out a little bit. I'm trying to see if there's any, even the treetops and things like that off in the distance, if we see, because if there was something spinning, especially in those areas, there's quite a bit of area that have trees and things like that over top of the land, so that could cause debris. And then also what our radar here would do, if there was debris being pulled up, we would actually get a little signature, and it's known as a debris signature, and that would let us know that, basically that things bigger than raindrops, tree limbs, building pieces, things like that, could be getting pulled up and then thrown into the rotation. So when the radar hits those, it's a completely different signature from what we're seeing. But based on this being in the cone and where it started back here near Nassauville and Pecan Park and where it sits now over top of Callahan, you are seeing most likely the intense wind coming through, and it could be more of the straight line coming through at this point. Straight line winds are still no joke. They can do damage. They can topple trees. They can knock down fences, sheds, outbuildings, things like that. And in extreme cases of straight line wind, they can actually do some damage to property as well. It is it's a minute shy of 11 o'clock, so we've got about 15 minutes left of our tornado warning, and we're still not seeing the signature that would show a fully formed couplet, nor are we seeing the signature that would be more akin to having some debris in the air, but having straight line wind that is still 50, and at one point Mark was clicking around here and we found 60 mile an hour, so that is still a very strong, you think about the gust that we've been measuring, that is more of a sustained gust is what we'll call it, because it's not going to continue to travel at that. And here's a good example. As we put it into motion, you can kind of see where this is going to move into that area, and this is going to allow the wind to spike at where we are. So it went from around, say, 30 miles an hour, which we've been clocking in real time as sustained wind, and now we're picking up what will be the peak wind levels. And this is the same idea. You can see where the decimal point, or the say it again, I'm sorry.
And just to let our viewers know, this is extended storm coverage on Channel 4 News for Jax as we continue to follow this tornado warning, Rich.
Thank you very much. So in and around Callahan, we still got the heaviest of the wet weather, and what we were just showing you there with the decibels, it's just a signature. How much of this bounce back do we get when we click into these areas? And as you see those numbers going up in the 30, 40, 50 range, it means there's a lot of rainfall inside of this particular area. They're moving so in, if you can click on, let's see if any of the skits will pop on that area near Callahan, because we have been tracking some of these that were racing through at 50, 60 plus miles an hour. So we just turned on what is the inside of our tool bag here, turning on those arrows that we've been using to track these storms as they continue to race across the area. And there's nothing at the moment that's showing up on that. So what we may have here, oh, there you go. One just popped up, so I'll let you click on, and let's see. You got to get it right there in that little circle. 60 mile an hour, so that is still moving pretty quick. And here's the areas, Callahan, Dial. You got Hilliard coming through in anywhere between a 3 to a 12-minute window. These are going to change in real time because of the forward speed. It's going to go through and be done with this 20-minute. The expiration here is at 14 minutes, so really, at least with what could be tornadic, we can almost take Stanley Landing southward, at least based on the current track or the current timing here for this tornado box, and that would take us up to and along about the Toledo area. Highway 301, the split at US 1, and this is where it sits now. You can see that most of the red's still over Highway 301 and out, now as we zoom in 301 200 here at Callahan, and then US 1 as it continues to move inland. We mentioned Dial, out near Dial Road. It looks like this is the Hunt Club Road as you get back into more, and that's what I was saying. There's a lot of trees and some kind of rural areas there, and if there was something that was spinning, especially, even with what was originally being shown there at 85, so that would put it at an EF0. If there was something that was swirling around in that kind of a manner, then it would have at least had some leaf or limb debris or something to that point. What we're doing here is putting a track on the heaviest part, starting here at Dial, lifting away from Callahan and that cell as it continues to move over areas of Toledo, moving through some of the, and then into Charlton County. Once it crosses over Toledo here and really gets into western Charlton County, this is where you start to see the little lines that represent the neighborhoods and the roads for the area, aside from one or two of the roads that are left over southern Ware County. And then as you lift north, you're back into the areas of the Okefenokee. So a lot of this will move into what will be largely, once it passes by Toledo and continues, then we'll get into some of the more rural areas. The heaviest of the cell has, I think this is working out great. So here we are at 2 minutes after 11 o'clock. Expiration is at 11:15, and by that time that cell should be largely outside of the box. Other areas that we continue to monitor, seeing some improvements, and since we're talking about those, somebody sent in, when the wind turns from the south, is this going to help matters? A little bit, and not to the point where it's going to flush this river out, because we still have what is yet to leave the river. So we've got all of the trapped tides that are going on right now. That's going to take about a week before those eventually start to recede. So not to the point that we're seeing flooding right now, not to the point where we're seeing the banks that are spilling over, whether it's downtown or even into St. Johns County at St. Augustine. we're still going to see times of high tide, and it's going to go back kind of what we had here during the week, and it's going to be those interests that are immediately along the water's edge. Here's the leftover part of that cell. We're actually seeing this part as it's starting to erode a bit, seeing more of the yellow as it's showing. So this will continue just south of Hilliard, out sitting over top of Dial here as we speak, and then it is going to move into Toledo. Here's what I was saying with all of the little neighborhoods and the streets and stuff, and then they come to a sharp end as you get closer to the swamp and moving inland. All of the color here, based on our radar, and if this was a radar-derived storm, our radar basically is saying, all right, everything now is moving in a linear direction, but it looks like they may just go ahead and hold this because of the downpours and, you know, because of the wind that we're seeing in real time. That may take us up to the top there at 11:15 before we'll be able to catch that the end of this. It does look like this part here, which was a little bit skinnier back near Nassau and Pecan, has, so that backside of this warning box continues to drop down, but the tornado warning, as you see there, through 11:15, and that's about what 11 more minutes before that will start to expire. Everything here is green, green, green. Click on some of these brighter when you have a chance to these colors, and we're just watching what are more of it looks like storm wind at this point. 50-mile-an-hour wind, yeah. I mean, 57, closer to the 60s. All of these, even if it's just straight line, it's still damaging type of winds that would come through. And not just damaging to the outbuilding sheds like that. These are winds that are now strong enough to, in these tree-lined areas, they're strong enough to topple some trees. There you go. So I was just saying, it looks like we're starting to see this part kind of collapsing a bit as the yellow's starting to take over. So we have what's left here of the leading edge that will push outside of the box, and at that time, that should be at about 11:15, bringing an end to this particular tornado warning. The tornado watch, by the way, did start, and we had mentioned early this morning that it's likely that we were going to see the watch issued because the percentage went from 2 to 5%. If it was at 10%, it would have been from the get-go, but at 5%, it's, well, what we're seeing, and that's some of the isolated amounts. Watching some of the rainfall totals, this is around the Callahan area, had some questions about in and around Nassau County and Baker County. And let me just explain that what we're tracking and what we're covering is as the storm continues to lift, it's the way that the coverage will go with it. So coming up now to the I-10 line, which means we'll start to move some of the crews that are to our south, cover what will need to be for the flooding, and then moving for Duval County, moving into Nassau County. And you can see that some of the heaviest of the rain now is sitting at I-10 and lifting northward. So Columbia County here at Lake City, northern Columbia County, and over the airport, still seeing some of the Gateway Airport, that is, still seeing some of the lighter showers. McClenny, and I had this a little while ago as we took you through some of those rainfall values from Alusty to McCluskey and McClenny. You can see that the heaviest for you also starting to fade away. But it's interesting. We talked about the little lines here, which are called skits. There's one that is just popping, and that is just to the south of Eddy here as that's moving into northern Baker County. So that one also could have some. The arrow tells part of the story and how long it is. So when you see this short one here, that there might be just a little bit of an intensity here, which would be expected to weaken based on that arrow by the time it gets to, say, the border for Columbia County. And our box continues to shrink here for our warning, giving up what will be about another 8 minutes for our tornado warning that takes us to 11:15. Callahan, what was some pretty intense rain, is now shifted off to the west. You've got this one leftover pocket that still looks like it's collapsing, but here's where the intensity is now to the south of Hilliard and just to the edge of Nassau County and up to getting into Charlton County, as it will continue kind of hovering there just over Duval as well. And even if I look behind me, there was continued clearing between St. Mary's, there's Fernandina, and I got some images. I sent them to our producers here, so we're trying to get those turned around so we can show you. It looked like it was over toward the Waterway Cafe, the railroad tracks there. It looks like that part of the marina has also spilled over into the parking lot around the Waterway Cafe. All the way up to the railroad tracks is where that picture was taken. So anytime that you guys are sending in stuff, especially via Snapjacks, or if you're taking time to actually sit down at a computer, or you're using your phone and you're emailing these, or sending them off, we try to use those as fast as we can, just to because it's you helping to tell part of our story. These are really solid returns here. 54 decibels. Just, for interest, click inside of the yellow so you can see that, by now you understand the radar being the red is the intense stuff, purple being the most intense. If there was purple, these numbers could be as much as the triple digits, and that's because you're hitting ice. But in these heavier rain bands, even in this yellow, you saw where it was 39. This one went back to 59. And the colors that, it looks like we could see some pretty strong wind just based on the color inside of what is left over. The other interesting part here is typically what we see when it comes to rotation. Rotation makes friction, friction's electricity, electricity usually leads off in sparks. Those sparks register here as lightning, but we have had very little with any of this here throughout the morning. So the lightning strikes being almost, currently right now at nil, this may be more akin to what would be straight line winds that are coming through, and it would be really tough for it to form in this kind of an environment, but a really shallow top type of rapid spinning that would occur. This is what triggered the whole thing here as we're watching it just get to the edge of the box, giving up, about a 6-minute window now as the box. I don't think this one will expire early. I think we're going to go the duration here up to 11:15, but this is getting ready to exit the area. You got a couple of more spots with some heavy wet weather that continue around Callahan, US 1, and will also continue to move away. So this, if you're up in the area, Callahan, US 1, if you traveled, this is getting you near the some of the fast food spots there that are up and along the way as you make that turn and continue. Schwind Realty, or not Insurance, I believe it is, that is also here. Some of the spots that I see as I travel back and forth and, just kind of earmark along the way. And my mother-in-law, by the way, likes one of the little spots as we go to Georgia to go and see her family. We usually stop and get a little breakfast along the route, and then off we go. Sometimes we'll actually go all the way up to Folkestone here to the Okefenokee. But moving outside of the box, we've got the downpours and some really gusty winds on this leading edge, and we've got about 4.5 minutes left over of this tornado warning. As I was showing you, St. Johns County, Putnam, and even into Clay are void of the dark red color. This is where we were seeing our tornado watch, and that has been allowed to expire. So that's fantastic news here as things are starting to at least quell in the atmospheric part of the weather, but what is not is what is coming in as the net effect here from what was that storm surge, and basically everything being slowed and shoved into the mouths of the river. Fruit Cove, Switzerland here in view with a break in the action. Loretto, after seeing and starting the morning here around Mandarin with some pretty decent rainfall, I think you topped 2 inches by the time that first line was starting to push through. Same idea, San Jose moving south along on San Jose Boulevard, Riverside, and we also have some images from Riverside over near Copeland Road down by the river where it was starting to also show some flooding. So we have those images, and also thank you for sending those in that we've shared with the producers so that we can use those also to tell more of the story. Interesting curving on this particular cell here. Sometimes when you start to see these really hard crooks, this is not bending the right way, but if it was bending the opposite way, that would be the counterclockwise. But it's interesting when you start to see, sometimes they actually get more of a kind of a kidney bean sort of shape to it, but breaking apart and kind of leading off with what looks like there could still be some peak winds with that. And just in the colors here, the red is where there's nothing coming through to our site, but as you see these brighter green areas versus the darker green, these are where we still could see some of those peak wind. But this is also what we've been showing you here as far as even closer to some of our sustained winds where we had, 44 at St. Augustine. We haven't seen anything that high as of yet here for Duval aside from some wind gusts. And there you go with the decimal or the DBZs down to 13 versus those of the 14 or 40, 50 range into the heavier of the red. This is almost effectively out of the box. So yeah, I think that they'll take it to the duration of 11:15. It doesn't look like they'll let it, well, especially now, by the time they sat down and hit the note to expire it, by the time it got out to everybody, we would be at the end of that line. But there's another one of those. Is that it? Within a 2-minute window, they allowed this to expire. So what was most likely, it could have had some rotation, not discounting that by any means, but it looked like, at least from our vantage point here via the radar, via ExactTrack 4D, that what we were seeing may have been some brief rotation, but a lot of wind. It triggered what were some of those big downpours. Not a lot of lightning. As a matter of fact, it stayed at 0, but maybe enough there just to keep you posted and keep you watching what is going on here as Tropical Storm Nicole continues well to our south, about 160 miles away right now. It was just to the north of Tampa. We'll move through Lakeland and then into the Gulf of Mexico. All right, we'll get regrouped and come back here and continue the coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole right here on Channel 4.
How was your day? Amazing. How was yours?
As the waves ebb and flow, but they're certainly coming up to the walkways. Looks like they're doing a little bit of damage to the wooden walkways down there to the sand. So that's something that we continue to monitor. I spoke with sheriff's deputies. They say that the tide appears to be going out now, so it was a little bit worse earlier, but their next concern is early this afternoon, because just a couple blocks from where I'm standing is the Intracoastal Waterway, and that's when it is supposed to be high tide there. So some of the neighborhoods, some of the streets around there are expected to flood significantly in those low-lying areas. Now we're going this way, and I want to show you, this is A1A, and if you look down there, you can see the Flagler County Sheriff's Office has the road blocked off, and that's because a lot of the pavement has washed out. So a little bit earlier, when the storm surge was higher, when the tide was higher, we saw the waves come over here, we saw the water come over, and you can look to see what, from where we are, appears to be some significant damage to the pavement, which is A1A, the main drag here in Flagler Beach. And further down, it's going to be a little bit hard. We've got photojournalist Chris O'Rourke trying to show you that. But further down, you've got some dump trucks, you've got some heavy machinery, and what they're doing is they're patching up parts of the dunes, parts of the road that appear to have been washed out. So they're actually, dumping some rocks and some sand right there to make some emergency repairs to keep this road from washing out any further. I also, called some people at the headquarters at the sheriff's office, and they said that there's several instances just like this up and down A1A in Flagler County. Right now, we're about in the center of Flagler County, but if you go north to the St. Johns County line, the Marineland area, they say that there's several more washouts there as you go towards Summer Haven. So certainly, you've got some damage, but as far as the buildings here, we've seen a couple signs in trouble, a couple awnings in trouble, but for the most part, all of the structures seem to be all right. The rain coming and going, really just misty right now, but as we get those bands from Nicole, we're certainly still feeling that, and certainly we're going to continue to monitor the conditions. Actually, we're going to try to chip our way, and with the sheriff's office's permission, get a little bit closer to where they're making those emergency road repairs right now, and as soon as we get there, we will, of course, bring you a live report. For now, we are live in Flagler Beach. I'm Vic Micolucci, Channel 4, the local station.
Okay, we saw that same situation on A1A at the St. Johns County Flagler line, so keep you posted on that. All right, we're going to get some Snapchat photos up here in just a second. You know, our News for Jax insiders have been sending us pictures, and we certainly appreciate that. And if you can do it when you're out of harm's way, if you continue to do that, that would certainly be great.
They help us tell the story. I mean, we cannot be everywhere. We do have probably about a half dozen reporters or more out. So again, keep these pictures, these images, these videos coming. Hard to see where exactly these are, so if you can help me out. Okay.
Is what Karina just told
All
me.
right.
So you can see, look how high that water is running right now.
Yeah, this is pretty much everywhere in our area that has a little bit of water. It's a lot of water now after the storm has moved through. And the thing is, this water's not going anywhere. It is going to stick around at least through the weekend, and in some cases for weeks. We can click through and see some of the images that are coming in.
That looks like it's Neptune Beach.
Okay.
Actually, I think it might be around 16th Avenue at Jax Beach, judging by that building there. I may be wrong, but you can see that the waves. That Neptune Beach? Okay, that is Neptune Beach then. You can see how high the waves are coming in. And you know, after Ian, the beaches were eroded, the dunes were compromised, and that's not going to help. And look at that, Mel.
Yeah, let me just go back real quick to Neptune Beach, if we could go back maybe to that pic. There are some road closures in Neptune Beach. The police there have tweeted Kings Road Bridge, Florida Boulevard at Hopkins Creek, and also Forest Drive at Hopkins Creek. Those roads are closed because of flooding. So again, they're saying in this area, if you don't have to go out, don't do it. You'll be navigating roads that may not be passable. All right, let's go back to that other shot if we could. There we go. So a tree down, you know, this is an Orange Park, and Rich, you know, we look at some of these trees, these look old, so the roots could have been compromised, not sure, but we know that we've had some big wind gusts, some sustained winds overnight, so certainly could have been the case if the roots really weren't grounded that this tree went down. Looks like it's laying on top of maybe a mobile home.
Yeah, is that a water oak, Rich?
I can't tell if it's it looks like an oak. I can't tell if it's a water oak or not. It's got a lot of leaves on the limbs, you know, so it does look like it, at least on the ones here closest to us. So it looks like it's fairly healthy. And yeah, I think that's fallen on a poor little, maybe a shed. Looks like some corrugated metal, and the windows look like they're the skinnier variety. So that may be, you know, some little work shed or something like that, you know, where they store belongings, lawnmowers, things. And I'm sorry to see that laying on its side. You know, it's funny, we kept saying that, you know, with these, the wind that we're going to see, that this is a possibility. And as we started to see some of these big gusts, I had mentioned, look, you know, this is the kind of straight line wind. And, you know, here's Orange Park, and we really haven't had much in the way. We've had the wind coming out of Orange Park, and then we lost the reporting site there for Keystone Heights. It's kind of one of our areas that we use for Clay County and even into western Duval County, using some of the wind measurement, using some of the meters that we get from western Duval. We were seeing peak gusts that were easily strong enough to topple some of those. I tell you what, if you can, I've got a couple of more here, some of the other images, and these are coming through via Snapjacks and from all over the place. And then I had put out a request just a couple of minutes ago because we're not getting the reports out of Clay County for some of the winds that we're seeing. And so somebody, you know, hey, can you give us some more information here on Clay, Union, Bradford counties? So I said, you know, listen, if you have a weather station and an anemometer, a wind measuring device, and you have some of this, you know, by all means, feel free to send it in. So I did get a message just a moment ago that said he's got two weather instruments, and so basically trying to help him get some of his images here to us. I said, you can just email him directly, and if you don't want to do the whole Snapjacks thing, look at this. So this is the drive, and if you've been into the Villano area, and driven down A1A, you've most likely seen this house, but the erosion has come through, not only removed the pavers here for the driveway, but you can see where it's now undercutting. So here's where some of the supports are in place, and this, I'm guessing, would be a little gate that maybe to their back deck, and then the walk down that you would go to get in the beach, and I am sorry that that's happening. So the reason I said Neptune is that Don Ronwico Suave here had listed that as Neptune, and he said that, I guess he had taken an image, and that one was Mo Betta, that we're now seeing as those waves continue to crash over. Our backyard on the Matanzas across from downtown. Look at that. So you see the little lounge, the chair, the deck, and that water that just continues. It looks like some pilings here and then out to what might be the a boat ramp, as that's all the way out. We showed you this one a little while ago. There's Collage, the restaurant, San Sebastian Bridge, that is incredibly high, and then heading down through areas of St. Johns County with some of those. And then we were just here, the Orange Park area with the tree that was uprooted and took out the building. And I'm sorry to see that. But these are just some of the ones that we've picked up here within the last couple of minutes as we were covering the tornado warning that was moving through areas in and around Callahan. Oh, we got Doctor's Lake here. Sometimes the videos, when you send these, they don't load properly. Here's the backyard at Ortega Forest. And we've mentioned Ortega here a couple of, many times over the course of the morning, that being one of those areas that is still going to see some flooding. And let's see here, this is Spring Park
And Rich,
area.
we actually are following a crash there that's blocking Atlantic at Spring Park Road, the area you were talking about.
Man.
Culpepper is live there to bring us what exactly is happening. As Cole, we continue to tell people to stay off the roads. I mean, this is like the third or fourth vehicle we've seen on its side.
Yeah, and I'm not sure this is necessarily storm related, but take a look. Wrecker has just arrived, and you can see the towing company is going to have to take this thing away. But this, you look at it, you say, how in the world is it pointing this way? Well, not too long ago, it was actually on the top. It was upside down completely on the top of the vehicle. JFRD came, flipped it, moved it out of one lane of traffic here. And this is Atlantic Boulevard in St. Nicholas, just approaching Bishop Kenny. Holmesdale is the cross street at the next light there. But as you can see, substantial damage to this car. What we're told is that a witness told police, and they've conveyed it to us, that the driver came around the corner a little bit too fast, hit a curb, and then overcorrected and wound up on top, upside down. She was taken to Memorial Hospital, the driver, the only occupant of the vehicle, but no serious injuries were told. So that's a thankful sign for sure. When we arrived about 10 minutes ago, traffic was doing what it's doing right now, which is just using one lane. Before that, this area of Atlantic Boulevard was completely blocked off for about half an hour after this accident. So you can definitely see that car is kaput. And thankfully, no serious injuries. But for now, they're just down to one lane here at Atlantic Boulevard near St. Nicholas. Guys?
Hear that driver was not seriously hurt. All right, so we're going to take you now to another location in Flagler County, a little bit further up on Interstate 95 in Palm Coast.
Yeah, Aaron Farrar joining us live. Aaron, you've been roving a bit, definitely dealing with rain. We're happy you were able to get out of your area because that was part of A1A that was shut down. Where exactly are you and what are you seeing?
We're in Palm Coast now, a little bit farther down A1A. This is near Washington Oaks Gardens State Park, just for a point of reference. Across the street, you can see how significant the flooding is in different neighborhoods near here. Across the street at the Ocean Shore Villa Lodging area, you see the parking lot. Plenty of water in there. You see about almost 10 cars basically trapped, nowhere to go. The people who are staying here, they have nowhere to go because they can't move their cars. You see, just look at this pickup truck, the beige one, where the water is pretty much above the tires at this point. That's the case for several of the cars in the parking lot. Then when we walk down the street, we also see there are a lot of neighborhoods that are flooded as well, and they stretch several blocks. Off to the left on Ocean Street, take a look down the street for several blocks. You can't even tell where it ends. That's how bad the flooding is down this way. We've seen several people who live in these neighborhoods having to walk down to get to this part of A1A in order to see just how significant it is and see if there's any way they can get help to come down to where they are. And at this point, they can't leave if they have their cars down there as well. Even the next street over, Moody Drive. You see there's one car that's basically had to be abandoned right there because they couldn't go through anymore. Then just take a look down the street as we show you of what this is looking like. And you see several of the water markings along the mailboxes and even the speed limit signs, just different things to indicate just how significant the water is. And of course, we've seen people having to walk through, in some cases, waist deep in order to get to this part of A1A, just to see if there's any way that they could be helped in this situation. We've seen several officials in this part of A1A from Flagler County. Those included the county attorney as well as different engineers just surveying the damage right now. Even in the street, you see even though this part is not closed, you see a lot of the debris that has been washed along the roadway just from along a lot of the water that has come out as well. This is just one area of A1A, but of course, there are so many different parts of A1A, different areas of it that are either closed down or there are different law enforcement officers directing traffic around because of how bad the damage is, not only just of debris in the roadway, but in some cases, water crossing the roadway as well. Reporting live, I'm Aaron Farrar, Channel 4, the local station.
All right, 11:30, you are watching the news here on News4JAX, our extended coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole. This is some new video here in Duval County. It's of the North Bank. Jim Pickett is roving in this area, getting us back some of those shots. So you can see this is over by Mosh and Friendship Fountain, and the water there just in the streets. You see the red detour signs. Definitely not an area that you want to drive through. Construction in this area as well, Bruce.
And we've got some images in from Putnam County and in Willaca. This area had flooded about an hour and a half ago. And there's also flooding on the other side of Putnam County in Palatka as well. It is an area that has seen flooding over the past couple of hours. For the residents there, the water is infiltrating their home. It is compromising their electric and air conditioning units. And okay, Rich is saying
that doesn't come in until 4 and 5 o'clock.
Okay, they've not seen high tide yet. So that comes at 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon. We're talking about 6 hours from now. So this situation is only going to get worse as the day wears on. All right, let's find out what's going on in St. Johns County along State Road 16.
So Ashley Harding is live there. Ashley, you know, you were driving, but you had to stop because of all that water behind you.
We certainly did, and that water is not going anywhere. To be frank with you guys, it looks like really a lake behind us. You see all the way over here, this is at Masters Drive and State Road 16. All of this is underwater. So the best kind of scale I can give you, you see the ice dispenser, the part where the ice actually comes out, that is fully underwater. Taking a look over this way, you see a man is now walking through. It appears to be just below the knee, so kind of that shin deep as well. Now also look at the home right over there. You see the stairwell? The bottom stairs are underwater. And again, there's a couple of garbage cans behind this big dumpster. They're over halfway underwater too. Now, I mentioned that we had to come to a stop. We saw a lot of people trying to drive through this. A couple people actually did get stuck and they had to be pulled out. But FDOT has now shut this stretch of State Road 16. A couple people are still going, but obviously there are bigger trucks there. But people are not advised to drive through here. So again, what we're seeing here is the aftermath of this. Lots of flooding. We've seen people walking through here, and they've actually said to us, I've never seen State Road 16 this flooded. And if we look over to the left, you see beyond this fence here, or whatever is left of that fence, that is a neighborhood as well. So it's getting close to those front doors as well. Thankfully, they do have sandbags, and sandbag locations were opened here in St. Johns County, along with a couple of shelters for some of those people who live in those flood-prone areas, which apparently now includes this. And you see FDOT is back here again. Just going to walk up here and see what he's doing. Yes, St. Johns County Sheriff's Office is also down there as well, redirecting people. So once again, State Road 16, this is a very busy, normally highly traveled road here, and they're having to turn around and make their way out. And again, you can see it goes all the way back there as well. Now that gas station, thankfully, that is higher ground. Bruce, I understand you have a question. Go ahead, I can hear you.
Yeah, just want to get a better idea of where on 16 you happen to be.
Yeah, this is State Road 16 and Masters Drive. So you see the sign there for the alligator farm. You see that Circle K. If this is an area you travel through here, this is a very common, very known area as well. But that flooding goes all the way back for several yards and several feet. So again, very busy, heavily traveled area. At least not now anymore, because people are being told to turn around, and you can see why here. It's going to take a while for all of this to recede, and yeah, the wind is picking up here as well, Bruce.
All right, Ashley, thanks very much. So earlier here on News4JAX, we were talking about a boat fire in the Ortega River. We have some pretty dramatic pictures of the flames.
Yeah, so this is the video that was we were made aware probably about an hour ago, I would say, in the Ortega River. There are no reports of any injuries at this time, and we don't have a whole lot of details about it. But again, I guess the good news is nobody's injured. It's in the water. It looks like it's away from other boats as well.
Yeah, we do understand that a Marine Patrol is being dispatched to help go ahead and extinguish those flames right now, but that boat is going to be a loss.
Mm-hmm. Also, back downtown, some new video from Jim Pickett, who is bringing us some great images to give you that feel for what's happening here in Duval County. So this is the Metro Park area. Again, you would usually be able to walk there. Now it's infiltrated with water, and we will continue to see this type of water throughout the day here in Duval.
So this would be right across from, Daly's Amphitheater and that area right there. Yeah, like you said, you could usually take a stroll along there. Now you can't, and you certainly don't want to swim in that water or any of those flooded areas, because who knows what kind of bacteria or who knows what's floating in there. And in fact, stay out of the water, stay out of the ocean waters as well.
Stay out of the
Beaches
streets.
Patrol will tell you, stay.
I mean,
stay off the
goodness, we have
streets as
seen
well.
accident after accident as well, and still people are getting out and they want to get video and pictures of this stuff. So stay with us and let us tell the story, because it's certainly not safe out there based on what we are seeing and covering this morning. All right, the Weather Authority alert team continues to track Nicole. We continue to track everything happening because of it here on News4JAX.
We've never had a story like this.
They're on the fast track to the truth.
You're terrified about these results.
I've always felt in my heart that she wasn't his.
No more questions.
The dates just didn't add up.
There's no way this baby could be anybody's but yours.
No more denials.
You're sure that Willie's the father?
He the daddy, he know that.
No more excuses.
You are the father. You are not the father.
Watch Maury.
Weekdays at 4 on CW17.
Exact Track 4D, tracking and dissecting storms down Florida and South Georgia.
All right, thank you so much for sending in your reports here. Not only that, but some of the pictures, and usually don't mind the rain, but apparently that dog might not be too happy here as it's stuck in the rain. Temperatures for today, I do want to just get you caught up. We're going to stay around the 70s here. Temperatures will be a little bit warmer for Veterans Day. We're still going to be breezy. Let me put this into play, and what you'll see is what we were tracking here at the top of the 11 o'clock hour up to 11:15, and that was where we had the warning. You saw how fast it shrunk down, and then it expired a couple of minutes early. We've continued with some really strong wind here to the south at the pier at St. Augustine, even at the airport at 28 miles an an hour, and we've shown you some of the wind gusts that have come through with some of these. Even the non-storms, just the big walls of rain that have come through, have packed tropical storm force winds to the tune of 50 plus, 60 plus miles an hour. Even some beachside here that had some gusts in the 70 mile an hour range. And thanks to you, we also know that it has done some damage, I'm sorry to say, where we've had some of the trees topple. But just watching as this continues to move through. And that's the way I'm going to take you into this. So let me step over here to my radar, and I'm going to put you into play for what we're seeing and answering your questions here as we move along with the help of ExactTrack 4D. So we're going to take this and into, it'll kick us back here just for a moment, but we'll move by here and then into ExactTrack 4D. I think, there we go, now we're back to ExactTrack. So with that and your questions, let's see here. When the wind turns from the south, and let's, it was from Archie here. When the wind turns from the south, is this going to help with the flooding? And this is where we left off before we had the tornado warning. But the fact that the rivers are filled right now, even with the aid of the southerly flow, the tides are basically trapped. So we've got tide cycles to go through, which means, yes, we are going to see more flooding before these values finally start to come down. And I mean, we're talking about another week of what will be the potential for some flooding before we start to see those values improve by next week. But the flooding potential, at least in the moderate to minor stages, as moderate will give way to minor and slowly start to work down, that is going to be because of all the rain that has and the flooding that continues here through parts of central Florida. Let's see, the Jacksonville areas, yet we're covering everything that we can here when it comes to and moving with the way, and the way that I'm tracking it here is I'm moving your information here with the rain that continues. So we're at Glen St. Mary here, Sanderson, Kenny had some questions about Baker County. We got the downpours that continue, and some of the Pine Top, Kenny, and Baxter picking this up. The downpours, I've left, it's not on this particular one. I've had the lightning tracker up, but it's been at zero basically most of the day. So what we're seeing are these tropical downpours that continue in and around the area. So let's move from here and into, here's Maddox, Stokesville, Baldwin, so we're over toward the west side of Jacksonville. Even out near Otis and White House, the Edgewood area are still seeing some of the downpours. You'll catch a gap in the action, another round of downpours, and that's what we see here from Baldwin as it moves over. That'll move out of Duval County and then continue to take aim on Baker County. And then we'll move to the north, and that is going to take us up and into around the Toledo area, as these are going to still hitting the city streets in and around parts of Charlton County before where you see it vacate the area, and that's where we get closer to northern Baker County and then into southern Ware and part of the swamp along US 1 and continuing inland. 54 mile an hour. I mean, so even though that these are not thunderstorms, they are moving at a very fast rate of speed. This one, I turned on these little barbs here just so you could see. So in the green, it's something that's not the strongest and or severe, but the length of these tells the story. So like this one here that is just getting ramped up will be into the Fargo area. The one that I'm watching right now is out toward McLeod's Mill, Spooner, 3 Point, Jamestown, Glenmore here, as you see these all the way over to the Homerville area, skirting through parts of central Ware County and then moving off to the west. But I want to come back to this one, so this one just popped up, and that's going to take us from Council to Fargo and then continue out to areas of Cologne there as you're moving about 27 minutes. And, you know, listen, with something moving at 45 miles an hour, 27 minutes is likely to stay in place, to keep as it continues to move, it looks like that is going to stay in shape and bring the rain into those areas, even in the 27-minute windows. There'll be times where I'll be watching a thunderstorm and I can see it collapsing, and I'll track it and say, you know, I don't think it's going to make it to 15 or 20, but these 20-minute windows, 30-minute windows will easily be met because of how fast these are going, carried by the tropical wind. And we haven't talked much about Waycross proper, but now we're starting to see more of these rounds of the wet weather coming through, which means that rain is beginning to accumulate. Where we had the core here early this morning and up to, what, about 10 o'clock, where we still had some of the bigger rainfall that was moving through areas of Jax. Here we have almost 4 inches at St. Augustine. You get closer to the water's edge to the south of Nocatee, coming up to about 2.5. Parts of Clay County, I've had some questions here. Middleburg, 2.6 inches. We are still trying to get some of the info. And if you're in and around the area of Black Creek and you can safely take a pic, share it with us via email or Snapchat, however it is. We have some questions of folks saying, hey, what's going on at Black Creek? We haven't heard much about it. And to be honest, I don't have much information coming out. So you can help us tell that story here. Continue that 2-inch range really pretty much anywhere in the yellowy color. Where it starts to turn a little bit more orange is where we're getting closer to what will be that 4-inch point. But let's not ignore the areas in green as we move over to, as we were just tracking these through Columbia County, where you went from a fraction, tiny amount, it was less than a quarter of an inch just a little while ago. Here you are approaching the 1-inch point. You've got then that's closer to the Gateway Airport, coming up at about 3/4 of an inch, and through Baker County. At McClenny, some of the heaviest at 1.5 inches, and this is just of the rainfall. And then you've got closer to 1 inch, and it does look like as these showers continue that you'll tip the scale and get closer to that 1-inch mark. I mean, just looking at what we have here for Hilliard, across Charlton County, at Toledo, St. George, here over to southern Ware County, and then in and around parts of Waycross, or at least Ware County proper here. You're closer to about 1/4 to about 4/10 of an inch, or basically just shy of a 1/2 inch here. And then 95 quarter US 17, and in through parts of Nassau County, lifting into Camden and Glen. Still pick up very little as far as the rain, but we had Brunswick earlier where I covered some of those totals, and we'll come back to that as we continue to watch those. The wind is really a big part of the story because it is the driving force, not only of the crashing of the waves and what has been the erosion along our sandy shores and pushing the river, or pushing the ocean into our city streets, also backing up our river here. It's going to be the culprit for what will continue here as flooding potential along all of our water bodies. And even as the wind turns from the south, even as it turns from the west, it will help, but it's going to be very incremental in the way it does so. So we're seeing areas that have not yet hit high tide that are already starting to go over the banks. As a matter of fact, we hit our high tide here downtown at 11:15. That was a half hour ago. So if we have the camera, if Jim is still around on that south bank, it would be interesting to see, are we starting to see those values head back down near the Main Street Bridge. The wind gusts are going to continue. Even overnight tonight, we're still going to have some of the gusts coming through. Here's 225 in the morning as we get ready to start Friday. 20 mile an hour, 30 mile an hour wind gusts. The sustained winds will still be 15 to 20 plus miles an hour, and it'll take us through at least midday here on Friday before that starts to slow. Speaking directly about the storm now, it is moving away from Tampa. At last check, when I brought you over to it, it was about 21 miles to the north. It continues to move now out over the Gulf of Mexico, or it takes aim, I should say, over the Gulf of Mexico before it starts to make its turn. And as it does so, the potential is still here for at least some shaking of the trees and things that we saw, the one picture where the tree came over. So that could have an issue with some of the power outages. But this is just, I mean, absolutely amazing just to see how the ocean has swelled, lifted, and continues to hammer down here. This is one of the walkouts, and you can see as you make the turn, you'd really be stepping directly into the water. This is Jack's Beach at the Lifeguard Center, and it is just, all right, it is just an absolute wall of water here as we continue to watch. 76 degrees with that east wind at 25 miles an hour. So let me leave you with this here as we start to look down the pike of what today is all about, Nicole. That's really the whole sequence of events for today. But here's what we have, 76 degrees. Temperatures will continue to slowly drop. We're not going to see a big drop because we're still going to have some limited, or some clouds that will linger overnight tonight, but we'll set up a warmer Veterans Day. Temperatures are in the 80s. We'll do that again Saturday, Mel, in the 80s. And then Sunday, if you like a little bit cooler, the sunshine comes back, the air is drying out, and our temperatures are only going to top out in the upper 60s. We could even see some frost early Monday in areas of southeast Georgia.
All right, Rich, giving us good perspective about the water and how historic some of this is. You know, Mayport had its 3rd highest water level, only behind 1898 hurricane, and then Hurricane Matthew higher than that level that we're at right now.
Consequently, there's some flooding there. Jenna Angel is live in one neighborhood that's seeing some flooding in Mayport. Jenna.
Yes, so thank you so much, Bruce. So we actually wanted to run over here as quickly as possible because we were alerted by a viewer that they were very concerned for their neighbors. People started to get stuck in these high waters. Now, you guys know me, I'm always weighing in at 6'3", couple hundred pounds, so I'm a little safer than most. But if you are seeing the edges of these waters, it gets very, very deep when we are going into these roadways, even more so when you're coming in contact with cars. We've seen multiple people turn away, as they should, when they came in contact. But unfortunately, right now, as you can see, these vehicles are all grounded. And so we've talked to a few people, and their main concern, again, is their neighbors. And as the local station, we love to hear that. Right now, we're at the corner of Henry and Ribault Park, and we're seeing a lot of this similar flooding throughout Mayport. So again, as you were driving here, we were driving here A1A, the combination of wind and rain is an onslaught. So I know it seems like We're kind of in a calm, cool spot now because obviously we want to stay safe and keep the equipment safe. But when we were driving here on A1A, palm bark is getting ripped off, hitting our vehicle. We saw multiple people getting stuck in that water or blowing large puffs of black smoke out the back of their tailpipes because they were getting water in their gas lines. So again, if you can stay home and stay safe, we want to make sure we're careful and cautious today. Things are changing by the minute, as you can see there in the studio and also out here in the field. So I am Jana Angel reporting from the neighborhoods in Mayport. Please stay safe, everybody. Jana Angel, Channel 4, the local station.
So believe it or not, when you talk about the water levels and the flooding and things like that, they're actually running higher than they did during Ian.
Also, Rich, you said just got a tornado warning.
Yep. All right, folks.
Let's go to Richard.
Let's do this again here. We got a third of our tornado warnings. This is starting off in and around areas of, see, we got Kingsland, Woodbine here. We're north of Fernandina Beach. And another one of these downpours that could have just, tripped the scale in the fact that what we're seeing here or a lot of straight line winds. So let's go to some of the radial velocity, and I'm seeing a lot of the green once again, but let's pick up some of the wind speeds. Let me turn off the warning layers here because this is going to cause some issues as we're trying to get some of our wind speeds. So into these little bright spots as we're watching this little core of a system. Let's switch over there, the radial, and I got to bring it back because I had to switch out of it there just for a moment, folks. Now we should be able to pick up some of our speeds, and we're going to go to these areas that are the brightest, and you can see there's 50, there's 30, and as I move into these darker areas, you see where the wind starts to drop down to about 21 miles an hour. So we are seeing, at least in one area here, that looks non-couplet-like. This is all moving in one direction, but we are seeing some of these peak winds near Shellbine, and I'm trying to get down to the city streets here for some of these areas. And these might not just be listed in this particular part of our system, but here we are with, we'll just use the geographics of Shellbine. And you see all the little twists and turns. That's actually part of the marshes and the river, the intercoastal in this area, as all of this continues to move on shore. These are the spots that could easily see some of these peak gusts because we're moving off of that non-friction layer of the ocean to what becomes then the friction of the ground, and that helps to aid in what is the rotation. Still 50, 40, 39 mile an hour wind gusts as we continue. Forest View and Barber Road will be in this area of the tornado warning. So I'll turn on the warning box once again so we can extend it and show you that this basically started there just out to the outer isle and has since crossed over the marshes and in that big dark green slash, the lighter green spots or where we're seeing some of this. There's not any opposing wind with this one again, so it looks like we're going to have the duration. Let's see what the timeline was this. This is going to take us up to 12:15, so we're looking at about a 20-minute window, 21 minutes from where we sit right now. I believe that we'll see the same thing. We'll track this up for a few minutes, and if we're not seeing the signs of rotation, we could see this one expire early. Once again, clicking in these little voids because I saw the red, but that's actually what's coming in because of the warning layer that's underneath of it, and that's why you'll see that tornado warning as it pops up. Let me bring the warning box down and then back into these areas. This is, and we'll watch this here in real time as it continues to move away from Shellbine and then into, and it looks like if it stays on this path, it's going to be just to the north of the Sealand, or just to the north of Forest View, but it could be around the Sealand area. So I'm going to take that same point where we just took that 54 mile an hour wind, and based on what we're seeing in speed, I mean, these things are moving rather quickly, so it does put Sealand and Halifax into the mix in about an 18-minute window, and that gives you an idea of the forward speed from where it sits right now. Halifax about 25 minutes, and then Runnymede will take us up to and along about a half hour. Halifax would take us just about to, actually past the end of the expiration for this particular cone, but we are seeing, so as I extend the view here, Halifax and Woodbine, we're between Highway 17 and I-95. Gusty winds, and we've already had a number of some wrecks that could have been because of the wet roads, but some of the high profile trucks that we've seen, especially the one on the Dames Point, that one may have been something that could have been driven by the wind and the fact that it just catches the side of the trucks as they're coming across the bridges, and wind increases with speed, by the way, as you move up with height. So what we're seeing here and tracking down at ground level, these 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds could easily be that high at the top of the bridge. They catch the side of the truck, and maybe that was enough to get it to sway, and then from swaying to, unfortunately, ending up on its side. The other one that we had earlier this morning was on 95 on the flatter part, and that was the car hauler that went off. That one, just because of the way the cab was twisted about, looks like it could have been because of the wet road, maybe the same thing, lost some traction. And yeah, those big trucks can hydroplane as well. Inside of the watch box, a lot of this, quite a bit of this beginning. So here's the outer aisle, here's where you get to the marshes, and then the marshes come to an end. So this is going to continue like the last one that we saw here, slowly ending or slowly starting to shrink with the timeline as all of this will chip away. This is the area that we're watching, and you can see it's already started to move inside of the box. I'm going to switch the gear here from where we're watching what is basically the wind signature and head back over to the radar itself, bring up our JAX radar, and there's that spot that we're seeing with some of the heavier of the downpours that are approaching I-95. So the reason I brought that up is that, here you're getting ready to travel, and it's kind of tough to give any kind of a warning if somebody's on the road. But with this wind coming through, anybody that's on US 17 or 95 may be finding themselves in the same position here within about the next 5 minutes or so, maybe 7 minutes or so, is that something that's packing wind of about 50. You're driving north or south. You kind of are getting used to maybe at this point the buffeting of the car, your van, your truck, your SUV, and then all of a sudden, slam, you get hit with a 50 mile an hour gust to the side, and that is a lot. I mean, even at a forward speed here of 70, 75 miles an hour along the highways, 50 being, 3/4 of that strength will have a shaky effect on your car, and potentially, if it's a taller vehicle, the toppling effect. Ceylon, 5-minute window. And based on our timeline, it's 55 after, and this expires at about 20. So that'll give us Jefferson and maybe just up into the Waverly area in a 15-minute window. Woodbine, Runnymede, Halifax would be the first to maybe see something. This isn't the time where you try to go out, and we don't have tower cam in this area, so there's not much that we can go with our tower cam view, but it's not the time for you to go out into this area and see if you can see something that might be, rotating some darkened area. Instead, do what we've been cautioning you, and that is crank the TV up on high if that's how you're watching, getting your information. If you've got your mobile device, grab it and head into one of those interior rooms. We showed you that the bathroom, usually a good spot, unless your bathroom is one of those, big glass atrium type. And then, no, that's not a good area. Closets aren't bad. I like the ones where the door allows you to open in. Most of them open out, and the reason I say that, if you do have things that may get shaken about or toppled, then that door could actually get stuck. And so that's why I would say, if you can, wedge something in just so you can, have a spot that if you needed to, that you could maybe have a little bit of leverage to either get it to push open or at the least of it to yell for help. Still not seeing any of the opposing winds and other signatures. And if there was something that had a debris signature, I wouldn't have to point it out to you. You would, from home, you would see where the debris signature was setting in. And this really has the same look as what we've had here with the last several of these cells. And that's the fact that they're coming through with a lot of tropical storm forced wind, and some of this may just be diving down. We've had a lot of gusts, and I'm surprised that it's still inside of the area where we have tornado watch, but we've had gusts that have been higher than some of these storms, and those have not tripped each one. But so that's why I said that there still could be the small detection of some rotation because of the friction of Earth coming in off of the ocean's edge that could be leading to what we're seeing here. And look at the way that this comes through in wave. What we're seeing is basically the wind movement. That wasn't rain, but you can imagine that as the wind is conveying those rain bands along with it, that we're seeing some of those coming through with what would be the peak wind. So let's go back to the area of Woodbine, get ready for what could be some really howling wind. And as it comes whistling through the trees, howling through the trees, it could have that ominous, as they call it, the railroad or the freight train kind of sound. Ceylon, we've closed that window down to about 2 minutes. 5 minutes continues there for Runnymede. And our timeline here taking us up to what would basically be the expiration around Jerusalem and Mid-River, Hazelhurst there in about a 10 to 11-minute window, and Clark's Bluff will also continue. Plantation Point is here. Georgia Highway 110, Hopewellville, and 17 as you continue southward. We'll see some of these. And then out near Lang Road at Billyville, also seeing the potential. So the darker green would actually say that you're going to see wind closer to about, say, 20 to 30 versus what would be that bright area with what could be that 40, 50 mile an hour wind gust as it continues. There's one at 45 in one of the brighter spots. And you can see as the color gets darker, 17 mile an hour wind. I mean, you know, so much less of the effect of what still is inside of the cone, but the area that we're concerned with is now getting ready to cross over the river here near Sea Line, and that is just going to come through as the heavy bands of wet weather. Already a break in the action where this was all just one big foot of red has started to separate somewhat. It looks like East 10th Street and the Woodbine area, if you are familiar or out and about in that area, there are some downpours that are getting ready to come through. This is one of the little exits or one of the little underpasses or one of the roads that goes under the 95 corridor. Here's Halifax as you've got the heavy wet weather coming in. And yeah, with howling wind and pounding rain, and even at 40, 50 mile an hour winds, this rain's going to come in sideways, is still going to have a jarring effect. So that's what we're getting ready for here in those areas, is to see some of those downpours. These are the areas that I just showed a few minutes ago that are just starting to get into what are about a half to 3/4 of an inch, and that's generally what the green is. And so the darker here would be closer to about 0.9. And then once we start to see those colors sorry, say it again?
You're watching WJXT TV Jacksonville, the news at noon, and our extended coverage of Nicole starts right now.
All right, so darker green is going to give us that 1 inch point where we start to break the 2 inches, where we start to see those colors where they turn yellow, and that's basically Duval County and encapsulating areas of Clay County. St. John's, just about the entirety of St. John's County, southward into Flagler, and then over into Putnam County. And I have to say that the models did a fantastic job when we were showing the rainfall, the rates, aside from the 2 to 4 inches with 6 inches max, when we were showing, it had the rainfall just in about the same areas that we're seeing now in those spots. So the 95 corridor, the beaches, Clay County, Putnam County, Duval, and St. John's really bearing the brunt here so far of the rain and what has also been evident with the flooding. So, and with that said, I just want to say it again that, I've had a number of questions about Black Creek. How's it going around Black Creek? How are the neighborhoods around Black Creek? We don't have eyes there. We don't have reporting sites that are there. So if you are in that area and it is safe, and you can click some pictures, or, if you want, just, send an email in, here's where we are, give a brief description and what you're seeing. And we could use that too to help tell the story, and it would be much appreciated. Still watching the box here. We've got about a 14-minute timeline left over. Have not seen the expiration for it as of yet. And in the system, once these are triggered, even though we'll say, okay, this is expired, that's wording that's coming directly from the folks that issued the tornado warning. So with the expiration time being at 12:15, that's the way our computer sees it. So you'll still see this box. If you're using our Weather Authority app, the box shows up, and it's the same idea. It doesn't go away until what was the original expiration time, which is at 12:15. I just thought I saw the colors changing here, and I don't know if it's because the rain moved off, but it looked like part of the tornado watch had dropped off there to our south, which I was like, well, we've got a tornado warning right now. So I think what it was is just those big spots of red that continue to move through this particular warning box that as they moved by, that gave us that kind of a view here to it. Moving to the east of where we're seeing that, this is going to be the heavy wet weather coming through. Give yourself, if you're going out to see if there was any damage because of what could be more evident of straight line wind here, give yourself a little break, because if you were to step out immediately after you see what's coming just on the backside of this warning box, that you'd actually step out into what could be another round of some heavy wet weather, or at least some soaking wet weather, we'll call it. Crooked River, Elliott's Bluff, Harriet's Bluff, all of the bluffs here to Cabin, and then Shelbine, we'll see some of that. Forest View is kind of in between what were the heavier downpours, but you are right there on the heels of what will be your next round as it will move through. And then another gap in the action, and here's where we're out over the water, moving away from the Isles and then into the open water of the Atlantic. So this is going to push the Isles or push across the Isles. There's still more to come over toward the Crooked River Plantation, and we're going to have about another, I would give it at least an hour of these sporadic and broken bands of rain as they'll continue to come through. And then I would say you could get outside to see if any of the cracking of the trees, the limbs, or any of that you might be hearing under the gusty winds is holding true. And speaking of that, when we come back out of the wind mark, let's back this up to show that the improvements, as we had in the earlier part of our forecast here, they are starting to become evident. And I say improvements, this is only based on the fact that we're not seeing as much of the heavy downpours throughout much of St. Johns County. As a matter of fact, it's almost completely void aside from some lighter showers here near Wold Gulf. Putnam County and over toward Palatka, this light blue is more mist and drizzling. Could be just the lighter mist that's being driven by the wind that still continues to push through Putnam County and over to Interlochen. And I did have a question here just before we got started. Mark was answering via email. To get you caught up, Interlochen has seen in some of the areas in excess of an inch. There was a couple of spots that saw the 2 inches of rain. Here we are at near 20. And in the lakes regions, these don't show up, by the way, when we're watching the storm surge for some of the lakes, but the effect is still the same. With that hard onshore wind moving in one direction, those lakes will become bank full on one side, and then when the wind swaps directions, you'll see that migrate back over to the other side. So as I was saying, there's one spot that hit 2 inches. You got Manville, Interlochen, and continuing Cooper Hills Estates also seeing some 2 inches. Any area that you see here in yellow is at least going to come up at 2 inches, and then as you start to see it become a little bit more darker mustard color, if you will, this is where we're getting closer to 2.5, and with some that have already crested the 3-inch point as you get into areas of St. Johns County. There's Hawthorne, by the way, off in the distance to Highway 301, just to show you how much of this rain has kind of fallen off after coming in off of the Atlantic, just hammering down, pouring down through Clay and into, or St. John's into Clay, Putnam County. And there you go, Stark being that break point. And we even said in the models we're showing that Highway 301 would really be that definitive line on just how much of the rain is going to come through and how much is going to stay together with these cells as it continues to migrate into the inland areas. And in real time here with the help of Exact Track 4D, that's what we've been watching. Here we are at 5 minutes after 12 o'clock, so there's 5 more minutes currently left on our tornado warning that continues to the north. What we've seen thus far, and it looks like it's this part right here that's just almost to the edge of the box, where we've had some pretty gusty wind, at least via what we can measure here with our tools, but we have not seen the evidence thus far of the rotating wind. It may have been brief, especially considering that it started out over the open water in the friction, I won't say friction-free, but more so friction-free than it is once it gets over land. And then you get some of the effects here from the marshes, and that could develop what could have been a brief bit of powerful swirl nonetheless at 50, 60 miles an hour. And then crossing over 17, still some downpours to go. And I can only imagine just how the water's beginning to stack up in some of the areas there along I-95. You get to this area and there's not much in the way of the hills. As a matter of fact, it's pretty flat through these areas. So we could start to see some of the water, especially off to the sides, because they put just enough of a little bit of a cap in the road, so as the rain comes in, it's supposed to run off to what would be the emergency lanes and then eventually out over into the little grassy or the marshy areas that are next to those. That's what you're most likely seeing right now, especially what have been just in this view since we've been tracking this, those multiple rounds of heavy weather coming in. The couple of spots here, all of these little bright areas are little areas that are still packing some wind. There you go, 2 of those that could be harboring wind in the 40 plus 50 mile an hour range, not out of the question as those continue. Both of these little areas, and as a matter of fact, you could say the same thing here with this one at 17 or even just on the other side of 17. So a large cell or a large area of rainfall, not so much that we can call it individual or cellular at this point, but it's these that are going to come punching through. That's pretty neat, considering 44 decibels, so we've got a density rainfall coming back pretty solid, 15 decibels, and you can see that that area is sort of a light blue color, not a lot of rain with it, and that's why we're seeing the lower numbers. That should be just about the expiration. This is what we started tracking here from the beginning. And I'm really surprised at just how, not surprised, I'm shocked, to be honest, that they continue as non-thunderstorms. Most of these have had Zippo in the way of lightning, and they continue to come through. There, we'll turn the lightning tracker on just to show you that they continue to come through, and some of these have been speeding through at 45, 55. Some of it we were tracking at 60 plus miles an hour. You know, the benefit is that they dump the water pretty quickly, and they do so in a smaller area, and it's not something that is sitting over one spot and just flooding that area. So what started inside of this box at, what was it, 11:50, I think it was. Here we are about 7 minutes after the lunch hour, and it's basically moved from the aisles here into, or the marshes anyway, into I-95, US 17, and now getting ready to exit. These are still the areas, though, all the way up through Brunswick, areas that are shaded in red, where we have the potential of what could be these quick spin-up type tornadoes as they come in off of the Atlantic. Well, there you go. There's one lightning streak. I saw the 5, and I was like, all right, where are these coming from? But there's one that's offshore. There might be another little cluster somewhere around that's helping to, it's got to be in that view because the number went up. Yeah, there's a couple of more here. Anywhere that's inside the box is what it counts as the lightning strikes. And sometimes we'll expand these views, and what we end up seeing are, well, there you go. Now it's 37, 38. So it's picking up anything that's inside of the parameter of the screen, with some of these that are even too far offshore for our radar to pick up on out of Jacksonville. We've got, 7 minutes to go here, 12:15, the expiration time for our tornado warning, Camden County, as it continues to steam through. Put this into play, and we'll watch as it is lifting into areas of southeast Georgia, and still right now into Camden County. It looks like that'll be the end of it. I don't expect to see it move into what would that be, Brantley County, off to your neighbor there, and or into areas of Waycross, as that at least the signature of what we're seeing when it comes to even the rain band is also starting to see some collapsing as that continues. To our south, we are seeing the improvements here starting at Volusia County, lifting northward. By improvements, we're talking the lack of rain, but we are still seeing what will be the impact for the flooding. And you can see in real time as we put that into motion where those have fallen off as our system continues to lift to the north. So this is where our focus will go from our south, where we've started with the coverage, and we'll continue to watch as we'll see these rounds. And so this is now, you know, your turn here in southeast Georgia with these rain bands that are coming through any of the areas here, Brunswick moving southward through all of the Cabin Bluff areas, the marshes, out to the Isles, whether it's the Fernandina, Talbot, Amelia, lifting up toward Brunswick and some of the Golden Cumberland, these St. Simons. If you are out there and you're seeing what we've been talking about, and that is the well above normal values, not only of the Atlantic, but inside of the marshes and the intercoastal here. If you're seeing those values and it's not too much of a trouble for you, and you can click those pictures, again, you can send it directly via email, send it to John, whoever you want, send it to me, or if you are a Snapjacks insider, then go ahead and click a pic, and that does make it a little easier because that starts to populate our Snapjacks page, and then we can grab your pictures that way and continue to tell the story. 5 minutes to go. The last one took us all the way up to the 2-minute window before we started to see the expiration before we got the update. So with the area that we're watching now outside of our box, this is where it all got started here. It looks like that should be coming to an end. We have not seen the signatures for either debris and or rotation here with this particular cell into Camden County, but we treat each one as if it is on the ground. And I think that you can tell when we're a bit more heightened when we find those signatures, where we really dive in and we continue just in the one spot. But when we start to sway about a bit and look around and outside of the box, that we're pretty confident that what we're seeing here is closer to straight line wind. Straight line wind, as we also showed, thanks to you and Snapjack, can still take down trees. And we had the one that was in I was looking over towards Snapjacks here to see if it was still in view. I want to say that one was out of Orange Park, if I remember, that had fallen on a shed. And it looked like a fairly healthy oak type tree. I don't know if it's a water oak, live oak, or otherwise from the image itself, but a fairly sparse or a fairly broad limb reach, and then the limbs that we could see, at least in the view that was shared with us, looked like it was still leafy, so it wasn't something that was sick, damaged, or otherwise. So healthy trees sometimes succumb to what are the gusty winds, and as they continue. Woodbine area, and just off in and around the sea line, you're probably still getting some of the peak gusts, and it does look like, based on these colors, all of the wind moving one direction, and that takes us now into Woodbine. Here's where we actually have a gap in some of the rain. You can see where the red shows up, and the red is not what we would normally use to see the inbound or outbound like what we see here at Fargo. This would be the inbound. This is our outbound wind, the negative sign moving away. It doesn't have a negative sign. It's moving toward us, but the stuff that we're seeing there at Fargo is a long way away from what we're tracking here with the tornado warning. And there we go. All right, so this one took us all the way up to 2.5 minutes, and it too was allowed to expire. If you have any issues, if you've had any damage from what could still be some gusty or some straight line winds in the area, by all means, please continue to share them with us. All right, give us just a second to get re-racked, guys. Jen and Bruce, and we'll get the radar turned back around so that we can show you where the rain is moving, where the rain is ending, and Mark is going to cover just, who continues with the flooding. And folks, there are areas along the river and southward where we have yet to hit the high tide, but we're already seeing the flooding coming in. So this is what we're watching for in real time, very closely. Your neighborhood, your backyard, your front yards, right here on Channel 4. Back to you.
Thank you, Rich. Now at 12:13, flooding continues to plague the area as a result of Nicole and storm surge. It continues coast to coast. This is a live look in St. Augustine and Doctors Inlet. New pictures this afternoon of flooding from neighborhoods just off A1A in Palm Coast and Flagler County as well show the problems there. And these pictures show flooding at the Bell Riverside Apartments in the 5 Points area here in Duval County. Appreciate you staying with us for our special, continuing coverage on Tropical Storm Nicole.
At around 12:15, so in about 2 minutes, Mayor Lenny Curry is expected to provide an update on the storm and, of course, the city's efforts, in particular, as we are seeing around the Riverside area and San Marco area flooding that's already started. And, of course, it's only been high tide for about an hour.
So we'll bring that to you live on air when the mayor begins his news conference. Indeed, we do have news crews, News for Text crews spread out all across this region, bringing you the latest conditions. We will get to them in just a minute, but first we are waiting to hear from the mayor. Vic Michelucci is out at Flagler Beach right now with the latest on the situation there. The Flagler Beach Pier, Vic, was compromised during Ian. They made plans not to rebuild it, damaged further during this latest round of storms.
Yeah, and let me tell you, we are just a little bit south of the Flagler Beach Pier right now for perspective. And we've got a very active scene right now. A lot of contractors, a lot of crews, let me move this tripod out of the way. We don't want to get in the way, are trying to salvage what they can for A1A. Let's take you over this way. I'm working with photojournalist Chris O'Rourke. It's a little hard to hear because it's still windy. We're going to take you this way and show you a lot of heavy machinery, a lot of dump trucks, the bulldozers, the front loaders coming in. And what they're doing is they're beefing up what's left of this road. A lot of the asphalt, a lot of the pavement on A1A, the main drag here, has washed away. So we know that the mayor,
Vic, excuse me, we've got to interrupt you. Mayor Curry is coming out. Let's go to the mayor's office.
Joining me today are emergency management officials and key stakeholders from departments throughout Duval County. Duval County remains under a state of emergency at this time. We're also under a tropical storm warning, storm surge warning, flood watch, and a tornado watch. Nicole made landfall south of Duval County in the early morning hours as a Category 1 hurricane. She has since weakened to a tropical storm but continues to impact our area. If you are watching Nicole's track, it is well to the west of Jacksonville and the beaches. However, our biggest threat remains storm surge and tidal flooding along our beaches and the St. Johns River, as well as the potential for tornadoes throughout the area. High tide tonight and tomorrow morning will present the biggest risk for flooding at the beaches and along the St. Johns River. If you live in Zone A or B, please stay aware and be prepared. We currently have public works crews in the flood-prone areas like McCoy's Creek, Hogan's Creek, and San Marco, where there's some localized flooding. There's also flooding along Ken Knight Drive, and like we did during Hurricane Ian, we have partnered with the Jacksonville Transportation Authority to provide a direct shuttle to the Legends Center shelter for any of those residents in need. We will continue to closely watch these areas through tonight's high tides. For the beaches, that's around 9 p.m., and inland high tide is 11 p.m. 2 shelters opened at 8 a.m. today, the Legends Center and Landmark Middle School. Both are available for those with special needs, the special medical needs, the general population, and both are pet friendly. We still do not expect evacuations, but we want to make sure shelters are available for those who may be in need. I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. Please stay out of the water and off of the beaches. The surf is breaching the dunes and there's no beach to stand on. Once again this morning I watched local news and saw people were in the ocean. These are terrible conditions. You're risking the lives of yourself and those that may have to come rescue you. So stay out of the water. I'd also like to ask all citizens to stay off of the roads until the storm passes. There are down power lines in areas as well as trees. There have been multiple accidents today, several that required extrications, one that shut down the Dames Point in both directions, and with these conditions, there's potential for more. Do not go out unless you have until the storm until the storm passes and these tidal flooding effects have receded. In conclusion, remember that if you have questions or need to report a non-emergency incident in the city, call 630-CITY. If you have an emergency, call 911. Lines are open with extra operators on 630-CITY and will be available to handle potential heavy call volume. With that, I invite Chief Ellis Burns to talk about Jacksonville Sheriff's Office efforts, followed by Jay Stowe from JEA.
Thank you, Mayor Curry. Good afternoon. I'm Ellis Burns, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. So I couldn't say any better than Mayor Curry did. Please stay off the roads. We're working about 20 crashes as of 11:30. As the mayor says, some requiring extrications. Most of these are most likely going to be weather related. So I'm asking people to please stay off the roads. It's inclement weather. We're hoping this is going to pass the next few hours. We'll continue to watch the storm track and work with the National Weather Service on that, but there's no sense in being on the roads if you don't have to be, so please don't. We're still fully staffed, extra staff actually right now, and we're deploying strike teams to try to shut down intersections where there's standing water at that's impassable. Outside of that, if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. JEA crews have been out all night restoring power. The storm, as it still passes through, there will continue to be outages, and the fluctuation of the numbers of outages will be moving around a little bit. A few minutes ago, we were down to about 6,500 outages right now. It has been as high as 25,000. All the crews are out responding. There's some areas where it is difficult to get to because of trees and flooding, but we will continue to work around the clock till we can get those back on. Our water system is holding up well, no overflows and no broken pipes, so we should be good there. And we have partnership with the city and all the other agencies to keep things moving as quickly as we can. Thank you.
That will take questions.
Already with flooding, especially in the South Bank, the North Bank, the San Marco area, we're seeing worse water levels than we did during Ian. During Ian, you issued voluntary evacuations. Is there any possibility that a voluntary evacuation might come out?
I mean, I think that people ought to use common sense right now. Again, if you know you're in these areas, the zones I mentioned, A and B, if you've seen flooding in previous storms, you ought to consider moving if you can. I think that would be common sense and wise.
When it comes to municipal services, everything was supposed to resume tomorrow. Is that still the plan?
That is yes. And so makeup day for today will be Saturday. Is that right, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions on the tidal flooding. What are you expecting tomorrow? I mean, is it going to be worse than it is right now? What do you think is going to be happening?
Well, I mean, it could be. I mean, we don't know. I think it's really important for people as this storm passes, and sun may even come out this afternoon. I don't know. If it does, don't assume the flood risk is over. It could last throughout the evening and into tomorrow.
What are you've mentioned some of the areas, the traditional areas, but have you had any property damage, anything that has been reported yet from flooding?
Steve, have you heard any?
Steve Long, Public Works, thank you. Have not had any reports come into our office about property damage. We do know that, all of our low-lying areas are seeing impacts from the storm. And basically until the tide turns and goes out, we won't be able to assess how the drainage system is doing. But the impacts to private properties, we haven't had any reports on those.
Just a final question. You mentioned the shelter's open. Has anybody taken you up on that yet, or do you know?
Yeah, there are people in shelters. I don't know the number counts off the top of my head, but there are some people utilizing the services. Todd, you have the numbers.
Yeah.
So Todd Smith, yes, sir. So Landmark Middle has 13 residents here, and Legends has 13 for a total of 26, and this is only 1% of our total population of the shelter.
If tonight is going to be worse than we've already seen from a high tide perspective, what has the city done? What is the city going to do for some of the projects that are in the works in those areas that could be flooded, especially downtown with the development that's happening there?
Steve, existing projects that are...
Yes, ma'am. For existing projects that are ongoing, for instance, on LaSalle Street, there's a new pump station that is under design and is going to be under construction in the next year. So that'll be in place. That will help with some of the issues we're seeing because it'll cut off some of the direct connections to the river. If the river rises above the bulkhead, that kind of negates that work. But for everything up to the bulkhead elevations, that'll help cure it. We're doing a lot of work right now along the McCoy's Creek basin, which is seeing impacts today, but they're lesser impacts than we've seen in previous storms. So it shows that work that is going, even though it's multiple phases, it shows that early phase is helping the drainage systems. And so work like that will continue to help and improve things as we move into the future.
Can you talk about Hogan's Creek? That's where we are seeing
Hogan's Creek, yeah.
Hogan's Creek, again, that's one of our trouble areas, and that's a project that is planned into the future. That is, designed. It's not designed. When it is designed, we're going to look to make the same kind of improvements that we're seeing in McCoy's Creek. However, that's in several years into the future. But when that starts, we'll be looking to make those same type of drainage improvements.
And I know this is far early days, but when it comes to the Riverwalk right there under the Main Street Bridge, it never really recovered after Ian, was still soggy, now completely submerged. Is there a plan to maybe redo that?
There's a plan to make a repair, basically from where the water, that area is submerged all the time, and the walls are dry, and it keeps the lower area dry during normal operations. During Ian, there was a water seal was broken, and we actually had a plan to start that repair in the coming days, if not next week. Once this storm passes, we'll get that area dried out again. We'll get our contractor back on board to start that repair so that we can make it completely dry again.
Mayor, this is probably your last news conference at the EOC.
I hope so. But, I mean, look, there's still, 7 months left, 8 months left, and people here have a job to do. So, hopefully another crisis won't present itself while I'm in office, but if it does, we'll be ready for it, and we'll stand ready to pass on all of our knowledge to the next administration. Thank you.
You've just been listening to Mayor Curry and other city leaders. Specifically, the mayor says that they are monitoring flooding that's occurring in McCoy's Creek, Hogan's Creek, the San Marco area, which we've been seeing, and also the Ken Knight Drive area. In fact, they've got a partnership with JTA to be able to go in, and anyone who needs to be moved because of flooding can be transported out of there as a result.
And these are areas that are usually prone to flooding, not new to the city of Jacksonville. Also, 2 shelters set to open later this afternoon for anyone who needs them. All that information on newsforjax.com. 1225, we understand that there is a tornado warning again that has popped up.
Yes, that's correct.
In Camden and Glenn counties.
County. Yeah, it's
just popped
near
up.
Jekyll Island.
We were just talking about this last wave of wet weather that was coming through and the potential for the same idea here that what we're seeing with these coming in off of the Atlantic, they may briefly have a little bit of a spin. At one point, there was a marine advisory issued for the potential for a water spout, but we did not see it in real time. So let's switch over to gears here to the, there's, and what we're seeing here coming through with these, and we'll go back to the same spots, and I don't want to sound, like I'm saying that none of these have verified, but what may have been some rotation out over the open water, we're just not seeing the evidence here as they continue to move inland. That does not mean that these aren't pack and wind. You're standing out there, it's 25, 30 mile an hour sustained wind, and then all of a sudden, bam, here we go with what is 49, 51, solid in the 40 mile an hour range as that continues. So some of the telltales, some of the signatures of the things that we're watching here just aren't coming around, at least via our system. So let's do the same thing here. We're going to grab and we'll stretch this all the way out to the very end. Areas that are going to experience what will be some of these big gusts, and they have had evidence already, and thanks to you sending it in via Snapjacks, is what we're going to see through the Dover Bluff, Piney Bluff area, and then continuing into Spring Bluff, over basically moving away from the marshes, over the marshes, and then into what will be, getting into the land. So here's Hickory Bluff just on the edge. Here's Dover Bluff, and then you get over towards Spring Bluff, and this is going to take us almost all the way to the end. Just to give you an idea where we're sitting, here's Brunswick, here's St. Simon. So this started at the edge of the isle and then was triggered here as it continues to move inland. These lines that you see that are just popping up, they in our system, it's called a skit, which is basically kind of measures cells, not so much just systems, but it measures cells independently. So this one, it gets a red token on it, and that means that it has a bit more potentially stronger in the way of the wind, whereas the green are a little bit less than that, but still moving at 49 miles an hour. I mean, so there you go. There we just got the one that we were just watching in that same area. So this is where that one popped up. And what are we seeing with this? Same areas that we were just watching, Hickory Bluff, Hogan, over top of Satilla Shores, and Fancy Bluff coming through in about a 9 to 10 minute range. And the forward movement with this at almost 50 miles an hour. So our new tornado warning, and how about this? This new tornado warning takes us to what is the expiration, the original expiration. We'll see if this is elongated now with our tornado watch that was set. And Mark and I were just sitting there talking that if this expires at 1 o'clock, the fact that we're on number 4 now as far as tracking these, that would be spot on perfect. So we started saying, hey, look, there's a 40% chance it's likely that we're going to see the tornado watch. A few minutes later, there's the tornado watch. And if it was to coincide with this being the last, and technically once this moves in across and then 95 US 17 and into just south of 82 here, so closer to what would be Brantley County, the watch doesn't extend beyond that. So that's why, what we might see here as this continues to move through, once it hits Salter and moves into areas of southeast Georgia just after US 17 and heads over toward the Hoboken or just north of Hoboken area, that's where it's possible that at that point it won't be something that be tornadic, and it would also really be, as you can see behind what we're tracking right now, the last of the big rain coming through for areas of southeast Georgia. This we had yesterday, and we explained that the crux of what we're going to be doing in the coverage is going to be in the morning. It's going to be Mark and I, the rest of the team here with the images, the videos, our reporters, our boots on the ground, the anchors helping, and then we would do the handoff, and a lot of what we would be seeing for both Northeast Florida and Southeast Georgia with the handoff would then put us into what would be our coverage where we continue to track the flooding, our coverage where we continue to watch what could be some damage from, the gusty wind and or coming in because of this inundation now, whether it's in around the San Marco area, St. Nick, or even continuing where we've seen it first and where we really saw it exacerbated through areas of St. John's. And we really haven't seen much into the Palm Coast area. We've kind of been on the periphery of that in and around A1A, but we haven't gotten into the Alphabet neighborhoods. We haven't moved over to the areas there for European Village even, where some of those little communities are literally crisscrossed with canals along the way, and those too could be having some issues. So what we'll be doing here is kind of have more of a spread out coverage of things that are happening here locally for Duval County, things that are happening to our neighbors over at Clay. And of course, we'll continue with what really has been some of the hardest hit areas when it comes to the flooding for St. John's and those areas out near A1A. And I did see, as we were watching before this tornado warning, I was scrolling through the computer that we use to keep track of all of the warnings as they pop up, and I saw the issuance there for the marine advisory, possibility of the water spout, and then what would be the next advisories that were coming in that were behind that, and everything, as you would imagine, continues to talk about some of the levels, the flooding in areas that continue to see the inundation. Willaca, Palatka, those areas seeing it there along the river, and then also with some of the heavier rainfall, it is possible that some of the, at least the homes, yards, otherwise that are immediately along some of the lakes there as you get closer to Interlochen Rock and interior Putnam County could also be seeing that. Like I said, even though those don't show up when we're looking at it via our flood models, they are still going to have the same effect under the wind of being pushed into a yard on the west side, and then as the wind turns to the south, basically it just sends it to what will be the other side of the lake. Still watching areas. So here's Dover Bluff. There's the Dover Bluff Road. Here's I-95, 520, and just as you make that turn here at 520, this is where you catch 17, and as you've ever traveled it, kind of snakes back and forth between and under I-95 as you continue to head south. Pretty road too, by the way, if you get out there. Let's see, if you'll let me know where we're looking here. That is St. Simons. That is, I've been out there a number of times, and I've never quite seen where the water has come up that high all the way up to, wow, that is, yeah, I was going to say, is that the beach club? That's what it looks like. And you see these little barrier fences, these little cyclone fences that were in the image. Their purpose is as the wind blows to kind of slow down and collect the sand as it gets whipped around. They act as sort of a windbreak, if you will, and it allows that sand to settle down into those areas. Actually, sometimes you see them, they're built in and around areas where they're trying to fortify some of the dunes. But absolutely, and I said before that, these isles, it's not like in our area, or Flagler, especially Daytona for that matter, where you kind of walk down to the beaches. It's here where you almost walk flat, 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 and then there's just a little bit of a drop off as you get to the water's edge. Looks like some folks that are out there already with the dogs exploring the island and what has come through. So here's, St. Simons, as we're looking at this in real time, watching these folks that are out on the water's edge. I don't see any umbrellas. I don't see them dodging any raindrops because the rain has since moved inland. And I do believe that at the end of our straight line event here from what is our tornado warning that continues here for another almost, 28 minutes, 27 minutes. Now, as this moves outside of this box, moves away from 1795, clears the area effectively, that is the last of what is any kind of significant rainfall coming through. We still have some of these bands, not to say it's done by any means, because we have not yet seen the wind turn the opposite direction. This is still hammering on shore as the Nicole, and I tell you what we'll do here, Mark, if you'll grab one of the other computers and we'll just pop up Nicole in the track just so we can show where it is and give you a timeline here to start to see some of those winds making a reverse and getting some of that southwesterly flow. So here's the streaks as they continue. There's our tornado warning currently. We explored it just like we have with the rest of them. And what we've seen here is the more of straight line signatures, at least via our system. It was the very first tornado warning actually that had a bit better what was a couplet or at least rotation. I saw it pop up there just for a second, but just imagine here as this thing starts to get more west of us. So I'm talking about Cedar Key lifting up near the Steinhatchee and points northward. That is going to almost give us the reverse wind. This is where we'll start to see the south wind at first and then the southwest and then westerly as Nicole will then move into southeast Georgia. We really won't realize much of her westerly wind until it is well into southeast Georgia, and then we'll catch the tail end of that. With that said, it's possible that with that turnaround, that tomorrow we're still tracking some of what will be Nicole's effects, and those would be the bands that have yet to come through. These are the ones that are all the way to the south here into areas of I would say still over top of Central Florida, or at least over top of West Central Florida, closer to Tampa as it's starting to make that turn over the Atlantic. If we could drop the picture here just to the edge, just so we can cover some of the stuff on the advisory. This is still the 10 o'clock. Mark David and John are just starting to get here, so they will be taking you through the next update that will be coming in with Nicole. And so what I was saying is as it gets, well, about here, 7 o'clock, we're going to start to see more of a southwesterly influence. Then it will cross the line, and here's where we're starting to see more of a westerly. And then as it moves north, we'll start to see those winds veering, but it's primarily going to be that timeline before it moves through. Max wind gust, yeah, and just about that time here is we're starting to see some of those peaks that could take us, and we've had plenty. We've had, 3 or 4 of the areas that saw 70-mile-an-hour gust. I think it was at least 3 of the areas that had topped. Coming up just shy of what would be a Category 1 hurricane. The wind gusts that we've listed here was anywhere from 65 miles an hour. At one point, they were up to 85 miles an hour, and we've started to see those come down with the updates. Here we're watching, and we've also been watching a different view of this, the Jax Beach Lifeguard. If you look over toward the pier, the scaffolding is still in place and going. I'm hearing some more beeps going on. The scaffolding that continues, well, it's still standing, and just absolutely amazing that something that is essentially a 2-inch, at least via the camera, it looks like maybe about 2-inch galvanized pipe, has not just completely sunk in and or turned over because of the uneven settling as water comes in and under. If you've ever just stood out, even in the little shore break, and the wave, kind of comes back on the backside of your leg, you kind of sink down a little bit because it's taking the sand from underneath your feet. Or if you've made the mistake, we've got 2 of them now. So we've got Fernandina. All right, so here comes another one. Let's go to this one to see if it has any of the signature. That's actually a little interesting here. So we've got a little bit of a crook to it. So sometimes where these are starting to form, that could be, think about a small low pressure area that is sitting just to the edge of what would be still out over the open water. That signature is probably the best one that we've had yet, as we've got the absolute gate-to-gate shear. So folks that are anywhere near Fletcher Avenue, this is out near the miniature golf course, was at the restaurant that's right there, the 2-story that's on the edge. Here's Beach in Fernandina. Folks, I want you to use the same cautions that we've been saying before, because now what we're seeing could potentially be, if it's not got rotation to it, it certainly has the signature that's showing up. Let's see here, with some of the winds coming through, these are all outbound, so they're moving away from us at about 20 to 30 miles an hour and into, especially these lighter ones. So the combination there would be 60. Go into the lighter color right here on the edge of the box underneath where that 30 is, at the top of Fletcher Avenue, right there. And what we could see is the combination. So, I mean, that's a 60-mile-an-hour swirl that we're seeing with that. And with the boxes is the, so what's happening is the warning layer being on as we're trying to click, we're getting the warning layer that continues to show up, and that's why it's got the tornado warning. But this is the area that it still doesn't have the debris signature, but it shouldn't at this point because it was just coming in off the water. But we still have the potential here for at least some, there we go, some moderate rotation. And what we have,
This could be debris.
yeah, this looks like it could be. With all of the wind, and you've seen the foam and all that stuff blowing around, if this is swirling, even that foam will show up as a signature and come bouncing back to the radar. I would say that this one is more definitively something that has rotation than anything else that we've been tracking. Not ignoring it there in areas of Glenn County with the warning that continues, but this one in Nassau County looks a lot more like a signature for what we're seeing here when it comes to the overall rotation versus the one here to our north. That one was all green, and even if we put these side by side, you would see the difference between the two of those. So let's head back over to the radar. This started all, and lightning count, another thing that we always watch, these are more typical of what would be storms that are tornadic. These are coming in and being forced into rotation, if you will. So there's already a certain amount of shear to the atmosphere, the shear being speed that's increasing with height. Now, when you take the friction or less friction area here of the ocean, and then even at Fletcher, even out to the first isles before we start to move over, that is enough that basically it kind of drags the tail a little bit, and it could start to create the rotation in these areas where you see these bright spots are more evident of that than any of the ones that we've seen. So John and Mark are over there. I don't know if you can hear them in the background, but they're both over there watching and doing the same thing here as we track this in real time. With the signature that we just saw looking like it could be debris, I would say folks either in the newsroom or the booth, if we can see if we can get some eyes here, but whether it's the Nassau County Sheriff's Department or even the emergency management, or if we can see who does the power here for these areas and go and see if we're seeing, because if that is something that's spinning and now moving across Fernandina, moving across the island into the mainland area, if that signature is holding true and that rotation was there, I'm going to think that we might have at least taken out some power in those areas, and we can use those also to kind of track what we're seeing here for the potential. So this one that is just popped up, is this one till 1 o'clock also? Is this a 20-minute window, or is this one extended beyond that? Because we've got kind of overlapping warnings that are going on from Camden Glen and now into Nassau County. We are watching areas also specifically here. Yeah, we're talking about Fernandina in the immediate term, but you can see that St. Mary, it is at one. St. Mary continues. Here's Chester Road, giving an idea of some of the little roads that are in between as you're out and about. The heavy of the wet weather coming through. So St. Mary, same idea. You're inside of the watch box, or you're inside of the warning box rather. So what I'd like you to do, if you can, crank the TV up or grab your mobile device, get to a safe spot, your safe room, and or wait it out anywhere that you don't have windows, and that's going to be the best area. This whole thing is moving at 60 miles an hour. So imagine that this whole cell is moving at 60 miles an hour, and at the same time, we're finding rotation that could be equally as high as that 60 mile an hour point. So yeah, easily tripping some of the meters, but that signature is much more vibrant. The red and the green showing up side by side, watching those, and then the next image that you saw was where we have the potential for what would be the debris. What is the debris? It's anything that gets picked up from the ground, and it could be the sea foam, the spume, if you will, that gets wrapped around. Also, being that it's a pretty wet environment. And John Gone, everybody.
Hey, listen, I just want to point out, Mark and I were doing some research back a while ago. We had a water spout over the St. Johns River. If you go back into debris mode real quick, we had that signature. Go back about 2 or 3 frames. And what we saw here is that blue area that you were pointing out. And that blue area right there that was coming on shore near Fernandina Beach, that may have been a water spout. And you're getting the spray off the ocean right there. And as it was coming on through, maybe it was even prior to that. But that is a possible tornado. And again, it's probably already moved through the intercoastal.
Yeah. So this is what we haven't seen with any. So this is the 4th one that we've tracked, but we have not seen those colors at all. So this goes back. A salad spinner, remember those? You hit the top OXO thing, and the leaves would spin around, and it would shoot the water to the outside. It sat in a little basket. That's centrifugal force. It's spinning and sending things to the outside. The same kind of tilt-a-whirl that they have at the fair. That is also centrifugal force. So what we...
I just talked to the Nassau County Emergency Operations Center. They have no reports of any kind of tornadic activity at all.
Well, that's good.
So far there's no reports, which means this could have come in as a water spout, and as soon as it gets over land, typically they start to collapse and do so pretty quickly. But those colors we have not seen out of any of this. But to finish my thought, same idea, take a wet towel, swing it in a circle, everything sprays to the outside of where you're standing, and that's why we get these signatures, because as the rotation kicks in, it throws that salt spray, it throws the sputum, the fume, the spume, everything here to the outside, and that creates the signature that we're seeing.
Show them that severe or the shear track a minute ago. You were showing that coming right into Fernandina, which again might have suggested.
Yeah,
might show that. Back it up. Yeah, let me back it up. And again, the direction here is towards Kings Bay, St. Mary's area, by the way. So I would imagine, even if it's not all together, see that purple area off in the water?
Yeah, right here.
Just go a little bit further south. And that's it, going right through Fernandina. So that was probably a water spout.
I think that, yeah.
Debris field on there, you'll see that it will match up.
These coincide. This one's for real, folks. This one at least was a water spout to kick it off, and that is, I think we'll verify that through, if there was somebody that actually saw it. I don't think this was all just radar derived. With the fact that people are heading out to the beaches already, I'm thinking that somebody may have been out, and if so, we may have some verification that way with a storm spotter, or possibly just somebody that was out there and saw as it continued to speed through. With that, we're seeing the much lighter stuff here, but the heavier stuff that continues is now just outside of Kings Bay. Here's St. Mary's, here's Landon, Cypress Lake. So chances are, even if it doesn't have rotation any longer with it, it is still packing some wind and possibly coming through, howling through your area. And this would really be, I think, of what we've seen throughout the morning, not only the one that really looks like it could be potentially tornadic, but on top of that, this is also, I think, really what will signify the brunt of what you'll feel here from Tropical Storm Nicole. And think about the fact that tropical, here we are, you couldn't get any closer to the Atlantic than where it started over the Atlantic there at the Isles. And if you go all the way across the state, southward closer to, coming offshore there from Tampa, St. Pete, and just to the north of it. And here we are on the opposite side, the dirty side, as I often call it, and we're seeing the signature of what looks like rotation, and we've now tracked inside of this very shallow area, when it comes to our tornado watch. It didn't extend across, the greater, viewing circle. It came to about an end. It does look like it's been extended, though, into... It's shifted to the north, and it's moved inland. So this puts us now for Brantley County, Pierce County, and into Ware County, whereas before it was largely just our coastal. And this is going to go now through 7 o'clock. So it's possible that, even after the handoff here coming up, that John and David are going to be watching and tracking what could be the same idea. These things, a minute you're not seeing any lightning and still really not seeing anything that's evident. You're tracking what are just these outer bands, and then one of them just tips the scale, and now you go back into what has been tornado mode. So areas that we're watching, we'll start here around the river view, and we're looking toward what would really be the north part of this warning box. This is going to continue into around the areas of Terre Haute. There's Kingsland, Catfish Acres over toward Mission Trace, Admiral's Walk, and then heading south. There's St. Mary proper, the heaviest of which is sitting over top of Mariners Landing, southward there to Riverview and into St. Mary's, and this will continue as fast as it's moving. Just about the time I finish a statement, the radar updates, and this is going to be that much closer to the edge of the box and bringing us to an end of what will be our tornado warning in just under 15 minutes, about 13-minute window here where it expires at 1. When that expires, this color is going to remain because now the tornado watch has been extended and broadened inland, so that will continue through 7 o'clock. So you'll still see, if you are watching here, listening, whether you're doing it with your mobile device, if you're using our weather app, Weather Authority app, and going back and forth, what you won't see leave. You'll see the tornado warnings expire and move off the map, but what we're not going to see here will be the area of red. This one should be all but expired because anything that was inside of it is well outside and has crossed 17.
It makes you wonder, right? I mean, why put that warning up for the length of time when these things are moving a mile a minute? And, we saw those signatures at, literally 12:37. So 10 miles later, because 10 minutes, 10 miles, 60 miles an hour, they're in Kingsland, or will be. That one is right over St. Mary's.
I was going to say this one's at St. Mary's, and by the time the update comes in, it is going to be over toward Kingsland and moving out toward US 17 and beyond that. What we have seen is we are getting the heads up from the National Weather Service saying, all right, this one has expired, or whatever it might be, but these don't go away until our system clears it, and our system holds it until what was the original expiration. And that one
has been canceled for all of Northeast Florida, but that's why it's still red.
Okay.
It just takes, they have to hit that valid
I don't know if you could just hear what Mark said, but with all of the activity, and that's what we were just explaining, saying that would be a huge kudos if it was the last tornado warning, the one that we were watching closer to Brunswick. It was going to end at 1, and then all of our watch boxes would go along with it. That would have been awesome. But instead, we'll see as the update comes through, we'll drop Duval County, Nassau County, and then we'll see these as they continue into southeast Georgia, which, throughout the morning, I've been saying that we are tracking this as the activity continues to move through. So when we do the handoff where we've covered, a lot of the coastal areas, the flooding, and into northeast Florida, the next focal point will be watching these storms as they go through southeast Georgia. They'll still come back and touch on what's going on in Palatka with the flooding there in Willatka and everybody else. These are all coming in real time. But what we'll be watching in the same kind of event here will be the potential for what could be further tornadic activity. And not only that, so here we get to almost 1 o'clock. We're about 11 minutes shy. Darkening early. I want to say the sun sets about 5:30, so you guys will be taking them into the dark hours with the potential for the tornado watch to continue through 7 o'clock, which means we get into at least the first couple of hours of post-sunset, and those always make me a little bit nervous because now you really can't see what's going on. You're out in the dark, and what you end up is, using your other senses like your ears and, of course, listening to John and David here as these things will be coming through. But always offer the caution that this isn't the time where you go running outside to a tornado warning. I want to see if I can get it on camera or whatever. Get safe first, and then, the best way for you to protect yourself is just to stay out of harm's way. But this is what, John was saying, this is why we're stretching these things out at 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. They are literally moving about a mile a minute. 60 miles an hour is 1 mile per minute. So as they boogie through an area that started here all the way out over the water, that crossed Fernandina and the tip of the isle, and it seemed like that took no time at all. But what's the top of the isle, like maybe 3 miles at the north part here, and then you catch the break at the intercoastal, cross the bridge, and now we're into St. Mary, Riverview. You got Lakemont that's also out there toward the townhomes and Catfish Acres. Oakwood as it lifts to the north here, and you can kind of see where the warning box is a little bit more of an angle as these are getting that influence from the southeast and pushing off toward the northwest. We've got about 10 minutes even, just about 9 minutes now of what will be the leftovers here. What looked like the signature has since started to turn all green once again, which means what may have had some rotation has since turned back into more of a straight line push, and now we're just getting the big gusts that come through. They could still do damage. There's a lot of areas, especially as you get in and around these Catfish Acres and out through the Oakwood homes and all that. Mobile home park being a point that I always try to point out, because when we see these, there's the potential. But here's the signatures that we were talking about. You see these dark purple areas. This is where the the possible tornado or water spout. It's a signature of tight rotation, basically, is what you're seeing. And that's why instead of seeing something that's broad like a normal wind would be, these are pretty tight. And you know what? I would say that one, that it being that they started well offshore here behind our Channel 4 and continued where we still saw the signature there at St. Mary's. It's possible that if not down at ground level for a fully connected funnel, it still could have been rotating in the mid to upper level. So you still get the peak wind. You still get what is very akin to a straight line wind with the potential for rotation being measured here as you move up with height and away from the ground level. So
just a reminder,
Yep.
this is a product that is updated every 3.5 minutes. We take single scans of the atmosphere. So what that means is that when you see the red, it's actually about 3 minutes old. So you got to mentally infer that it's 3 more miles out. So where that circle is, add it all out. So it's near Lakemont Townhome. I can't read them on
Yeah,
sites.
this is the townhome. Here's Sugar Mill Plantation. But these are the same areas. You know, this is kind of getting up toward, here's Haddock Road. This gets back over to where some of the mobile home parks are. You know, anytime that we have these kind of, knowing that they show up on the map in the way that they do, you'll see where it pops up. There are the areas that, especially when we have tornado warnings, we're watching for those. And yes, you can stay safe inside of a mobile home. It's the same idea. You just get to the interior part and getting away from the outer walls, the windows, anything that could possibly be breached and or broken and do more damage than anything. So here's where Oakwood sits. It's technically, it looks like just on the outside of our warning, but the warning, just because that's where the box stops, does not mean that's where the wind stops. So we could still see some of the big wind as it comes through Clark's Bluff and over toward that mobile home park here. Even into Kingsland, we could see that. And Kinlaw's all the way to the tip of the point. And if you look at where that red continues to stretch, I mean, we are covering all of those areas, including what's the downpours that are coming through right now. So if you're watching us, you're hearing the rain pummel tops of your roofs and inside of your buildings, and you're like, is that it? Is that it? What we're seeing right now looks like it would be more windy type issues, very strong straight line winds. You could see some of that maybe if you were looking outside down the city street. You could see the movement of water if you've got puddles that are still left over, or if you've got shrubs, trees, and things like that. You'll start to see those all swaying in one direction. Here's Georgia Highway 40 moving over, and then to Kingsland, there's 17, Wolf Bay. These are all going to see these big, heavy downpours and what will undoubtedly be some very gusty winds as the signature for rotation looks like it's come to an end, as we were showing you there at St. Mary. But yeah, moving at 60 miles an hour means that when we see the signature or when we see these on the radar, that's why we're always trying to look ahead of them, because you're trying to outrun what the radar can give us in real time and what the radar can give us in its timeline and what we're seeing here in real time. But there's more to come. All of this is also lifting from the south to the north. So what will come sweeping by areas of Fernandina, Kingsland will continue to lift. And there you go. That's the perfect explanation, as this is then going to move back into areas of Brunswick, which is why, and you'll see, boom, just how much of this area has been added to not just the marine advisory, but now for our inland areas across southeast Georgia and all the way up basically to the final point here of our viewing circle as you get to the top of Waycross. And then at 1 o'clock, the next time we see that update, that'll take out Duval County and I think, is Nassau County going to continue? I know Duval County will expire here, but it looks like most of it moves into the South Georgia, Southeast Georgia areas as you will continue with your tornado watch then through 7 o'clock this evening. So from Callahan northward, Callahan southward here into the River City, much lighter when it comes to the rain, heaviest stuff lifting into Southeast Georgia, and there's where our focal point is going to be when we're covering and tracking what will be left here for the first initial surge of what is Tropical Storm Nicole, with the areas to our south catching some of the drier products. The models did a great job with that, by the way, when we were showing yesterday here at the lunch hour, 1 o'clock, and then winding down. And all of this has, not that it's winding down as far as the overall storm, but the rain starts to wind down. We're starting to see that drier intrusion that we spoke of this morning. And that means that we're going to get some gaps in between the downpours. That's going to limit the rainfall. And folks, considering that we've seen the levels as we've advertised come up to E, and in some cases maybe even starting to tip the scale a little bit in some areas here above even. Certainly not what we saw with Irma, but all of this is mapped out, and it's been the great help here with the equipment and kind of being able to calculate what comes in as these bands. When does the dry air start? When does it start to limit just how much of the rain has come through? We've turned back on our skits, which are basically a little heads up on what we're seeing when it comes to some of the storms, seeing quite a few of these that are actually fairly long, and that just shows just how fast these are going, just how fast they're moving. The areas of green that we're seeing, these are typically a bit more benign versus that of red, obviously just using the red, green, yellow type of colors of what becomes something. There's another one. This one, each one is expired within about 3 minutes, and it's a 12:56. It was going to expire at 1 o'clock. So with that, I'm going to get a sip of water. We're going to do an exchange, a handoff, a high five, and John and David will be taking you through here beyond 1 o'clock and into the rest of what we're seeing here with Tropical Storm Nicole.
Appreciate you staying with us here on Channel 4. Are we going to take a quick break? Are we going right into the VOs here? All right, the Weather Authority alert has Nicole moving across our area. We've got a live look at the storm's progress in northeast Florida. Tornado warning just expired for Nassau, Camden, and Glynn counties. However, tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock, as Rich was just talking about, for all of southeast Georgia.
Let's take a look at some images coming into our newsroom closer to home in Duval County. This is the St. Johns River at Bell Riverside Apartments. It's right there in the 5 Points area of Riverside, where you can see that just seawall has been breached by the water, the St. Johns, which is flooding over. We've seen this all along Riverside Avenue, by the way, and over by the park.
Some of our viewers have sent in pictures. This is from Ponte Vedra Beach, Marsh Landing, the north end, which is right near JTB and the bridge off the Intracoastal. You can see that water overflowed into the entrance there.
And then this is another image coming to us, and this is not uncommon, sadly, for St. Johns County, particularly along A1A. This is actually the 3400 block of Coastal Highway. It's flooded out. This is, again, in St. Johns County. There are a number of areas in St. Johns County, and then leading down to Flagler as well, where the water has breached the dunes and toppled over onto the road along the coast.
Those pictures are from the Emergency Operations Center, folks. Take a look at the Trout River Drive area and flooding along the river there.
Wow.
This is in the Panama Park neighborhood in northwest Jacksonville.
Wow.
Wow, they've turned the river, extended its banks into that neighborhood there.
Wow.
So to everybody who stayed with us, appreciate you. For those of you just tuning in, we have been tracking Nicole as it made landfall, moved on through. Even though the rain may have ended where you are, there is more to come. We are covering the area from the beaches to the intracoastal waterways. Flooding and winds have been a major issue.
We start with Jim Pickett, who's at Hogan's Creek. Jim?
You know, let me show you something here. This is Hogan's Creek. It's a Springfield area. And look, normally it's between these two rails. That's where Hogan's Creek runs. But now, look at it today. It has spread. It's getting up close to State Street, I say, when we were driving up. Look at this. This is just outside of Springfield area. I've never seen it this high, and I've been down here many times. If you look here, you can just see how this is spreading. This is all due to that tidal flooding. I'm going to walk you down on the other side of this bridge, too, just to give you an example of just how bad this really is. I showed you this, but look at this playground over here. It is totally underwater. People have been trying to drive through, come through here, you know, obviously stopping, whatever. But check this out. This is all underwater as well. So this is Hogan's Creek, and I just came from Mayor Curry's news conference, and we were talking about what they plan to do here with Hogan's Creek. Eventually, they plan to make some repairs here or try to turn this back to a natural type of creek instead of trying to And I want to give you another look. This is going towards Springfield. You can hear that's Big Jim going off. Obviously, at 1 o'clock, that's when that siren goes off. It doesn't mean anything there, but take a look. I mean, this is really causing some problems up here. People can't get through. A lot of people in this neighborhood walk to this area. They've complained about this for some time concerning of what is happening with this. So we're checking out Hogan's Creek. I want to tell you, just saw those pictures over in Riverside. I'm going to head in that way as well, just to find out all along the St. Johns River, this is what we're seeing. So that's why the mayor says you got to be careful. We're still under a state of emergency at this point, but he believes that everything will basically return to normal tomorrow. In fact, they plan to open offices. But today, they want people to be aware of this. And by the way, I thought it was interesting when JSO was there at that news conference talking about the number of car crashes that have occurred, like 36 crashes as a result of this, and that major crash that we were at near Danes Point Bridge. So just be careful when you're out there. That's the biggest concern. But for now, I mean, this is what we're seeing. This is what you can expect. We're live in Springfield. Jim Pickett, Channel 4, the local station.
I hope you notice the driver backing up and turning away, not going through that deep water. You're watching WJXT TV Jacksonville. The news at 1 o'clock starts right now. Now, we've been talking about the problems along the Trout River. And the Trout River spilled over its banks into a neighborhood. You know what happens when a river becomes a river in a neighborhood? You get problems.
You certainly do. So homes are flooded. And we heard Jana is joining us now live. Jana, that maybe a boat had actually run into a home?
So, Jen, we have not seen that as of yet. We actually came directly here because of a viewer's urgent message. We talked to Miss Wendy earlier. I called her directly because I wanted to, number one, make sure that she was not inside this home that you can see is flooded. I'm standing in her front yard, and you guys know I'm 6'3", and I actually had to get out of waist height water. So it's not safe. Again, we have multiple trucks turning away. The police have closed this road. We had to walk in so that we could show you exactly what's happening. And when I spoke to Miss Wendy, her urge was to not only call attention to this from our community, but also to let the public know that this is what they experience regularly on the north side. On one side, we have marsh, and on the other side, we have river. And I'm going to, as safely as possible, walk across this driveway so that I can show you this road that is closed. I will say my boots are very heavy and very full, so you're not getting the Jana sprint that you normally would. All of this road is completely flooded, and this is what I did have to, woo! And we're in, and we're in, and we're in, and we're in. So as you can see, we are now waist height in the water. It's deep. Wouldn't recommend. Sir, I would turn back if I were you. So we see lots of Miss Wendy's neighbors. Again, we have somebody currently literally driving through the police tape. Can't say that I would suggest that. We have Miss Wendy's neighbors out here who did tell me that she's okay. Again, I spoke to her, and her 92-year-old husband have experienced this nearly every single year. So again, guys, if you don't believe me, I am 6 feet tall and I am literally waist deep in the water. Don't drive through here. So again, we're breaking through police tape. I feel like Ashley Harding when she saw the raft people in Ian, but it is what it is. So again, I am here on Trout River Boulevard. I'm going to go change my pants for the next hit, and we will be back to you with more. Please stay safe, guys. Jana Angel reporting live from Trout River Boulevard, the local station.
Oh, Jana,
right, so
be careful.
I'm
You don't
not
want to
good
get
with
in that
math.
water.
So if she's 6'3", that would be 75 inches. Cut that in half. That's about 37, 38 inches of water.
And to think that
standing
they
water
deal
there.
with that, the neighbors deal with that every single time
On a
that
regular
there's
basis,
any
yeah.
major storm.
All right.
Problem.
So from the Trout River, we go to Volano Beach, which is another area that has flooded very much in recent history.
Ashley Harding joins us live. Ashley? Oh, it looks like maybe we don't have Ashley Harding. Want to remind people, of course, obviously, don't do what you heard, what you just saw on the north side and driving through water. And don't walk in the water, don't swim in the water. You remember after Hurricane Ian in southwest Florida, actually, they had a number of people who got flesh-eating bacteria, and a couple of people died as a result. Stay out of the water, please.
All right. So let's go to Ann Maxwell. She is in St. Johns County as well. Ann, exactly where in St. Johns County are you?
We're at Crescent Beach on Avenue D, where the storm surge has turned this road into a big pond, basically. Several other roads have been flooded like this, but it has gone down a lot since high tide. You can see the debris line up here where it came up earlier. It was about a couple feet deep back here. St. Johns County officials have confirmed to me they've had more than 20 rescues today, with one person hurt while walking through the storm waters. St. Augustine police told us he was shocked by a current. They performed CPR. He was taken to Flagler Hospital in critical condition. So very important message there. Stay out of the water if you can. I want to take a little walk over this way. A house over behind me has had some flooding in it today. I don't know if you can see that gray house back there with the two palm trees in front of it. The homeowner says they got about 2 feet of water in there earlier. I don't know, back in the control room, do we have his soundbite from earlier we can play? I don't think we have that right now. But he said, they just got flooded during Ian a couple weeks ago. He says this was almost as bad. They just got that cleaned up, said his neighbor's house was flooded as well. And he and his wife are just tired of it. They're planning on moving. And several other streets have standing water in it like this. When we were driving down A1A to the more southern part of Crescent Beach earlier, an officer told us several houses had been flooded. There was lots of standing water on the roadway at certain points this morning. A1A has been blocked off north of us, close to Butler Beach and further down in Crescent Beach. But again, the water is going down. A spokesperson with St. Johns County Emergency Management says they think the high tide cycle this morning was the worst of it, but they're continuing to keep an eye on it for the next cycle tonight, and they're warning people shelter in place, don't be walking through the water, and even though the water's going down, don't be driving through it because you can push that wake into people's houses. For now, reporting live from Crescent Beach, Ann Maxwell, Channel 4, the local station.
And thank you very much. I don't know if you heard the discussion earlier, but Rich and Mark were talking about the fact that the water levels this go round, even though the rainfall has not been as much as we saw with Ian, are actually higher than they were with Ian. And as for that homeowner, there are a lot of people who have said, this is it, we've had it with the flooding.
It's frustrating, and you find yourself in a difficult situation when you own a home because you're in a flood area, and so it's difficult to sell. And so sometimes you just feel yourself kind of trapped and unable to really, move. So let's certainly hope that that as we follow this and monitor the flooding over the next couple of hours and into, in fact, tomorrow and even after, that it doesn't get any worse. But the reality is that the tides change, right? And so we're waiting this evening for another high tide.
So let's also keep this in mind. David, if the characteristics of this storm had happened in August, during the warm summer months, it would have been much different for us.
It would have been profoundly different, and it's almost a historic nature here of this storm hitting Florida in almost mid-November. There's only been one other hurricane on record that hit the east coast of Florida past November the 4th. That was the Yankee hurricane. You got to go all the way back to 1935. So that's why we're seeing kind of these odd impacts for a system, is the wind field is just so large. It's throwing a lot of water from the Atlantic up against the beach into portions of the river, and that's going to continue in some capacity tonight. And then we're going to keep a very close eye on the river heading into the evening hours, because a lot of the water down here, Putnam, Clay counties, is going to try to lift its way northward once the winds begin to shift towards the south and east. Now, let's kind of reset the scene for everyone here. At 1 o'clock, the big thing Richard and Mark have been tracking the last hour or so is the threat for tornadoes. The tornado watch has been allowed to expire for Nassau, Duval County. So if you live in Northeast Florida, the threat for tornadoes is over and done with. However, in Georgia, the tornado watch has been extended now. That goes all the way until 7 o'clock. Don't get too caught up in that 7 o'clock number. It's probably only going to be for a couple more hours, and it's probably going to be in association with this band or maybe an additional band trying to develop here near the Brunswick area. So this is the region we're going to keep a very close eye on over the next couple of hours for possible tornadoes. And you can see we get these bands here of really intense, what we call almost convection, really, with this activity now. And all this action, as Richard has been saying for a while now, it's racing off towards the west at around 55 to 60 miles an hour. That's why if you live in Woodbine, you just kind of get hit in the face with rain. It stops, and then another band hits you in the face again with rain. That's going to continue here for at least the next half hour to an hour, and this band extends all the way back into just north of the Folkestone Homeland area, and Nahunta seeing the rainfall, and now Waycross also seeing this band as well. Let's go back, though, to the storm earlier that did have the possible tornado with it, and let's go ahead and inspect that a little bit more in velocity mode here. And again, the rotation with these systems are going to be very, very, very short-lived. These are not long-track tornado events here. In fact, if we're going to see a tornado today, it probably lasts 30 seconds to a minute, so you won't have a ton of time to prepare. And because of all the rain and wind around, these tornadoes are going to be very, very difficult to see if we actually get one. And the good news here is we're seeing a lot of green showing up here in portions of southeast Georgia. It's an indication we're not seeing any rotation right now with this activity, and that extends through the Woodbine area. So again, we're not looking at rain, we're looking at actually wind speed and wind direction right now with this product. Let's go to the shear product here, and actually we'll go to shear tracks with this area. And again, we're just kind of keeping an eye on any stronger cells that may be trying to develop here in portions of North Florida. Where the purple showing up, that's not hail today. That's just likely more enhancement, if you will, of the thunderstorm activity. And you can kind of see that that. A little bit of enhancement there now coming on shore. This would be north of Fernandina Beach, heading towards potentially the Woodbine, Kingsland area. Right here, St. Mary, so a little bit of enhancement with that thunderstorm there. We'll go back to the more traditional view here on Exact Track 40. So we really want to stress this is going to be the main issue in terms of the threat for tornadoes as we head into the next couple of hours. It's going to be this band right here into portions of southeast Georgia, and the watch has been pushed westward by about one county. So if you remember earlier, it was mainly just the coastal counties. Now communities like Waycross and Folkston, you're under that tornado watch, and again, that will likely last through the afternoon hours. Now, here in metropolitan Jacksonville, there's no doubt we've seen improvement. We have not seen as much of the wind or much of the rain out there. Still quite a bit of wind. That's going to continue for this afternoon, but we're pretty optimistic the worst of the rain is done with. If you live in Northeast Florida, that includes the Jacksonville area, back down through World Golf Village, St. Augustine, even south through Palm Coast. You're going to actually begin to see some improvement there. And here's the wider view one more time on Exact Track 40. Again, a lot of the heavier rain in southeast Georgia, and then you kind of pick up these steady lighter bands out towards the west along the I-75 corridor near Lake City, and then further south into portions of the Gainesville area. Still have quite a bit of wind out there. These are the current wind speeds right now. We still have a sustained wind of 37 at St. Augustine, 30 in Brunswick, 21 in Jacksonville. A little bit lighter still here, but I want you to notice very bottom of your screen where the ticker is. That's where the center of circulation is with this system. So winds will rapidly increase along the I-75 corridor here as we head through the remainder of the afternoon hours. Here's a wider view of the wind speeds out there, and you can clearly see there's some pretty strong winds out in the Gulf of Mexico. So all of us will probably be dealing with tropical storm force winds through the rest of the afternoon and early evening time period. But the real focus this afternoon, I think, is going to be on that tornado threat in southeast Georgia between, say, about now and maybe lingering as late as 3-4 o'clock. So just a good afternoon to keep it here on Channel 4. We'll have updates for you as needed.
Thank you, David. It's 1:13. Just got an email from Kathy, and she was asking for an update on the Dames Point Bridge. She says it's been closed. I've got to get to work, so let's take a look. You can see no traffic moving through. The semi on your left, it had been on its side. It was toppled by winds. They have righted it. You can see they've got a wrecker moving in, hoping to get it out of the way. So, Kathy, can't get to work just yet, but they're making progress. We'll keep you posted. Meantime, the mayor says flooding may continue into this evening.
Yeah, he spoke along with city emergency officials shortly after noon.
We will continue to closely watch these areas through tonight's high tides. For the beaches, that's around 9 p.m., and inland high tide is 11 p.m. 2 shelters opened at 8 a.m. today, the Legend Center and Landmark Middle School. Both are available for those with special needs, the special medical needs, the general population, and both are pet-friendly. We still do not expect evacuations, but we want to make sure shelters are available for those who may be in need. I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. Please stay out of the water and off of the beaches. The surf is breaching the dunes and there's no beach to stand on. Once again this morning I watched local news and saw people were in the ocean. These are terrible conditions. You're risking the lives of yourself and those that may have to come rescue you. So stay out of the water. I'd also like to ask all citizens to stay off of the roads until the storm passes. There are down power lines in areas as well as trees. There have been multiple accidents today, several that required extrications, one that shut down the Dames Point in both directions, and with these conditions, there's potential for more. Do not go out unless you have until the storm until the storm passes and these tidal flooding effects have receded. In conclusion, remember that if you have questions or need to report a non-emergency incident in the city, call 630-CITY. If you have an emergency, call 911. Lines are open with extra operators on 630-CITY and will be available to handle potential heavy call volume. With that, I invite Chief Ellis Burns to talk about Jacksonville Sheriff's Office efforts, followed by Jay Stowe from JEA.
Thank you, Mayor Curry. Good afternoon. I'm Ellis Burns, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. So I couldn't say any better than Mayor Curry did. Please stay off the roads. We're working about 20 crashes as of 11:30. As the mayor says, some requiring extrications. Most of these are most likely going to be weather related. So I'm asking people to please stay off the roads. It's inclement weather. We're hoping this is going to pass the next few hours. We'll continue to watch the storm track and work with the National Weather Service on that, but there's no sense in being on the roads if you don't have to be, so please don't. We're still fully staffed, extra staff actually right now, and we're deploying strike teams to try to shut down intersections where there's standing water at that's impassable. Outside of that, if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. JEA crews have been out all night restoring power. The storm, as it still passes through, there will continue to be outages, and the fluctuation of the numbers of outages will be moving around a little bit. A few minutes ago, we were down to about 6,500 outages right now. It has been as high as 25,000. All the crews are out responding. There's some areas where it is difficult to get to because of trees and flooding, but we will continue to work around the clock till we can get those back on. Our water system is holding up well, no overflows and no broken pipes, so we should be good there. And we have partnership with the city and all the other agencies to keep things moving as quickly as we can. Thank you.
That will take questions.
Already with flooding, especially in the South Bank, the North Bank, the San Marco area, we're seeing worse water levels than we did during Ian. During Ian, you issued voluntary evacuations. Is there any possibility that a voluntary evacuation might come out?
I mean, I think that people ought to use common sense right now. Again, if you know you're in these areas, the zones I mentioned, A and B, if you've seen flooding in previous storms, you ought to consider moving if you can. I think that would be common sense and wise.
When it comes to municipal services, everything was supposed to resume tomorrow. Is that still the plan?
That is the yes. And so makeup day for today will be Saturday. Is that right, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions on the tidal flooding. What are you expecting tomorrow? I mean, is it going to be worse than it is right now? What do you think is going to be happening?
Well, I mean, it could be. I mean, we don't know. I think it's really important for people as this storm passes, and sun may even come out this afternoon. I don't know. If it does, don't assume the flood risk is over. It could last throughout the evening and into tomorrow.
What are you've mentioned some of the areas, the traditional areas, but have you had any property damage, anything that has been reported yet from flooding?
Steve, have you heard any?
Steve Long, Public Works, thank you. Have not had any reports come into our office about property damage. We do know that, all of our low-lying areas are seeing impacts from the storm. And basically until the tide turns and goes out, we won't be able to assess how the drainage system's doing. But the impacts to private properties, we haven't had any reports on those.
Just a final question. You mentioned the shelter's open. Has anybody taken you up on that yet, or do you know?
Yeah, there are people in shelters. I don't know the number counts off the top of my head, but there are some people utilizing the services. Todd, you have the numbers.
Yeah. So Todd Smith, yes sir. So Landmark Middle has 13 residents there, and Legends has 13 for a total of 26, and this is only 1% of our total population of the shelter.
If tonight is going to be worse than we've already seen from a high tide perspective, what has the city done? What is the city going to do for some of the projects that are in the works in those areas that could be flooded, especially downtown with the development that's happening there?
Steve, existing projects that are...
Yes, ma'am. For existing projects that are ongoing, for instance, on LaSalle Street, there's a new pump station that is under design and is going to be under construction in the next year. So that'll be in place. That will help with some of the issues we're seeing because it'll cut off some of the direct connections to the river. If the river rises above the bulkhead, that kind of negates that work. But for everything up to the bulkhead elevations, that'll help cure it. We're doing a lot of work right now along the McCoy's Creek Basin, which is seeing impacts today, but they're lesser impacts than we've seen in previous storms. So it shows that work that is going, even though it's multiple phases, it shows that early phase is helping the drainage systems. And so work like that will continue to help and improve things as we move into the future.
Can you talk about Hogan's Creek? That's where we are seeing
Hogan's Creek, yeah.
Hogan's Creek, again, that's one of our trouble areas, and that's a project that is planned into the future. That is, designed. It's not designed. When it is designed, we're going to look to make the same kind of improvements that we're seeing in McCoy's Creek. However, that's in several years into the future. But when that starts, we'll be looking to make those same type of drainage improvements.
And I know this is far early days, but when it comes to the Riverwalk right there under the Main Street Bridge, it never really recovered after Ian, was still soggy, now completely submerged. Is there a plan to maybe redo that?
there's a plan to make a repair, basically from where the water, that area is submerged all the time, and the walls are dry, and it keeps the lower area dry during normal operations. During Ian, there was a water seal was broken, and we actually had a plan to start that repair in the coming days, if not next week. Once this storm passes, we'll get that area dried out again. We'll get our contractor back on board to start that repair so that we can make it completely dry again.
Mayor, this is probably your last news conference at the ELC.
I hope so. I hope so. But, I mean, look, there's still, 7 months left, 8 months left, and people here have a job to do. So, hopefully another crisis won't present itself while I'm in office, but if it does, we'll be ready for it, and we'll stand ready to pass on all of our knowledge to the next administration. Thank you.
All right, so they held that news conference about an hour ago. Some updated information. You saw Jim Piggott at Hogan's Creek. People are not going to be happy to hear that efforts to improve the flooding there is several years off. We heard from Jay Stowe from JEA. We've got some updated outage numbers from both JEA and St. Johns County. I'll give you the JEA numbers. There are now 71 outages. That means there are 3,816 customers without power. JEA crews, wind permitting, are out there trying to get that power back on as quickly as possible.
You should also know that we've heard from St. Johns County officials down there. They have made 20 rescues as a result of the storm and the flooding in particular, and also are cautioning to our viewers and those of you, and it really doesn't even matter if you live in St. Johns County, but they did have somebody who was walking through some flood, some water, and was hurt as a result. So it's yet another reminder, regardless if you live in St. Johns County or elsewhere, please do not walk through any flood waters. It's just dangerous. You don't know what's down there. You don't know what's in the water. And I'm not talking about, wildlife, but also bacteria.
Construction debris, too.
Absolutely. You just don't know.
Well, you mentioned that after, what was it, Matthew?
Ian.
And Ian, there are some people who got flesh-eating bacteria. And the last thing that either one of us want to be doing is talking about, people being taken to the hospital with those kinds of problems. All right. Flagler County was hit, and hit hard, when Nicole made its presence known.
Yeah, so Vic Nicolucci has been down there, in fact, this afternoon, and is joining us live. I know, Vic, when we touched base with you the last time, about 45 minutes ago, they were actually bringing sand in to help because the ocean had, of course, breached, the dunes and was spilling over onto A1A.
Oh, yeah, Bruce and Jen, and a lot of very busy contractors this morning and this afternoon. I want to show you right now, they are doing that work. This is the historic stretch of A1A. It's really a scenic drive, a great drive. Now, the lanes closest to the water are just washed away in several different spots. I've been talking with Flagler County Sheriff's deputies. They tell us all up and down the county along the coast they have issues. And it appears right now that the tide is going out, the waves going down just a little bit. That is certainly some good news. But if you look all up and down, and way in the distance, you're going to see the Flagler Beach Pier. There are contractors with the FDOT, with the county, with the city, doing everything they can to try to restore what's going on. Now, I'm with photojournalist Chris O'Rourke, and I'm going to walk him this way. We're trying to be careful and be cognizant of the work being done, but I do want to show you what it looks like. And this is the washout. Now, this is an entire lane of traffic that is just gone. A1A into the water. I'm told that about 7 o'clock this morning was when it was the worst. That's when you had the high tide, the height of the wind and the rain and that storm surge. And some people that are staying at the motels along this stretch say it was really bad. It was really scary for a little bit, but they decided to stay and they decided to watch it. But you're going to see just the rocks, the debris, and then huge chunks of asphalt that just went onto the beach, and there really is no beach to be on right now. Officials here urging people to stay off, to stay away from the water, and they actually just put something out recently saying, hey, we are sharing pictures on social media. The news crews are here. Please don't be sightseers. Just watch from the safety of your home. So obviously some people still wanting to come out here and see it for themselves. They have lifted the evacuation orders for this area, so people are allowed back into this area. But let me tell you, the concern right now is high tide is going to be around 2 o'clock, a couple blocks this way. And what's over there, that's the intracoastal waterway. There's several neighborhoods that are low-lying, a couple mobile home parks, and when we came into this stretch, we already saw the water up to some of those houses. So after we're done here, we're going to go check on the folks over there, make sure that everybody's okay. But unfortunately, it looks like the tidal flooding is going to get worse over there before it gets any better. As far as the wind, it's still a factor. The rain has, for the most part, gone away. And everybody wants to know about the Flagler Beach Pier. It took a lot of damage as Ian came through this area. It's down there in the distance. We have seen it get it battered, but it is still standing. It is intact. And from what I can tell, when I approached it, it does not appear to have gotten any new major damage since this area also went through Ian. So, of course, we're going to keep you posted. The moral of the story from officials here is we are working on it. We're doing everything we can to fix this. And let me tell you, there's just bulldozers, dump trucks, and heavy machinery all up and down the coastline as they try to salvage what they can and keep any more of the road from going into the water. We're live in Flagler Beach. I'm Vic Michelucci, Channel 4, the local station.
More images coming into our newsroom thanks to our News4JAX insiders and others who are posting to Snapjacks. This is flooding described in Riverside. You can see that the water, as we frequently see when it comes in at high tide and there's a storm, has now breached that area as well.
And you know what? It's not a good idea to let your pups go roaming around.
It's not.
You know, we talked about people. You know, our four-legged kids are very important to us as well. Got some more Snapjacks photos for you. Let's see where we're headed. All right, there's people wandering through the water. That's Zoo Parkway, up along Heckscher Drive. And it looks like somebody's got their baby in a papoose there, you know, walking across the water. Sometimes I guess you got to get where you're going. But, you know, please do exercise a lot of caution when you do wade into those waters, because you never know if there's construction debris or maybe even, God forbid, a live wire. And you could find yourself, you know, facing some big problems if you come in contact with a live wire.
And really, most of the images that we are seeing posted on Snapjacks involve flooding. You know, we know that that's a problem along the Trout River, also in the Riverside area, in the San Marco area. San Marco Boulevard is actually underwater. And this is a backyard in, I'm sorry, where in Jacksonville? Okay, so this is a houseboat, apparently. Or near a houseboat, where the St. Johns River has then breached the backyard of this home.
So, you know, I'm curious to see, you know, after all is said and done, what the beaches look like, because beach erosion will be appreciable, and, you know, the dunes, which had already been compromised, are going to be further so, and I'm curious to see if they're going to do something about beach replenishment. All right, if I remember right, this is in Orange Park. There is what we believe to have been a water oak, which has a shallow root system anyway that fell into what may have been a tool shed or what have you. There is no report of injury that we had heard about, but you know, I'm sure we're going to hear about more trees down before all is said and done with Nicole.
The ground is just so soaked, right? And then you add all of the rain that we've seen and the wind just to the tops of those trees, and they just tumble right over. And this is Plaza and Peel Street in the Jacksonville area, where we also see some flooding in low-lying areas. Doesn't look like any roads are blocked, which is encouraging news. And this looks like a creek that has crested, so to speak. Do we know where this is? This is the Middleburg area. Again, another area that can be prone also to flooding. Want to just remind our viewers also, we heard from Atlantic Beach Police Department. Wires are down, some roads, localized flooding, and also some traffic lights are out. So if you live in the Atlantic Beach area, keep that in mind.
A storm surge warning remains in effect for the entirety of East Central Florida.
Yeah, we're looking more global now in terms of the state of Florida. Ivan Rodriguez is in Jensen Beach.
This beach is just one example of the damage that we're seeing across several areas on Florida's east coast. These wooden planks actually used to belong to docks that are now in pieces, really, some of them. This road used to be up high, just below my hip level. Now you can see this is completely crumbled. All of this damage due to that storm surge. Furious hurricane-force winds striking Florida. Life-threatening storm surge seeping into areas already hard hit by Hurricane Ian just 6 weeks ago. Nicole, the first hurricane in 40 years to strike the United States this late in the year, made landfall under the cover of darkness early Thursday morning.
We're already seeing, as others have already said, significant impacts both on our coastal areas and some of our inland areas. Sewell's Point is seeing a tremendous amount of flooding already. The island has seen overtopping of their dunes.
This is just very rapidly deteriorating right here.
High tides and coastal erosion are a major concern in Volusia County. Rising seawaters have begun to swallow this building on the beach, causing it to collapse. Volusia County officials say more than 20 homes are now unsafe to be in.
A lot of that erosion on the coastline, this has put some of those structures in jeopardy.
Now crews across the state are racing to restore power knocked out by Nicole's destructive winds.
The storm is very large. Even if the eye has passed over your area, it may still be unsafe to go outside due to the heavy winds, flash flooding, and isolated tornadoes.
News that we were not hoping to hear. We can confirm now, based on the Orange County Sheriff's Office, that 2 people have died because of this storm. When it comes to all the debris that we're seeing here on the sides, we're also beginning just to see now crews come up and pick up all these pieces of wood and other debris and begin to clean that up as well. Live in Jefferson Beach, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
If you're wondering where Jensen Beach is, it's in Martin County, and it's not far from the Fort Pierce area. All right. So, a lot of comparisons have been made to damage that was brought about by Irma. Well, apparently there's some comparisons that can be made when you take a look at what's going on in Memorial Park in Riverside.
Now, Jim Pickett is joining us live from there. Jim.
I hope you're coming to me because I can hardly hear anything. I'm out here at Memorial Park in Riverside. I'll tell you, this is exactly how it was during Hurricane Irma when I was out here. In fact, we'll probably get those iconic pictures. It's really hard to walk up here, but if you look, the water from the St. John that they had just built out here. And, I'll tell you, with the wind, at least where we're standing right now, I got to be careful here because it could easily knock me over, and it's very deep out here. In fact, I was talking to an officer a short time ago. He said this all came up 40 minutes ago. It was down here on the river, and then 40 minutes ago, and I know my photographer can't really hear me. We'll shoot back that way to see if he goes this way. Well, he can't really move because he'll topple over. But the wind is so strong out here. I'm going to try to get a little bit later, and I want to move across here and just kind of show you. I do want to get to that statue eventually that you see in Memorial Park here. That was covered. Last time it looked like it was out in the ocean. I'm sure it's going to look that way now. We're going to make our way back to that area, but I just wanted to show you. This is the situation in Riverside. I know down a little further off Riverside Avenue, there are roads closed. I saw police officers out there as well. The condos around here, people are concerned. To go investigate this, and I'll get back with you and show you a little bit later of what's going on here. Memorial Park, where they just rebuilt all of this. I hope that this holds up.
All right, we're having trouble hearing Jim, but John's been explaining us to what's happening here. Jim is standing on a, stay with that picture. He's standing like in a southern area, and you can see that things are blowing north,
river,
and it's called a sitch. And what happens is this is all coming up from Palatka, and you're going, huh? So keep in mind that when it comes to the St. Johns River, the St. Johns River is what I think one of 2 in the world that flows north, and that's where our problems are going to come from, not just today, but for the foreseeable future, for perhaps the next month. Jensen Beach, and that's why flooding is going to continue to be a problem.
And John, the reality is there's just no place for the water to go.
Exactly right. And Mark Collins is putting together some graphics here, not just the one back behind me, but he's going to show you some of the conditions that we've been dealing with here in the last few hours. And our concern here in the Weather Office is that the highest levels of water are yet to be seen in the downtown Riverside, San Marco areas. They're actually reaching that normal high tide, and it should be receding, but it's not because of what you just saw there with Jim. There's this huge wind coming from the south, just like Jen Wall was just mentioning, a southerly wind, and that's going to push all that water into the downtown area. And this is what we saw with Dora, and this is what we saw with Irma. And in both those 2 hurricanes, the crazy part was there's these great pictures showing downtown completely flooded out, even on the North Bank, out there where the landing used to be. what had happened is that the storms had both come through, Irma and Dora, and there was a pause. And then the wind shifted. And then the water just came from Palatka right into the downtown area. So we actually had our ultimate high tides after the rains had ended and after the storm had actually passed by. Mark, do you want to take over here?
Yeah. So if we can go to weather 4, going to explain what happened at the headwaters or the mouth of the St. Johns River. Earlier, about 11 o'clock, you can see the debris line. So this was when we had a bulge of water at the mouth of the St. Johns River rush in during the high tide. It was with a 3.5-foot storm surge, a surge that just basically matched Irma. So it came within millimeters of Irma. So technically, this was the second highest there at the mouth of the St. Johns River. So that bulge of water has been traveling upriver, south, and moving into the downtown area as we speak. And here you can see this red line is the observed water level at Mayport. So that was the 3.5-foot surge. That bulge of water is traveling up the river. Even though the water along the beaches is subsiding, the water in the river is still going up as we speak. This is the red line, the current water that is still rising in the St. Johns River. This is a tide gauge at the Rudder Club on the dock. And right now it is at, I'll show you the details here. It is the second highest water level Nicole is bringing in just behind Irma. So yesterday, the day before, actually, I wrote a News4Jax article saying that this would be worse than Ian, which it is, but it would not reach Irma. And that's the big stressing point here. Everybody's thinking this could be Irma. It's not going to be Irma. The difference is this is a dry event compared to Irma. We've got plenty of rain, but Irma was flooding the downtown area. The water level was high. The runoff could not get into the water, and we had a lot of rainfall that contributed to the flooding that we saw on Prudential Avenue and the North Bank. For those of you that live on the west bank of the St. Johns River, you're looking at this water coming over your docks. You're thinking your planks are going to pop off, and they probably will with this type of situation, because I don't see that water receding for at least another hour. If anything, the winds that are out of the south that John has talked about has now caused the Seiche effect, where all the water that has been down towards Green Cove Springs is trying to rush back out towards the Atlantic. And there's something in the way called Calford Crossing. Remember that? The confluence where they'd take cows across the St. Johns River in the narrowest part. That water can't squeeze through.
Mark, only Bruce Hamilton remembers that. I just wanted to clarify everybody's understanding. Calford is what Jacksonville used to be called. Well, how many years ago, Bruce?
I don't know whose hair is grayer, John.
It was a few years ago. All right, Mark?
Okay, so the history lesson is we can look back at Irma, and we can look back at Ian, and right now we're seeing water levels between those two storms. And if everything goes as according, which it has been, everything has been kind of following what we were forecasting, it will not reach Irma's level. But the surge along the river, 2 to 4 feet, we're seeing that here. The beach surge is fading. There's another high tide at the beach at 9:30. It will not be as high as this morning's high tide, because the second high tide is not going to be astronomically as high. And in addition to that, the winds are not going to be perpendicular to the beach, bringing in that large surge that we had earlier. Waves are starting to subside. So that's better news along the beaches here this evening. And of course, with the rain moving on out of the area, that is not going to contribute to flooding either. So this is a very interesting situation here, and I certainly sympathize for those folks on the river. You're kind of biting your nails with this water, especially since we're seeing the west side flooding there on the riverbanks, like at Memorial Park in Riverside.
All right, thank you, Mark. We've got some new video from Rick Schilling, one of our viewers. It's A1A in Volano Beach. We've talked about the fact that it's washed out. You saw some of the aftermath. This is what caused it. You can see the waves washing ashore. This isn't far from where some of our reporters have been, and you can see where it just has eroded the roadway. And the people there in Volano have put up with a lot, not just from Irma, but from Matthew back in, 2017? And I remember, Matthew, because it's the year that Christy and I got married, and it almost caused our wedding to be either postponed or even, moved back into, several months later than it had been scheduled. So, yeah, that road dramatically compromised.
And that looks like that's the area near the pedestrian bridge there, kind of closer to the Volano Beach Bridge, just for some perspective, since A1A is pretty long in Volano. Also, more images coming out of St. Johns County as well. Similar, the same that we were just showing you video of. And this was a real problem. In fact, earlier, Sheriff Robert Hardwick was the one who actually initially told us about that, and you can see what the problems are there. We're still checking because we did not hear that this area was closed. So perhaps they've been able to reopen it, but we'll certainly find that out for you. In the meantime, we are continuing to see flooding. This is a flooded yard. This is Fruit Cove. Scott Johnson actually sent this in to us. So flooding that has just come from the St. Johns River. Remember, we're just hearing all about that water moving in the wrong direction. There's so much of it, has no place to go. So it's toppling over onto backyards and into some homes as well.
You saw that bench there to give you some perspective, as to how high that water is. And we've got some new video from Jim Piggott, just sent it in from Hogan's Creek. You heard from the one of the emergency management operations people about the fact that the people there have been dealing with it for a long time, looking for some sort of solution. It is several years out at best. How frustrating for them. Hogan's Creek continues to be a problem with no end to the flooding in sight.
We do want to remind you, of course, no evacuations have been ordered in Duval County. 2 shelters, though, are now open. And the mayor told us about an hour and a half ago that there's about 26 people in both of those shelters. One of them is the Legends Center on Sutel Drive. You might find yourself in an area that's prone to flooding that has not flooded at this point, but could, given that we've been tracking the high tides, which are expected again later tonight. Now, you should know that the Legends Center is equipped for those who have special needs. You can also bring your pet there in case you need it. And then Landmark Middle School, which is on Kernan Boulevard, kind of near the south side area, is also open. We do have a full list of supplies that are recommended that you bring with you if you'd plan to go to one of the shelters. It's on our website, newsforjax.com.
Lines are open around the clock 7 days a week for anybody who has questions about the storm. Number to call is 904-630-CITY. All right, the Weather Authority team of meteorologists is watching things right now. Let's check in with David.
Yeah, David.
Got a lot going on here across the region. Clearly, one of the bigger concerns, as Mark just mentioned, is the St. Johns River. You can see it's more than bank full right now. We're looking towards Baptist Hospital here, MD Anderson Cancer Center, and then out towards the Riverside area. Good news here, and this has been very noticeable in the metro area, is the steady rainfall has pretty much ended. We're not done with the rain just yet, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. 78 currently. If you stepped outside, you can clearly tell it's a different air mass than just 24 hours ago. It feels tropical, almost feels like June or July out there. Steady easterly winds at the airport at 21, and the winds are going to remain elevated for the rest of the day. Let's head over to Exact Track 40 because in the 11 a.m. and noon hours, Richard and Mark were keeping a very close eye on some tornado warnings. Don't have any warnings on the board here, and we kind of want to reset the scene for everyone. Duval, Nassau County, your tornado watch expired at 1 o'clock. Threat for any tornadoes in Florida is pretty much done with. That's not the storyline up towards the north, though, into parts of southeast Georgia. In fact, you see all the counties turn red here. We do have a tornado watch. Officially goes to 7 o'clock. It's not going to make it to 7 o'clock. It probably will be allowed to be canceled early, say in the mid to late afternoon hours. And the reason being, we still have some heavier rain bands, and these bands are going to be capable of producing some very isolated, brief spin-up tornadoes. In fact, let's track some of this activity right now. You can see pretty good band of rain. Brunswick, really raining hard in St. Simon's Island. And if you've been on these bands for a while, you know it's almost relentless at times with this activity. Then it extends back off towards the west here near Nahunta. You can see also further off towards the west here near the Waycross area, really coming down at a pretty good clip right along the US 1 corridor as well. And the reason that we're getting a little bit more concerned about the threat for at least some brief spin-up tornadoes is I want you to show you the visible satellite imagery here. And you can see we are beginning to see some breaks in the cloud cover here, especially north of the Callahan area and Fernandina Beach. That's where we're seeing these breaks. That's going to allow a little bit more instability to pop up. And I want you to notice right in this corridor here, hopefully it'll pop back up. There we go. Maybe not, but in this corridor right here, that's where we are seeing right there where my finger is. That's where we are seeing some enhancement, if you will, of this rain shower activity. So something we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. Again, stay with Channel 4 here for the threat for, again, brief spin-up tornadoes into parts of southeast Georgia. Now, the wind speed still sustained out there, 21 in Jacksonville, 37 in St. Augustine, 30 run in Brunswick, and then you can see the wind gusts, 41 mile an hour in St. Augustine, now beginning to ramp up in Gainesville, 46 mile an hour gusts there. And I also want you to notice the winds, instead of being that northeasterly flow like yesterday, they're more of an easterly flow, and they'll begin to quickly pivot to a southeasterly flow, which is going to unleash all that water down into Clay and Putnam County and the St. Johns River right up northbound into the heart of the metro area. Here's the 1 o'clock advisory on Nicole. The system is still a long ways away, really, from Jacksonville. It's 45 miles north of Tampa, so it's kind of sitting over Pasco and Hernando counties, looking pretty likely it's going to bounce out into the Gulf of Mexico. Don't get too worried about that. The threat for this intensifying further is just unlikely because you can already see this gap south of Jacksonville and another gap, kind of pockets here. We're seeing more and more dry air getting entrained in the system. That's what you would expect in November. The atmosphere just isn't as juicy. There isn't enough moisture around. And so as the system lifts northward, it's going to run into drier and drier and drier air. So don't get too concerned about this popping back out in the Gulf of Mexico. It's not going to intensify further. Still a pretty good storm, though. Pressure 988, winds of 45 miles an hour. It's going to continue to rapidly pivot. In fact, later on this evening, very, very close to the Lake City area, becomes a depression heading into Friday morning near Macon. And look at this, Friday evening, it's up into parts of the mountains of Virginia. So we're really going to be dealing with the worst weather, we think, between now and then heading into the evening time period. Here's Futurecast, 4 o'clock. Notice by then, those rain bands with the possible severe weather begins to pivot north of Brunswick. So we may see a bit of a lull here across much of the region through the evening hours. In fact, notice by 7 o'clock, not too bad. Still windy out there. We're still going to have issues along the beaches as well. Then as we move into the evening hours, notice here by 11, another what we call feeder band near Valdosta begins to develop. Also around 11, that's when we may have some big, big issues along the St. Johns River. That's going to be very, very close to the high tide cycle there. So if you would live along the river, it's going to be the late evening hours. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on things. Then this feeder band heading towards the morning hours begins to pivot back into the region. Now, we want to stress this is not a guarantee, and because the system is going to be sucking in a lot of dry air, this feeder band may be more scattered activity than anything. But we'll just keep a close eye on that heading into Friday morning. The band will lift its way northward. Even by noon, we just can't completely rule out some scattered showers with that feeder band, and then everything should begin to quiet down heading into the afternoon hours on Friday. So here's what you need to know for this afternoon. Biggest headline is going to be that tornado threat in southeast Georgia, as well as the significant water levels in the St. Johns River. Later on this evening, the rain quickly shuts down. Tidal flooding, a huge concern around the river during that high tide cycle in the late evening. And then rain potentially returning with that feeder band heading into the overnight hours. So we still got a ways to go with the system here. And over the next couple of hours, the bigger concerns, once again, that tornado threat in southeast Georgia, which that watch goes until 7 o'clock. And again, those elevated river levels on the St. Johns.
Thank you, David. Another part of A1A, by the way, is closed in St. Johns County.
And that's where we find News for Tex reporter Ann Maxwell near Marineland. Excuse me, Marineland, Ann.
Yeah, there's a ton of debris in the road behind me on A1A here. We're just north of the Flagler County line. You can see these bulldozers trying to clear the roadway. This stretch of the road was blocked just about all day yesterday as well. It looks like some water is actually still splashing over onto the roadway there. And you can see how high the intracoastal is right here in St. Johns County. Driving down here from Crescent Beach earlier, there's lots of debris in the roadway. You can still see some of it up that way. We saw a power line down, some slabs of wood in the road that looked like they had just blown off of construction sites. So precarious situation out here. St. Johns County officials are warning people to shelter in place. We've heard at least one person was electrocuted walking through the water when a power line went down, taken to the hospital in critical condition. So the water is a lot lower than it was, but things are still very serious here in St. Johns County. We've got another high tide cycle tonight, hearing reports of some homes flooded. North of us at Crescent Beach, we've seen debris in the roadway where you could see where the water came up earlier, so something they're still keeping an eye on. And I don't know if you can see the water right here. There's been lots of water on the side of the roads as we've been driving down here, in people's driveways, in people's yards. Still very windy here. We haven't had rain here in a while, but the winds are still gusty, still strong, and we'll continue to keep an eye on it. live near Marineland and Maxwell, Channel 4, the local station.
All right, let's take you now to Volano Beach, where we have another one of our team of reporters finding out what's going on there.
Ashley Harding.
And we're here along A1A in Volano Beach, and you can see that the water has breached A1A. You're looking at it now. There's at least one vehicle that is underwater, and you can see how high that water comes up to those mailboxes. Just a little while ago, we did see St. Johns County Fire Rescue down here in this area trying to rescue a few people from their homes and also from their vehicles as well. Let's flip around and show you guys that first responders are still here as well. And we have spoken to a few people who say that they did get flooded and they were still sweeping some of that water out of their homes. And again, lots of concern here. It's I'm told that there's a couple of areas along A1A where it's breached just like this, and it is underwater. So people are advised to not try to drive through here. It is going to take some time. And I did briefly talk with St. Johns County Fire Rescue. They say they're just waiting to try to get through the high tide, and hopefully things will not get worse here. But we all are going to stay here and keep you guys updated. But this is how things look right now here in Volano Beach at A1A. Again, people are advised to not come through here if they can, because this is what you will be met with. Reporting live, Ashley Harding, Channel 4, the local station.
That's another fragile area along our coast, isn't it? That area where the houses are, many of them are on stilts, is just so narrow and has been eroded over the last several years. We've seen homes during previous hurricanes just collapse into the water. Right. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
But apparently the homes that have recently had the stilts installed, or the newer homes, the stilts are very well secured, and they should be okay. All right, Doctors Inlet is an area that has seen a lot of flooding as a result of Nicole, and you can see that the water from Doctors Inlet has infiltrated the parking lot there in Clay County.
Yeah, and I don't know if we're able to pan a little bit to the left. For those of you not familiar with this shot, we show it a lot on the morning show. I mean, typically that area where you see the pylons, that area is where cars and trucks will back up to, unload boats. That's basically a ramp there. There's a dock there, which is completely covered with water, and as we pan left, you can see some of the cars that aren't as concerned about flooding. But we did see a car here earlier that was parked that had a significant amount of water in it. So this is the reality, given what we've been hearing from our meteorologists about all that water and not having a place to go. I do not remember, particularly even during Ian, this much water when we take this shot. I mean, look at the garbage, the dumpsters there as well, and some of the cars. I mean, it just goes all the way and covers the entire parking lot.
And from there, we go to Green Cove Springs and Reynolds Park. Doesn't look like the flooding has been as bad, though. I do know that earlier Green Cove Springs did experience some flooding. It looks like the situation there did not spill over into the parking lot or the area outside of the river itself. All right, let's talk about St. John's at the Bell Riverside Apartments in 5 Points in Riverside. We do understand that there were some problems there. Do we have that? There you go. You can see that the water did breach the river wall there, so that had been a problem. Some flooding for residents there that they had to deal with.
And again, that was part of what John was talking about, is that wind pushing all of that water from Palatka along the St. Johns River. And then another image sent to us from Ponte Vedra. This is Ponte Vedra Beach. I believe this is a Marsh Landing, so it's near JTB there. The intercoastal is overflowing. Another area that is prone to flooding, given the fact that that water is being pushed, from the ocean. It was earlier into the intercoastal. And of course, for those of you familiar with the marsh there along Marsh Landing, I mean, that water just doesn't have any place to go.
No, it really doesn't. And, the ground itself is saturated right now. 34 block of Coastal Highway has been flooded out in St. Johns County, debris in the road. That's going to be something that we're going to be talking a lot about over the next couple of days. It'll be a while before crews can get all of the debris out. So if you're going to be out and about on the road, make sure that you keep a heads up. From Trout River Drive, flooding on Trout River Drive right now. You can see that there's considerable standing water. It is virtually unpassable. Jana was out there, and she talked to a woman who has been a longtime resident who basically is stuck in her home, but she's okay. I believe this is the Panama Park neighborhood.
Yeah, again, this is in Northwest Jackson. We heard from Mayor Curry earlier that there's also problems with flooding, not just along the Trout River area, but also in the area of Ken Knight Drive. JTA is working with the city to help move anyone who is just unable to access any vehicles or transportation, help move them out of that area should their homes be flooded. And of course, we've got some crews that are roving in that area as well, and we'll bring you live pictures when we can. In the meantime, we also, as we show this, Bruce, I just want to ask the producers, let's just double check too to see if the Dames Point Bridge is also still closed in both directions. I know they were trying to move that semi that had closed down the bridge.
Meantime, Mark and Dave and John and Richard have been telling you that the problems that existed here are now moving into South. I think the camera is actually frozen, but you can see that the waves right now, it must be, I don't know if it's high tide there or not, but there is some wave action, and it looks like those waves are probably 6 feet to 10 feet at this point in time. So the Savannah area about to get a taste of Nicole.
Remind our viewers also that we are just checking JA power outages at this point, 2,600. That's certainly an improvement, given the fact at one point there were 26,000 customers earlier today who were out of power and in the dark. Also, a reminder, St. Johns County, they have conducted 20 rescues, water rescues, and just a reminder also that someone was injured walking through floodwaters, so you want to stay out of the floodwaters.
All right, take you to San Marco as we wrap things up for this hour of our continuing coverage on Tropical Storm Nicole. Our News for Jack's team is out there driving along San Marco Drive right now. This area has flooded. It is historically an area that has had to deal with floodwaters, and this storm has proven to be no different when it comes to rising waters. We do have crews scattered throughout the area monitoring the situation. There will be more flooding throughout the course of this afternoon and this evening as the high tides move in. I checked with Mark a little while ago because I had a buddy in St. Augustine who was asking whether or not along the banks of the Tatamado River there, if it was going to be as bad as it was this morning, and the answer was probably not, because the seas are not going to be as high. Meantime, it appears that we are done with the majority of the rain for now, but the winds will continue to be a problem.
Yeah, and David, I know that you mentioned it's dry now. Are we expecting any more rain later tonight?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's going to depend greatly on where you live. And we kind of zoomed out here on Exact Track 40. You can clearly see we still have a pretty good core of Nicole just kind of scraping here the west coast of Florida right now. So if you live in the Gainesville area, Lake City, you're going to be dealing with this band of rain. In Jacksonville, we had some pretty ugly weather earlier today. Now it's just mainly going to be a wind event for us. And we continue to kind of stress here, this corridor from Waycross back through near the Brunswick area, this band right here, that has a chance to potentially produce a quick isolated tornado. So the tornado watch marches on for southeast Georgia. That goes all the way until 7 o'clock, although it will likely be canceled early, at least for our area. So zooming things in a little bit tighter on Exact Track 4D. Again, we are dry in Jacksonville, Nocatee, St. Augustine. Middleburg, though, you are beginning to see a little bit more activity popping up. And even McClenny kind of seeing this pivot off towards the north and northwest at this time. And then you get down further, this is more steadier rain. Gainesville working your way up into northern sections of Alachua County near High Springs. So look out, Lake City. You're dealing with a band right now, but more steady rain really begins to ramp up, it looks like, as we move into the next, say, 30 minutes to an hour. And then elsewhere into sections of southeast Georgia, again, that's where we are mainly concerned with the potential for a brief spin-up tornado. We'll kind of reset the scene here on Exact Track 40, and it's this corridor right here, these very, very fast-moving showers, which kind of stretch from Brunswick all the way back through portions of Waycross. And I know it's been raining on again, off again, as kind of heavy bands of rain, almost squalls of rain, roaring off of the Atlantic waters. These cells are moving anywhere from around, let's say anywhere from 55 to almost 60 miles an hour. So these systems are moving very, very quickly. Pouring right now in the Brunswick area, right along I-95 here, and then that extends further westward towards Nahunta, Hoboken, Blackshear, Waycross. You had a pretty good band of rain. It's now on the west side of town. Another band of rain closing in, and it's going to move to the east side of Waycross here in about 10 to 15 minutes. And so this is the corridor we're more concerned about the threat for severe weather as we head into the next couple of hours. But for the Jacksonville region, it's mainly going to be a wind event, and keeping a very, very close eye on the tidal issues along the St. Johns River. You're already seeing those elevated water levels. Unfortunately, things will likely get worse later on this evening. It's now 2 o'clock, WJXT TV, Jacksonville, Florida. Channel 4, our 2 o'clock coverage continues now with Tarek and Stacy.
You're watching News for Jax live at 2 o'clock. Our 2 o'clock, our continuous coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole continues. You're watching News for Jax.
Oh, okay. It is 2 o'clock now, and again, we want to reset the scene for everyone. Tornado watch continues for portions of southeast Georgia until 7 o'clock, but it'll likely begin to expire here in the next couple of hours. It's mainly this band of rain that we're keeping a close eye on Exact Track 4D. We'll go back in here to portions of Duval County, and you can clearly see some improvement across this corridor here from Pecan Park, Atlantic Beach, back through the downtown Jacksonville area, and this activity continuing to, or what's left of it really, lifting off towards the north pretty rapidly across the area. So as we were just saying, the threat for rain in Jacksonville diminishing greatly, but our western areas, that's where you're going to be seeing some steady rainfall, it looks like, as we head into the rest of the late afternoon and possibly even evening time period. Wind gusts, these are the updated wind gusts that have just come into the Weather Center at 2 o'clock. This is wind speeds. Still a pretty healthy wind out there. Also notice the winds beginning more and more instead of an easterly flow, we had at 1, now we're beginning to see a little bit more of an east-southeasterly flow. That'll eventually go to a southeasterly flow. As Mark mentioned in the last hour, that's going to allow a lot of the water that's been shoved back into portions of the St. Johns River near the Buckman Bridge. That's going to head back northward later on this evening, and we're also going to be dealing with another high tide cycle later on tonight, and that's going to be a recipe, we think, for some significant flooding in some of the St. Johns River air basins and also some of the tributaries like the Trout River. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Sustained winds right now, teens, 20s, even a 30-mile-an-hour sustained wind in St. Augustine. Look at these wind gusts, still a 43 gust in St. Augustine, 39 in Jacksonville, 40-mile-an-hour gust in the Brunswick area. And you can see the core of the system still sitting way down here. And we talked about this all week long, really, how wide of a wind field the system was going to have. I think this is a great example of that. 40-mile-an-hour gust in Brunswick. Gainesville is a lot closer to the system. Wind gusts there currently sitting at around 29 miles per hour. So here's the latest 1 o'clock advisory on the system, and it's sitting, again, almost due south of Gainesville, 45 miles north of Tampa, winds sustained at 45, pressure 988. The system may actually pop back out into the Gulf of Mexico. Don't get too worried about that if it does happen. The system is not going to intensify any further. There's a lot of dry air that's now being kind of sucked into the system, and Jacksonville's actually going to be the beneficiary of that. That's why we're not anticipating a big flooding rain event here across much of the northeast Florida corridor. And the system is actually going to begin to accelerate a little bit tonight. So 7 o'clock sitting just to the, say, west-southwest of Lake City. By daybreak on Friday, it's already near Macon as a depression, and then a remnant low, it looks like, as we move into the Friday evening time period. And we think we're going to be talking about improving conditions on Friday, with maybe the exception of a high tide event. Here's Futurecast again, 4 o'clock. You can see pretty quiet in Jacksonville. By then, that band of rain and storms that we're keeping an eye on near Brunswick, that likely moves up towards the Savannah area. Notice here by 7 o'clock, a lot of us may end up being dry, with potentially the exception of our far western areas like Lake City. And then we'll be keeping a close eye on this right here. This is what's called a feeder band. We will see if this actually sets up shop. It may not do so because of the dry air, but there is going to be the threat for rain increasing later on tonight, and that may end up kind of being almost steady rain at times. It kind of pivots back into the Jacksonville area, heading towards the daybreak time period. So again, the bottom line here at 2 o'clock, our two biggest concerns going forward for the afternoon will likely be the flooding issues we are currently seeing in the St. Johns River, of course, that beach erosion that marches on, and the tornado threat, with the tornado watch continuing for portions of southeast Georgia. Now let's head over to Tarek and Stacy.
David, thank you. And you're watching this continuous coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole. Jim Pickett's joining us now live from Riverside area, Jim. And I see there's quite a bit of water coming up onto the shoreline there behind you.
Quite a bit of water and quite a bit of rain happening right here. I'm in Memorial Park in Riverside. You know, this is the area that flooded during Irma, the iconic shot of that statue there underwater, and we're getting to that point again. I'm going to walk you around the best I can. I got to tell you, the wind is really strong out here. This is the new Battlestar, the new seawall, or the bulkhead that they just rebuilt. They just spent $1 million on all of this from the damage from Irma. And if you look, well, so far it's holding up, but the water is coming over
right now, this is the Memorial Park Drive. If you look over there, those condos over there at Lancaster, you can see it's underwater, that the water is coming up as well. I've been talking to people that have been out here looking at this, and they say this is just as bad as Irma, and they're kind of worried that it could be worse around here as well. They just hope that, it won't get that bad. But I just kind of want you to see that the water is crashing over the bulkhead. As I mentioned, they spilled $1 million. And we're going to walk around where it's a little bit easier, at least for my photographer to do this. So I'm going to let him go in front of me here. I'm going to grab some cable here. We'll come behind these bushes around here. If we come around this way, you can get a look of what's happening here. I just want you to see that, this is what it's all like up and down the river here in Riverside. I've noticed that JSO is out there. Streets are closed near the river area here, but you can see it's strong as could be. Memorial Park here, I was standing on the other side, I'd say 20 minutes ago, watching the water come up. In like 40 minutes, it came up pretty high, talking to an officer out there as well. And it really doesn't seem to have subsided at all to what is happening here. But you can see it's an angry St. John's River, and it's going to be this way for a while. Now, I'm going to go and do some more checking around the area to see what problems, they're street flooded. Haven't heard of any damage to homes at this point. But like when you look at the road, Memorial Park Road, that's in front of these condos here, again, it's underwater. And I'm sure there's a parking garage that's kind of in the area as well that in the past have been underwater. I'm going to try to check those out. But the people are out here actually watching this, just trying to see what happens. For now, the rains have stopped. That's good. But when I can get back to our car, I'm going to get our wind speed pedometer. Check this out because I can't believe at how strong this is right here. I was here during Irma, the same spot. It was bad then. It's just as bad right now. So we're going to do some more checking. I'm going to get back with you on this. But for now, Jim Pickett, we're live in Memorial Park.
Hey, Jim Pickett, we just talked to John Gahn. He says sustained winds of 30 miles per hour, possible gusts of 40 miles about where you are. And you mentioned homeowners. We know there are homes on both sides. Have you heard of any damage to the homes? And do you know if the people actually left their homes and perhaps evacuated?
Well, I've been asking, I came from the Mayor's News Conference earlier, and I asked that question if there were any damage, and they said at this point they didn't hear anything. I've been kind of asking people, and they haven't seen, any major problems at this point. I'm going to check that wind speed that John was talking about, too, because this is really strong here. In fact, we could hardly stand up a little bit earlier, so I'm going to look into that, but I have not heard of any problems. But of course, that was a while ago from that news conference. We were down at Hogan's Creek right before this as well. That's over in the Springfield area. That was all underwater as well. But this really seems pretty bad. I don't know how far down into Riverside and Avondale this is going to go. I'm going to try to check it out and find out for you.
All right, Jim Pickett reporting to us live. Jim, we appreciate you. Gosh, we've all been to Memorial Park and we've seen that beautiful grass. We know that area is where a lot of people go to enjoy lunch and spend time with their families, and now it's just really engulfed in water.
It sure is. We'll see when it recedes. Let's take a live look right now through a DOT camera, a Department of Transportation camera. Now, what's so remarkable about this is that you see no problems on the Dames Point Bridge. In the past hour, all lanes have been reopened. A semi-tractor trailer had overturned on one section of this bridge due to the high winds. It has now been cleared and all lanes are now open on the Dames Point Bridge. That is good news right there. You can see in the bottom right hand of your screen, it is a balmy 78 degrees out there. It's very warm. I know our meteorologists are going to be talking about that and what else you can expect throughout the afternoon and the evening as Tropical Storm Nicole kind of moves out of this area into the Panhandle and up through Georgia. Now, we are getting some reports about something going on in the Ortega River, a boat fire. I think we're going to have that video for you coming up. No, we've got it right there. Take a look at this right there. We don't know the circumstances of exactly what happened at this particular point, but pretty dramatic there, Tarek.
Yeah, pretty dramatic, and it appears as if there's some kind of possibly rescue crews and a boat behind that one, but I just don't know why a boat would catch fire in these conditions. Hopefully everyone was able to get off of that vessel and are safe, and that fire will be put out. All right, St. Johns County, the EOC, a portion of the road near 3400 block of Coastal Highway. Take a look at this picture. It's been compromised due to the effects of the storm surge combined with the high tide. The Emergency Operations Center is asking people to continue to shelter in place as these roads are impassable right now and obviously dangerous, clearly. More problems along A1A as well in Flagler Beach. Lots of localized flooding in their neighborhoods. A1A is damaged in areas. You may recall in Flagler Beach is an area where typically really gets hit hard when we have these nor'easter and hurricane type conditions. Here's one of the walkways to the beach and some more images of the ocean coming up onto A1A. And if you're familiar with this area, this stretch of road, you know that typically there's a pretty large drop off, maybe an 8 to 10 foot drop off there, but now it's just a washout. The ocean threatening to just take away parts of the road, and in some instances actually buckling parts of the road there. Flagler Beach has been historically an issue. A1A there they've always had issues there, and they just continue with the beach and the high tides.
Yeah, that historic stretch of A1A, very close to the beach. And people love to go up to it because it's so scenic. Yeah. But when you have such high tides there coming through, it just washes it right out. All right, let's go to Jana. She is in North Shore down in St. Johns County to let us know what is going on there. Good afternoon to you. What are you seeing?
Hi, thank you so much. We actually relocated to Broward because we wanted to make sure again that safety is the name of the day. I know before I was actually coming to you in a ditch that I toppled into on the side of the road, and we wanted to make sure that we're telling people stay out of those waters. I went into them on accident and very quickly had to go wash off with water bottles and change because I don't want any of that bacteria that we've been hearing about today. So again, just something to be mindful of. Here in Broward, we're seeing winds really pick up. These are very heavy gusts. I'm really getting pushed around out here. As you can see, we're seeing a lot of debris coming off of trees, and you can look behind me. There are waves literally getting pushed into our neighbor's yard here. This is heartbreaking to see, but it's the reality of the storm that we're still facing. So even though you might not have rain hitting your windows, you might not be feeling the effects directly where you are, this is what your community is experiencing. We drove by actually straight down this road and were immediately met by police tape, which of course we made heed to because we have people constantly turning around like we've been seeing all day. That is the best thing to do. We've seen people try and go through. We've seen people get stuck today. Please, today is not the day to be a hero. It's not the day to test your car's intention or its engine. So being mindful and being safe. So if you're seeing things like this, you want to make sure that you're at a higher level, that all of your animals are inside. It's not the time to go out there and play Annie Leibovitz and be a photographer. So again, we're just encouraging everybody to be careful and cautious today and just to be mindful. So again, I'm Jana Angel, reporting to you from Broward, getting lots of leaves blown into my mouth. The local station will be here with you all day.
And Jana, I just want to clarify exactly where you are. Are you on the north side of Duval County on the Broward River? Is that where you are?
Yes, you got it. That's what you see behind me, where you're seeing all of these waves coming in and breaking directly into this front yard. You're also seeing boat lifts here behind me and boats that are just barely out of the water, even on the lift at their highest level, and they're just barely sitting on the water. So again, lots of waves breaking here into the yard that we want to be mindful of and careful with.
And that's such a beautiful, idyllic area whenever you don't have such a high tide area there. Thanks so much, Jana.
Yeah, now we want to turn to John Gahn. It's 2:15, John Gahn in the afternoon. We've had a lot of tornado warnings throughout the day, and we've experienced some rain bands earlier, and now the rain seems to be subsiding. How are things looking now?
Well, again, it is looking much better. On many different levels. And what we're looking at here are the winds. If they could just don't move the camera, we're good. In fact, you could pan it back to the left here. It'd be great. So what we're looking at is a Fuller Warren Bridge, and this is downtown Jacksonville. There's I-95. Traffic's moving along. As you can see, keep going. You're doing great. Jim Piggott was located right about, hang in there, right about, you can keep going. Just a step more, a couple more inches if you can. There we go. Jim Piggott was located right in this region right here, extending back out to there, and that's where we saw that flooding that was taking place. It says easterly, but this is at the airport. The winds are actually right out of the south. So what we're seeing take place right now are really strong winds that are coming up from the south, and those winds will continue to be in the downtown area here for the next hour or so, or next 3 to 5 hours, and that's going to be the big problem here. Again, this is not my show. We're trying to figure everything out now. So here's what we're going to do is, again, what we're finding here is that the storm itself, the low pressure that was creating all the bad weather, and that, of course, is Nicole, has now moved far away from us. But as it's moved down out, it's now giving us a southerly wind, and that southerly wind is what we're going to be worried about here for the next few hours. And again, we're concerned that ultimately, in the end, we're going to end up with a southerly breeze that's going to create a very strong wind that's going to come up into the downtown area. And so far, we should be already passing our normal high tide and be seeing water levels start to drop off, but that hasn't happened, and that's because of the fact that we have seen, again, a very strong southerly wind help push the water from Palatka all the way up to St. John's River. Well, actually, it flows with the St. John's River all the way through the downtown area, and that's why we are dealing with the potential here of additional flooding going on later on tonight. As you look back out the downtown area, this is San Marco on the left. Riverside's all across the river, and it's these areas here that ultimately had the worst of the flooding with Irma. Now, the winds aren't as strong as Irma, and again, Nicole's not nearly as strong as Irma was, so we're not likely to see that same kind of impacts that we had earlier on. But again, it is a potential here that we're going to have long time periods of very high waters in the San Marco area and also in the Riverside area. So San Marco's here, there's Riverside. The St. John's River flows to the north, and as it does flow to the north, we're going to continuously ultimately end up with a piling of water. Again, the St. John's River gets very wide. Hey, Mark, how wide is it out there towards Buckman Bridge?
About 3 miles.
About 3 miles. And then in the downtown, as we all know, because this is, what do we call this? Is Calford, and the crossing of the cows took place. It's not wide here at all. It's only about probably, a mile, maybe half mile going across the Fuller Warren Bridge area. I'm not really sure. So anyway, trying to get my numbers in here. But the point is it's real wide down south near the Buckman Bridge. And then it goes all the way back down there towards Palatka. It does narrow, but all that water is now being pushed back with the normal flow of the St. John's River, which flows northward towards the downtown area. Well, it gets to here and then it starts to spread outward. And that's why all like the roads out near Naira and again, San Marco area, these are the areas that we could continuously see water levels stay high, even though at this point in day, we should already be seeing them recede. And if we were to see them recede, it would be better news for everyone. Again, it shows easterly winds here, but those are the winds at the airport. The winds here are really more straight out of the south. And you're now looking at Exact Track 40 radar. Let me just kind of give you the big picture here. Nicole's way back out here. That's where Nicole is, and you can see the bands of heavy rains coming still back out towards the Gainesville area. And we'll get a few little bands of rain here and there. If this was summer, like let's say August, September, we would be on the lookout for the potential afternoon and evening severe thunderstorms to roll towards us. But you know what? It's not. It's November. It's 2:18. The sun goes down in in about 3 hours. So we're not going to get that superheating. We're not going to get to 90, 92, 3 degrees in the afternoon hours. So although in the summer, if this should play out again next summer, the couple of years from now, we would watch out for the potential of more tornadic conditions. Right now, the only tornadic condition that is likely to take place will be way up here, and even these little individual cells that you can see, some of these may be breaking up a little bit. They're not quite as impressive as Richard was showing you here this morning, but these are the individual little cells that are associated with one big band of convergence in the atmosphere, and that brings the winds together and pops the thunderstorms up, and individually we can get rotation out of them because this is spinning. This is your tropical system, and these little vortices can help develop those possible tornadoes. At this point in time, it is all out to the north of us, and it looks like we're just going to end up with a few bands of rain going through Jacksonville. On Exact Track 40 right now, we're tracking these rains out there towards Middleburg, McClenny. It's actually moving towards the northwest at around 50 miles an hour. So this tail end will just get through Middleburg, but out there towards Baker County, you can see some pretty good downpours here. They'll last for only about 15, 20 minutes, and as they blast through, you'll get that bigger gust of wind. Again, these little areas, these spiral bands, winds represent the convergence in the atmosphere that allows for these showers to develop. And when they do converge, they have a little extra energy, and that usually leads to a good burst of wind on the northern side of these bands of rain, and actually gets a little bit lighter in terms of the winds just to the south. So moments ago, we were talking and looking over at downtown Jacksonville, and I was talking about the St. Johns River. If you're not fully aware of it, the St. Johns River does not start in Palatka. It starts literally north of the Lake Okeechobee down in almost South Florida, but it does wind its way all the way northward, and then it expands, and this extra volume of water that you're seeing here, all this region here, well, that volume of water is what, with southerly winds kind of coming in out of the south and southeast right now, help to allow for the waters from down south to actually flow right towards Jacksonville. And again, you can see how wide it is out there towards Julington Creek. That's Julington Creek there, coming past the Buckman. And then it unfortunately funnels right into a very narrow spot. And that narrow spot is downtown Jacksonville. And that's why the waters build up, begin to spread outward into Riverside, where we saw Jim Piggott out there in that big wind and rain, or big wind and waves along the St. Johns River, and Memorial Park out there just out to the west of the downtown area. And then it's spreading on east out towards San Marco, even though we are already past high tide. So Tarek and to Stacy coming up here after around, say, 9 o'clock tonight, should these winds continue, we're going to watch out for the possibility of even higher tides in the downtown area that could cause even greater widespread flooding. And, you know, we saw some cars out there in San Marco and Riverside where the water level just got up to like the door frame. You know, another 4 inches, it starts leaking into the car and you start ruining your vehicle. So if you live in these areas and your car's gotten pretty close to getting soaked from the bottom up, you need to get it out of there, because tonight we could ultimately see a bigger tide. And that's what we'll be really focused on. The rains are coming to an end. The winds are definitely out of the south now. And so this potential surge of water from Palatka to downtown is the big threat in those areas of either side of the St. Johns River. Stacy?
John, thanks so much for explaining that to us and making it make sense with the maps and the imagery in the St. Johns River. And speaking of images, we are going to go to some images that you have been sending us from home.
Yeah, this is an image from the Strawberry Creek area, which is in the Arlington area. And you can see the flooding, the water rising up there. And it looks like somebody's back porch right there. So water getting just a little bit too close for comfort in that particular shot.
And this is downtown in the Green Cove Springs area. This is an all too familiar sight when we have this much rain and heavy winds. These big trees just really can't handle the weight of it all on top and kind of uproot themselves. Thankfully, this tree fell just feet away from that home.
Away from that home, right?
Correct.
Let's take you to see this picture in the Ortega area. I know it takes a couple of seconds to load up from the Snapjacks app to your TV screen. It's Pirates Cay Drive, and wait for it. Hold on, we're gonna click through here, guys.
A really good point though that John Gahn made about.
Okay, this is the boat launch from the Arlington Lions Club, and if you're familiar with this area, it's just north of the Arlington Expressway area there, and you can see that the water has risen over there, and that's the parking lot, the launch there, and that water has overflown into that area right there.
And here's video from Green Cove Springs. You see the river there way back in the distance, which has encroached up onto what appears to be possibly someone's backyard or possibly a park area. Kind of hard to tell, but it is clear where the water line was before, beyond those trees, and now it is much closer.
Okay.
And this is video of.
This is Cedar Creek in Jacksonville. You can see water encroaching the sidewalk there. But this is like what's going on all across the Jacksonville area. And as John mentioned, we're coming up on a low tide right now, according to the meteorologists. The high tide is going to be later tonight, and there is a possibility that the water could get even higher than it did earlier today. Yes, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to clarify. So we are past the early high tide.
High tide, thank you.
Okay, so that happened around 11, but what time is it now? Oh, it's 2:30, and the waters continue to rise. So we should be seeing those tides go, the waters recede, but they're not. So that builds the concern for the real next high tide, which is at 11 o'clock tonight.
Gotcha.
So we just aren't going to see the waters recede between the two high tides.
Like we normally do.
Exactly, and that's the trouble.
Okay, so for anybody who drives down in the downtown area, through the South Bank area, that's what it looks like right here, right,
Yeah,
Tarek?
this is a live picture from our drive camera. If you're familiar where the Mosh Museum is and the underpass, I believe this is in the area that's kind of downtown near the Main Street Bridge as well. And you can see the water ponding there on the roads, and really nobody out this afternoon, heeding the warnings of emergency officials to kind of just stay home at this point in the evening, because a lot of accidents occur after the storm has passed. We want to toss it now to Ann Maxwell, who's joining us now live in St. Johns County. And Ann, it looks like you've got water all around you as well.
That's right, Tarek. We're on A1A and Crescent Beach, and there's still lots of standing water along the side of the road, as you can see in this low-lying lot, just absolutely flooded. And you can see all the way down there. This is the scene all up and down A1A in St. Johns County. Lots of standing water next to the roadway. And the message from officials this afternoon is don't let your guard down. It seems like the storm has passed. We're seeing some blue sky trying to peek through, but they're saying it's still dangerous out there. Stay at home if you can. If you're like the people who live around here, you've got water around your house, you shouldn't be out and about. We've seen several downed power lines. The entire poles flopped over south of us on A1A as well. Part of the road is closed down there toward Marineland. Water still very high. Homes have been damaged. Roads have been damaged. One man I spoke to earlier said he had 2 feet of water inside. And of course, there's that threat with falling power lines. One person has been electrocuted, taken to the hospital in critical condition. That's according to the St. Augustine police. We've also heard there have been 14 rescues in St. Augustine, more than 20 in the county overall. So the water's a lot lower than it has been as we've been going around. We're not seeing it as bad as it was. But as y'all mentioned, high tide is coming again later tonight. People are still being urged to shelter in place, not drive through flooded roadways, and just sit tight. Wait for the water to go down before you leave your house if you can. For now, reporting live from Crescent Beach and Maxwell, Channel 4, the local station.
And thank you so much. Let's take it to St. Augustine. Ashley Harding is almost an expert now in what goes on in downtown St. Augustine once hurricanes and tropical storms approach, unfortunately.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the St. Augustine area is prone to this kind of flooding that you're seeing there, Ashley.
Oh my gosh, seeing all kinds of flooding here. So we were in Volano Beach just a little while ago, and so we just got back here into St. Augustine a little while ago. I had to take my earpiece out. Sorry about that, guys. But I want to go ahead and show you what we're looking at here. This is an entire pond, basically. And the thing is, I say pond, I shouldn't say pond because it's more like a lake. All these other side streets going this way and this way are just like this. This whole area is flooded. Now, thankfully, Ponce de Leon is not flooded, but you can see how far up the water does come. So basically, what we're talking about is we cannot safely get to downtown St. Augustine. So if you're looking at the scale here, you can see that part of these construction barriers are underwater. You see that that step there is close to being underwater. It's very close to these people's front doors, and you see people over there on their porch as well. So going to walk over this way just a little bit. We're here at the sidewalk just to give you guys a different perspective. And you can see from this side, just again, how deep that water is. And we're talking about a lot of dirty water. That's why we're not getting in it, because frankly, I'm not in the mood to find out what's in there. So you also see those garbage cans are on their side over there. And, you know, when we were here for Hurricane Ian, you know, we were actually there in the Plaza de la Constitucion trying to get out of St. Augustine. And what we saw was it just wasn't possible. We had to wait several hours for that water to recede. I imagine this is going to be the situation here. And again, you can see that there is its own current here in the water that's very similar to what we saw with Hurricane Ian here in St. Augustine. But you do see down that way, St. Augustine Augustine police are here as well. We've seen a lot of people driving by, very curious about this. We've seen cars making their way through, or at least trying to, and they find that, well, that's not the best idea, so they turn around. And we saw that again with Hurricane Ian as well. So again, this is going to take a while. You see people have sandbags up there at their doors. And I did hear that St. Johns County is going to be providing an update at some point, I believe in the next hour or so. So we're going to learn a lot more. But yeah, St. Augustine flooding, it is definitely a thing right now. And we've been showing you this all day, starting with Amanda DeVoe as well. But this is the situation here. And of course, we're going to keep making you guys aware of what is happening here. It just goes to show you, once again, low-lying areas here in St. Augustine, still an issue. I'll send it back.
Ashley Harding joining us live in St. Johns County. Thank you so much. And you are watching continuing coverage here on the local station, WJXT at 2:30. We are covering all angles of Tropical Storm Nicole for you. It's pushing out of our area, moving up through the Panhandle and into Georgia and South Carolina, but it's still causing problems here in the area, Tarek.
Yeah, this is video from Charleston, South Carolina, where you can see the flooding that's occurring there. There's a tornado watch until 7 p.m. in southeast Georgia and portions of South Carolina. Charleston, a city that also, unfortunately, traditionally floods. But when you have these kind of conditions, the 1-2 punch of a nor'easter backed by Hurricane Nicole, which turned into Tropical Storm Nicole, it's just so much water that the streets can't handle it. And, you know, unfortunately, it's much like Hurricane Ian. Some of these areas may not have, some of these homeowners may not have had flood insurance. And, you know, in Hurricane Ian, we saw that a lot of people who didn't traditionally flood did flood. And they're stuck trying to figure out how to recover and move on with their lives. But yeah, that's Charleston, South Carolina, where quite a bit of damage there.
So we are taking a live shot right now of our beach camera, Tarek, at Jacksonville Beach. And if you've joined us here on the morning show or other newscasts throughout the day here on the local station, it's typically a beautiful shot. But right now it is hazy and nasty with all that drizzling rain that's covering the camera.
And it actually looks like that if you're actually walking on the beach right now with all the wind and rain and sand. If you've been on the beach at this time, when we have these nor'easters and storms, it's just not the place to be.
And here's the Doctor's Inlet camera in Clay County, and you see a gentleman there, looks like a gentleman there walking in the floodwaters right there, which is not advised. We do know that in Orange County, we are getting reports that 2 people actually died coming into contact with a downed electrical line. And we also heard that in St. Johns County, someone was electrocuted from the same thing. So we urge you, please do not go into any floodwaters.
Yeah, now a live look at the World Golf Village there, where they have a retention pond or a lake there in front, which appears not to be cresting over onto the sidewalk. But you see that camera there moving with the wind speeds. We're still experiencing some pretty high winds. And as we saw Jim Pickett's report, he was really getting hit with winds not more than 30 minutes ago. Winds 30 to 40 miles per hour. He's going to join us later with the exact wind speeds. Our next picture.
Yeah, so we know that St. Johns County gets a lot of issues just because of the proximity of a lot of homes down there. And here's some pictures from Ponte Vedra. This is in the Marsh Landing neighborhood, which we know is nestled between the ocean and also the Intracoastal. It's a low-lying neighborhood anyway, and some of the yards there have been inundated with some of the rainwater and probably the rising water from the nearby bodies of water.
And now we go to Fernandina Beach, seeing some high tides, waves crashing up into the sand dunes. This is video that was sent to us from a viewer. You also see the pier there, or what? Yes, you see a pier there that's still standing. We know down in Flagler Beach that pier has been battered by the storm and likely is getting battered still. We're curious to see how this pier fares when all is said and done.
Now, we saw Jim Pickett getting buffeted by the winds and also the floodwaters at Memorial Park. Nearby are the Bell Riverside Apartments in the 5 Points area. And here is the water cresting over the St. Johns River onto the promenade there in front of those apartments. We haven't quite heard yet whether there have been any instances of flooding into those apartments. If you live in that area and have had some floodwater incursion, we would like to know. So please let us know. And we hope you have not, because we have seen the damage from previous hurricanes, especially Hurricane Irma. Yeah, go ahead, John.
feet of water during Irma. And those pictures look a little earlier in the day, so it would be great. If you live in that area, please, this is on the west side of the St. Johns River, Riverside area in particular, we'd like to see hear your thoughts, email or the like, and send it to Snapjacks and load up.
Yeah, John, you were out there during Irma, weren't you? And so you saw it firsthand.
Saw a lot of crazy stuff in Irma, and we're seeing a little bit of the reflection of that, but it's not to the extreme. And by the way, Mark and I really hashed it out here a few moments ago, and we're pretty convinced that we will not see significant additional flooding at the next high tide. It's going to get close like it is right now, but it'll be a little bit nerve-wracking for the folks who live along the St. Johns River and the San Marco area out there towards Riverside. But we're just not at the right timing for tides. Irma, it was everything in the world in the kitchen sink thrown at everybody downtown at the same time that brought these extreme tides, extreme winds. Maybe we'll dig up some old video to show what it was like, but it was like 3 to 5 foot seas out there on the St. Johns River.
Well, I mean, it was a confluence of all the wrong things at
all
the wrong time.
Things, yeah. That Irma was a high water mark that hadn't been, well, it was probably best in 1846. And again, there's people who do a lot of research at this at the National Weather Service, the National Hurricane Center. Al Sandrick locally did a lot of work on this. In particular, the 1846 storm was a Cuban storm that came up the same kind of path as Irma, and we had even higher tides downtown. And by the way, yes, it was called Cowford back in those days. And so if you've been watching us for the last couple of hours, prodding some thoughts a bit of folks who lived here long enough to know what the real city's name was. It's not Jacksonville. It was renamed after being called Cowford back in the 1800s.
And John, I guess one of the big differences between Nicole, obviously, and Irma is the speed of Tropical Storm Nicole. This has been moving pretty fast.
It's the blessing, we didn't get a pause here. Sometimes nor'easters can trap tropical storms and hurricanes, and the results can be very catastrophic in terms of rainfall. But the rains haven't been a big story here. 2 to 4 inches, pretty much what we expected. Flooding as expected. If anything, I got to tell you, it has been a rather remarkably nice, predictable hurricane and nor'easter. So we didn't get super surprises. I've often written in the past about how hurricanes can be surprising, and they have certain things that we didn't fully anticipate. And Ian, of course, we had seen hurricane hunters, 145, 155, 160 mile an hour winds, but it was the storm surge that flooded out and inundated so many people down there in the Fort Myers area.
John Gunn, thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks. We are going to Vic Michelucci, is that right? Who's down? Okay, we're having some trouble with his camera. But when I saw him earlier, probably about an hour ago, he was right along that A1A scenic route,
County.
right along that waterway, right around the ocean, and they were already starting to do repairs there.
Yeah, we're going to check in back with Vic just as soon as we possibly can get his shot up. But we do have a Clay County press conference that is just about to occur. We're going to take you live there right now if we could. And emergency officials there are about to update the public as to what they can expect in their area. Thankfully, we haven't seen a lot of flooding
here in Clay County.
Some areas.
I want to provide you another update on Tropical Storm Nicole. And as most are already tracking, Nicole is making its way across the state right now and bending its way north along the Big Bend region about 15 miles an hour, so it's moving pretty good. However, right now for local effects, it's not the storm as much as the storm effects. What we expect in the next couple hours, we are going to see winds continue to decline to about 15 to 20 miles per hour sustained, and then 20 to 25 miles an hour gusts. We also have seen so far about 2.5 inches of rain through this event. While rain may continue as the bands pass through, we anticipate that will subside a little bit as well. However, the big problem right now is as broadcasted, the 3 to 4 foot above ground level storm surge is starting to materialize. We had assessment crews go out to Black Creek, Doctors Inlet, and St. Johns River, and all of those came back with significant flooding events or significant flooding observations. We will continue those assessments this afternoon through government facilities, and then again, another more deliberate damage assessment tomorrow during the day. The Emergency Operations Center will stay fully activated through the night and tomorrow. Additionally, the other thing I want to make sure we understand is that the water came in slow. It's also going to leave slower. As high tide cycles happen, we should see about a 1 foot degradation in each of those reporting periods, but still 1 foot of high tide is still 1 foot. So we're looking forward to that water receding, but it will continue to take a couple days, potentially through the weekend, before we get back to normal. I do want to mention that garbage pickup will happen tomorrow. So the Thursday trash that was out there, we're going to pick that up on Friday, or the stuff that's ready to be picked up for Friday. Also want to bring to your attention that Rosemary Hill, the yard waste fee has been waived until the 21st of November. So in the next coming days, as we're starting to recover from this storm's impact, we can do that without fee for those yard waste items, again, at Rosemary Hill. We need to make sure that right now we're being ultra aware. Okay, if we see standing water, turn around, don't drown. We don't want to drive through deep water. We also want to make sure that we're cautious for felled trees, fallen power lines. And if you see any of those damaged, please give us a call at 877-CLAY-EOC or 877-252-9362. Again, any life safety issues, 911 is still that preferred method. Please call 911. And lastly, information conduits. I want to foot stomp the Safer Watch app, as well as the alert.claycounty.gov.com. Clay County, stay safe.
All right, emergency officials there in Clay County giving us an update saying the big problem is the 3 to 4 feet of water above ground, Black Creek, St. Johns River flooding. These are pictures now from the world's most famous beach, just south in Volusia County, Daytona Beach. If you've been down there for Bike Week, this is the the Main Street area. This is the area which is traditionally dry, obviously, and International Speedway and Palmetto Avenue completely underwater. And just to give you an idea, this is more than likely 12 to 14 feet above sea level. So those high tides really have just breached the sea dunes, and now that water is washing into the world's most famous beach.
So we have gotten Vic Michelucci's live shot back. Let's go to him now. Vic, I know you were earlier by the ocean, by A1A, where crews are ready to do some recovery on that damaged roadway. Where are you now, and what are you looking at? Because it looks like there's a great big lake behind you.
Yeah, Stacy and Tark, this is actually a street, and that is a neighborhood alongside this street. So we are at Moody Boulevard and Flagler Avenue in Flagler Beach, not far from the big bridge that brings you into the town. And the Intracoastal Waterway is this way, the beach is that way. So that's your perspective. A lot of erosion and storm surge over there. We're going to show you that video once again in just a little bit. But I want to talk about what is going on behind me. This is a neighborhood, and as far as my eye can see, probably about a half a mile, it's just underwater. The water is reaching some of these homes and apartments here. There are some people back there. Some of them have been getting out, walking in the floodwaters. That's certainly not advisable. That's not something safe because of the risk of electrocution, which we saw in St. Augustine. It's not safe because of the potential for sewage and bacteria. But the water is very deep here. We're not walking through it because we don't want to set a bad example either, and we want to make sure that our crew is safe. But I was talking to a sheriff's deputy with Flagler County, and he said, wow, he wanted to come and see this firsthand because it is worse than Hurricane Ian when it came through. Obviously, it wasn't a hurricane when Ian came through this part of Flagler County, but he said it was worse than Ian, potentially because the ground is already saturated, the water levels are already high. You've got the St. Johns River and the Intracoastal coming through this area. But he was surprised, and a lot of neighbors tell me the same thing, and they say that the erosion is worse too. So let's show you that video if we still have it. This was earlier today. This is the erosion on A1A. Do we have that video? Okay, so we're going to pull up that video in just a moment, but we were along A1A, which is, a couple blocks to the east of us, and we saw that historic road washed away, worse than we have seen, worse than after Ian, and crews were making emergency repairs over there. So here is that video. We appreciate our producers juggling a lot to make sure that we have all the content for you. So take a look at this video. You can see that one lane of A1A, the main stretch right there, fell into the water. There really is so much erosion that there's no beach to stand on. The waves are big, a washing machine out there. And then we saw a lot of contractors with the Florida Department of Transportation, with Flagler County, some with the city here as well, coming out and putting in sand and rocks and doing whatever they could with the heavy machinery to make sure that no more of that road washed into the water. Obviously, it's going to be a long time to repair it. Residents are upset. They're frustrated because they say, oh man, this is going to be a long one. There were some washouts after Ian came through here, but nothing compared to this is what they tell me. Let me take you back over this way. Let's come back out here live. So the main road is okay. This is Moody Boulevard. We're walking this way with photojournalist Chris O'Rourke. So this road is okay. It's built up high, so it was designed to be fine during storms like this. But look on the other side. You can see several of the Flagler Beach police officers, and there's a reason why they are here and not further on. Well, there's a fire station back there. There's a police station back there. Those are both underwater. We have seen the fire trucks, the high water trucks coming and going through there, but the cars are not able to go through there. And actually, they've got the hood up for one of those, potentially because it may have water damage. Remember that saying, turn around, don't drown? Most people are listening to that, but we've seen several people decide to drive through these floodwaters. Not a good idea for multiple reasons. One, your car could stall out. Two, you don't know how deep it is. Three, sinkholes. And four, you want to be courteous to your neighbors, the homeowners, the renters, the businesses around here. When you're going through there, you're essentially a boat that is making wake, and then that makes the flooding worse. So think about this. If somebody's keeping that water just away from their doorsteps and the sandbags are keeping it out from their home, their carpet, their tile, and then you go through there with a big truck or whatever it is with tires that are going to be creating that wake, then you're causing problems for them, and you may be causing that water to intrude in their homes when before it wasn't going to. So again, traffic is moving through here. We've got the state now coming to just take a look at the situation, take a look at the scenario. And I guess the good news here is it doesn't appear to be going any higher. But the tide is going out at the moment. It is going to be coming back this evening. So that is a concern for a lot of people who live here, who work here, for the first responders that I have spoken to. And once again, out there this way, east of us on A1A in Flagler Beach by the pier, the waves continue to lash that shoreline, and people are very concerned about more of.
All right, that was
natural habit.
Yeah, sorry, Vic, you just cut out. You can see a lot of problems down there. It's a matter of hours or maybe a couple of days before that water hopefully recedes, although Florida soil typically does do a pretty good job of filtering out any standing water.
And from Flagler County, now we come back up to Duval County. Eric Avanier was in the Riverside area, and here is what he saw. He files this report.
Hours before the start of high tide along the St. Johns River, and water still overflows into nearby riverside streets and sidewalks, making some streets difficult to navigate without an SUV or large truck. Drew and Tracy Lee just moved into the neighborhood and say they never expected this.
Man, we've had to park 3 blocks away. We're not used to this. Although we were living in St. Augustine for a while, so we were used to this kind of weather, but not as close proximity as these streets are.
Other residents who are accustomed to dealing with this kind of flooding say this is what you sign up for when you live just blocks from the river, especially during a hurricane or tropical storm.
And there's only so much places the water can go, and this is just the cost of just living down here by the river, I suppose.
Parts of Riverside Avenue, near where police blocked the flooded roadway, some folks still had to come into work, but they arrived here before the roadway flooded.
It's really not high tide, but it's kind of crazy. Now, hopefully they let us get off early today because I don't want to get stuck out here in Riverside because it floods so bad.
Fortunately, vehicles that can navigate these floodwaters are doing so in a slow manner, preventing waves of water on the street from overtaking people's front yards and stairs.
Eric Avanier, Channel 4, the local station.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. You're taking a shot right now, a look at Doctors Lake in Clay County, and you can see the water has risen to a very uncomfortable level for this particular homeowner right there, Tarek.
Absolutely, and you know, it's just about a foot or two away from coming up into the pool and then eventually coming up into the house. So this family obviously will have their eye on the tides as high tide approaches in the evening. But we just heard from John Gahn, who was telling us some good news in a sense that we're not expecting much more substantial flooding as we move into the high tide, but all of it is still unknown. But to these homeowners, really just some scary moments when you have this much water right outside your house.
And let's take a look at Lauderdale by the Sea. This is earlier this morning, and the middle of the Florida Pier is missing after wind and waves just socked into it. We saw this play out down in the Flagler Beach Pier as well. And one of the things we're hearing is for those of you who have docks along the St. Johns River, wow, look at that vantage point. There's a possibility you could lose some planks as well with the high tides we are getting from Tropical Storm Nicole. So keep that in mind. Let's take you down to, I think we're going to take you down to Stewart and a restaurant that is partially flooded.
Wow.
Yikes, due to the storm surge from Nicole.
That is terrible there. Water 2 to 3 feet in the area where people are usually sitting down and eating. You can only imagine the amount of damage that this restaurant has sustained, as well as the homeowners there in Stewart, Florida, who are experiencing the same thing that we are up here in Duval County. Speaking of, we want to go to Ortega.
And let's take a look at the video here. Looks like this is from Charlie Skinner, we're being told, and it looks like the waves are just getting way too high. I don't know if there was a bulkhead in this particular property.
Look at the dock.
But if there was, it's over that, yeah, there it is, crashing over that bulkhead into the yard right there. So for sure, if you have some docks, you're going to lose some planks.
And you see the wind just pushing that water up onto the land there. And, that's one of the problems when you're positioned in this manner, when your home is positioned in this manner and the wind is pushing the water up onto your property. It's really scary.
You always hate it when that beautiful view you have out your backyard,
Yeah.
for those people who are lucky enough to have a water view, when
Right.
the water looks like an angry ocean
Absolutely.
out your backyard.
John Gahn, you're joining us now where we're talking about that wind and that water and the wind pushing that water up onto the land.
Exactly right. And again, we're looking back downtown where look, to be honest with you, this whole thing's pretty much a wrap at this point. But there are some loose ends when it comes to the weather department that we're going to focus on. And one of the areas is what you see back behind me. San Marco in the foreground, the Riverside area back out on the other side. It extends all the way out there towards Ortega. And again, we have a strong southerly wind coming across the area. This is on the east side of Nicole. And it's still in combination with that nor'easter. You've got to remember, when we look at the flooding that did take place over at Mayport and along our beaches, and yes, the beach erosion was huge. I don't know if they could pull up the beach cam because I can't do it because I'm here. But if you guys could pull it up in the back, it's going to show a really misty scene. But if you look ever so closely at the beach cam, but if you can pull that up, you're going to see this misty kind of glow. But also notice we're at low tide right now. Here are the dunes. I'm pretty convinced we lost another foot or two of the dunes here because I remember them being a little bit further out. These walkways, some of them are still intact, which is good news, but at the same time, it's an illustration that we've lost some beach again. Low tide is taking place right about now. Their high tide along the beaches, St. Augustine, which is greatly improved in the last hour. If you guys want to pull up St. Augustine camera, I'll kind of show the folks that things have improved there along the downtown area of St. Augustine, and like, okay, it's not working at the moment, but no. But thank you, though. They were all for World Golf. But I was going to show what's happening in the immediate downtown areas of Jacksonville, St. Augustine, Jack's Beach areas. These are areas that were really impacted. We have seen widespread flooding, or at least street flooding in San Marco here and over toward the Riverside area. It's been a little bit more scattered. This is not to the level of Irma, but it is still very significant. And again, we had a high tide here that came in delayed. In other words, we were expecting high tide in this area that you see here right around 11 o'clock here this morning, but it ultimately didn't happen until just about the last hour. So we had a combination of the winds coming in from the south and the water being pushed earlier onshore as the circulation of, again, Nicole is now back out here to the west of us. That circulation, David, can you put this into play mode? Interactive hand on the links, thank you. So the point of it is that we ended up ultimately seeing strong winds come up the coast here, and those strong winds again provided those waves and the condition right there at the beach. And now that's the problem that we have here. Again, is that we've had the conditions last for hours and hours, and they cause a lot of damage there at the beaches. And now we see the circulation of Nicole way back out to the west of Gainesville, and the result is for us to ultimately not be able to hand track. Oh well. Point is, southerly winds forcing their way into the downtown area. These are the constant winds. Now, they peaked overnight last night. We had gusts of wind, Palm Coast, out there along the beaches and through Flagler County, 70 miles an hour and greater. We did have some power outages into Duval County as our winds peaked in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range. At one point, I think they had like 25,000 homes, or at least residences, or what do they call them, customers without power. That equates to about 45, 50,000 people. These are the constant wind speeds. They're coming down, but that wind is still coming straight up out of the south or through the downtown area. These are the gusts of wind that are still peaking out there right now up to around 40 plus miles an hour. And those higher gusts again are continuously causing the concern that we have for the downtown area because of the direction. It's out of the south. It's similar to what we had seen with Irma, but to a lesser degree. When the winds are coming out of south and when Irma passes by, they were in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range, and that really helped to cause that wind to come along from Palatka and force water right into the downtown area. We don't really care where it's at now because it's bypassing us. We're in the dry slot. That's literally what it's called. We have dry air wrapping around inside of Nicole, and I'll kind of draw it with the yellow arrow here, but this is dry air, and this is the reason why we've cleared out. And so for Jacksonville and then all the way back into Georgia, we're not seeing the rains. All the heavy rains now are on the northern side of the storm. The storm is going to continue to track on off towards the northwest, and as it continues to move away from Jacksonville, it will continue to improve our weather. Now, there will ultimately be a condition in which we'll get one or two of these bands of rain to re-intensify overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. They won't be severe. They won't provide 2 to 5 inches of rain or something like that. But for some of you, overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, you go, is it coming back? Because it's going to be windy, it's going to be very intense. We'll have gusts of wind up to around 40, 45 miles an hour, and the rains could potentially last 10, 15 minutes with a very heavy rainfall rate as the storm continues to roll all the way out there into parts of the Appalachians, out there towards western parts of Virginia. We'll start to see improvement. Again, this is 4 o'clock right now. This is the anticipation. Dry slot going through 7 o'clock. And then after around 11 o'clock here tonight, this is where the moisture returns. That dry slot, then it shifts up the coast. So this is the dry air of Brunswick, Georgia to Savannah. But for Jacksonville, overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning, again, it won't be coming back, but you get that thinking, man, is that another downpour? Oh, wait, here's another downpour. And the winds will peak up to around, like I said, 40 miles an hour, and you'll be thinking it's returning, but it's not. This is just the tail end of what will be Nicole as a tropical depression up there somewhere in Georgia. And notice even tomorrow around the lunch hour, enough convergence, enough moisture coming out of the deep tropics that we'll still have some pretty good downpours. And it's not impossible that we'll still see a threat of a tornado tomorrow. This is what's happening for us right now. Georgia's still under a tornado watch, but between the two of us and nobody else, that needs to be dropped because the threat now has moved up the coast from the Altamaha Sound to Savannah and maybe even into the Carolinas like South Carolina. So locally, we're seeing that come to settle down. Evening, the rains have ended, but they'll come back tonight. Tidal flooding is still the threat overnight, as again, overnight we'll see the rains returning sometime after around, say, midnight, 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and getting up and hitting the roads tomorrow. Tomorrow is Veterans Day. The parades have been canceled already, but if you have the day off, be alert to the fact that we will have some very impressive downpours come through late tonight, throughout the morning hours here tomorrow to about the lunch hour, and then it will be later in the day on Friday if you have weekend plans to head on out to the beach, backyard, whatever you got plans for this weekend. We'll be talking about a chill down and things of that nature. Just a quick thought on it all. It's very rare to see something this late in the season, and there's only been 3 systems that I go back in history to kind of review. In 1985, when I was a little guy, same height, 1985, we had 2 hurricanes hit the panhandle area of Florida in the same year. It was Juan and Kate 37 years ago. And those are the high water mark for literally 37 years for November hurricanes in the state of Florida. This one coming in on the East Coast, again, Nicole, hasn't been repeated since 1935. And again, as such, it's been almost 100 years, but we have done it again. And Nicole will be in the history books for a long, long time. I am convinced of that. We'll talk more about what Nicole did to our area, and we'll talk more about that in just a few minutes. Coming up here around 3 o'clock. And so we're going to continue our coverage on Nicole, and we'll be here in just moments.
Live from the local station, this is a Weather Authority alert.
And good afternoon. You're watching News for Jax, our continuous coverage here at 3 o'clock of the impacts of Nicole. Lots of flooding, lots of wind damage across our areas.
Let's take a live look right now through one of our sky cameras, or all 4 of our sky cameras, to see what is going on out there. I know a lot of you are hunkered down at home, as you might want to be, because it's still breezy and gusty out there, and there are pockets of flooding on the roadways. On the bottom right hand of your screen, you can see Doctors Inlet and the marina there, and you can see the entire parking lot is flooded from all the rain and the rising water.
We've also got some new video coming into the newsroom from Ortega. This is near the St. Johns River, where you see the river is coming into one person's backyard. Notice the bulkheads in this area, and also you'll notice the dock and how the dock is almost covered in water right there, and then the water, of course, lapping up against this homeowner's pool.
Let's take a look at Barbara Jean's restaurant. A lot of people love to go eat at Barbara Jean's. This is a popular restaurant on Roscoe Road in Palm Valley, the small community near Ponte Vedra in St. Johns County. This is the Intracoastal Waterway filling up and flooding out the restaurant there. We'll see how long it takes for all this water to recede. It could be some time, but there's the Intracoastal right there, and the dock there being overrun with flood water.
We're still working to learn more information about this boat fire, which occurred here in the Ortega River. Some pretty dramatic video that we captured earlier today of this boat up in flames, and it appears to be unoccupied at the time, but it's unclear how this fire started, how long it burned, but we're working to get more information about this boat fire to make sure everybody did make it off okay.
And just to make a point there, it's not the kind of emergency that you want during a tropical storm or any time.
Right.
But it certainly adds to the pressure of rescue personnel who are trying to do their best to mitigate any type of emergencies out there. Let's take you to the St. Johns County Emergency Operations Center. They are giving us some pictures as well. A portion of the road near the 3400 block of the Coastal Highway has been compromised due to the effects of the surge coupled with the high tide. They're asking everyone to shelter in place because many roads remain impassable throughout the day, and especially as we go towards a higher tide later on tonight.
And now we'll go to Fleming Island to River Reach Road. This is in the zip code 32003. There's a flooding there on Dogwood Lane as well in Orange Park. But you see the people's backyards